This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Alamo in the Ardennes, the untold story of the American soldiers who made the defense of Bastogne possible. By John C. McManus. Narrated by John Glushevich. Preface. Bastogne. The very name conjures up familiar images. Deep snow, bitter cold, the 101st Airborne surrounded, fighting a desperate battle, Patton's armor breaking the siege. All of these images are seared into the memories of anyone who has ever heard or read about what took place at Bastogne, Belgium, in the winter of 1944 to 1945. The 101st Airborne Division's epic defense of the town during the Battle of the Bulge is well known, as is the 4th Armored Division's triumphal relief of the town on December 26, 1944. All of this is only part of the story, however. None of these heroics ever would have happened if not for the self-sacrificing efforts of a ragtag, battered collection of American soldiers who absorbed the brunt of the German offensive along the Ardennes frontier east of Bastogne. Over the course of several days in December 1944, numerous outfits, including the 28th Infantry Division, Combat Command Reserve, CCR, of the 9th Armored Division, Combat Command B, CCB, of the 10th Armored Division, plus various other smaller units, including elements of the 101st Airborne, fought a bloody delaying action against powerful, numerically superior enemy forces. If these Americans had not detained the vanguard of the German offensive, the 101st Airborne Division in its entirety could not have made it to Bastogne before the Germans, thus denying them control of this crossroads town, and the Battle of the Bulge might have turned out much differently. In making this statement, I do not mean to suggest that the successful defense of Bastogne won the Battle of the Bulge for the Allies. Far from it. Indeed, one could argue that the most vital fighting took place on the northern shoulder of the Bulge, in such places as Elsenborn Ridge, St. Vith, Werbermont, and along the Meuse River approaches. The goal of the German offensive, after all, was to cross the Meuse and make a dash for Antwerp. They failed to do so because Allied soldiers on the northern shoulder kept them from crossing the Meuse. In a larger sense, hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers, and not any group in any one sector, fighting within a large battle area over the course of 6 weeks, collectively won the battle. That said, there is no question that capturing Bastogne was crucial for the Germans. They needed the town for its road net and for its communications. They needed it as a place to bring up supplies and reinforcements. They needed it because whoever controlled Bastogne controlled the Ardennes. So, if they had taken the town by the second day of their offensive, as they originally planned, they would have achieved a crucial element for success. Obviously, the German offensive was a major gamble. Its success depended almost entirely on speed. German armored formations needed to move quickly through the Ardennes, turn north, cross the Meuse, and get to Antwerp as quickly as their wheels or tracks could carry them. All of this had to be done before the Allies could counterattack with their numerically superior air and ground forces. For the Germans, Bastogne was the vital pivot point they needed to exit the Ardennes swiftly, but they failed to take it. The Germans' failure to occupy this strategic location was the work of two distinct groups of American soldiers. History has largely focused on the group that endured the siege from the evening of December 20th through December 26th. Most of these siege defenders were members of the 101st Airborne Division, and they fought with tenacity and resolve. But I would argue that the contributions of another group, those who fought east of Bastogne and in its outskirts from December 16th through December 20th, were every bit as vital and noteworthy. Some of these men were from the 101st Airborne Division, but the vast majority were not. Most were members of the 28th Division, CCR of the 9th Armored, or CCB of the 10th Armored. These soldiers fought a desperate delaying action. They were outnumbered and outgunned. In some cases, the odds were 10-1 against them. They absorbed the brunt of Hitler's last-ditch gamble in the West. They fought in what I term the Bastogne Corridor, the area roughly along the 25-mile front that the 28th Infantry Division held when the battle began. This front stretched from Lutzkampen in the north all along the Luxembourg side of the Uhr River, through such towns as Einerscheid, Marnach, and Osingen, down to Bettendorf and Reisdorf. The most vital objectives were in the sectors held by the 110th and 112th Infantry Regiments. Any sustained and rapid breakthrough in those sectors would lead the Germans west on roads that inevitably led to Bastogne, some 20 miles to the west. Over the course of 5 furious days, the fighting that took place in this part of the Ardennes decided the race for Bastogne. Those 5 days are the primary focus of this book. I contend that, in a way, the siege of Bastogne was anticlimactic. By that time, the German timetable was blown, American reinforcements were rushing to the Ardennes, and the Germans found themselves enmeshed in a bitter battle of attrition they could not win. In saying this, I am not minimizing the exploits of those Americans who held off the Germans during the siege of Bastogne. I am simply saying that Bastogne was much more valuable to the Germans on December 17th than on December 25th. Even as the Germans attempted to destroy the stubborn defenders of Bastogne during the siege, the bulk of their forces were west and north of the town, running into strengthening Allied armies before the Meuse. By that time, Bastogne was little more than a prestige objective for the enemy. The garrison there was a defiant bone in the throat that now had to be eliminated out of sheer hatred, or perhaps outright embarrassment that it was still there at all. Conversely, if the Germans had captured Bastogne at any time between December 16th and 19th, it would have been a vital pivot point, a kind of springboard toward their ultimate objective of splitting the Allied armies in two. For the Germans, then, their timetable was everything. In the Bastogne Corridor, over the course of several violent days, several unlucky groups of American soldiers destroyed that delicate timetable. In so doing, they helped save Bastogne for the Allies. This is their story. Introduction. 1825 hours, December 17th, 1944. The Clara Valley Hotel, Clairvaux, Luxembourg. Colonel Hurley Fuller was angry, scared, and exhausted. The past 36 hours had been the most horrendous and stressful of his life, and he had been through plenty of bad situations. Long ago, back in his native Texas, his parents had separated. Young Hurley had attended the University of Texas, but had never finished his degree, opting instead to join the Army in 1916 at the age of 20. 2 years later, as a freshly minted lieutenant with the 9th Infantry Division, he endured the horrors of trench warfare in the Argonne Forest. The memories of what he had seen there never left him. The Argonne was a wasteland of shattered trees and shattered men, seemingly nothing there but gray-green corpses, their skin soaked to putrefaction by the steady, cold rains. Combat in the Argonne had been very disillusioning to a young officer like Hurley. Nonetheless, he stayed in the Army during the interwar period. His career was steady, if rather unspectacular. He had earned a reputation as being irascible but competent. The most common adjective used to describe him was cantankerous. He had no West Point pedigree, no brilliant war record, and absolutely no political skills. He had a tendency to talk back to superiors. He was not the type of officer to attract the attention of General George Marshall's notebook, the one he used to record the names of officers who impressed him. That book was too crowded with such names as Eisenhower, Bradley, Patton, and Collins to include someone like Fuller. In this Second World War, Fuller had seen many of his peers receive general stars while he was slotted for field-grade assignments. His worst moment came in Normandy, when he was in command of the 23rd Infantry Regiment of the 2nd Infantry Division. In June, his regiment was in the middle of a maze of hedgerows, several miles north of Saint-Lô, pushing for that town but getting nowhere. Fuller was not much of a tactical innovator. He was so enamored by the World War I-era bolt-action Springfield rifle that he arranged for his entire regiment to be armed with them, thus ensuring that his riflemen would have little personal firepower. As in 1918, Fuller witnessed the product of bloody stalemate there in the hedgerows. He was losing hundreds of men to gain half a mile. Day after day, the wounded streamed back, on foot or on litters, to the aid stations. It was all so hellish, so hopeless, such a nightmare. Actually, it was all so reminiscent of 1918, except for one thing. This time, Fuller was in a position of senior command. He was responsible for more than just a platoon or a company. He was in command of 3,000 soldiers, and they were all, seemingly, getting killed, getting wounded, or losing their minds to psychoneurosis. Try as he might, Fuller could not figure out a way to break that stalemate in Normandy. Even in the best of times, Fuller was not much of a talker, nor was he very inspirational. He tended to retreat behind a gruff exterior to keep his men at a distance. This tendency only deepened during the horrible days in Normandy. He withdrew behind his hard shell, his ever-present pipe firmly in his mouth as he pored over maps looking for a solution. Then came the most painful memory of all. One day, at the Division Command Post, CP, Fuller's two immediate superiors, General Walter Robertson, the division commander, and General Leonard Guy Giraud, the corps commander, fired him on the spot. It had been yet another unproductive, bloody day in the bocage. Fuller's battalions were in disarray. Everything was a mess, and he was not sure what to do about it. At the division CP, General Giraud was mad as a hornet, and he decided to make an example of Fuller. He pounded on a map board and demanded an explanation from Fuller as to why his forces had scattered in the face of the enemy. Giraud stretched to his full height, well over 6 feet tall, and towered over Fuller, who stood no more than 5 feet 5 inches. At that moment, Fuller froze. Try as he might, he did not know what to say. Giraud fired question after question at him. Even when the general shouted, "God damn it, Colonel, I'm talking to you. Now you answer me," Fuller could not bring himself to speak. With that, Giraud and Robertson relieved him. Stunned and bewildered, Fuller felt involuntary tears roll down his cheeks as a young captain led him away. He spent the next few months in limbo, hanging around General Omar Bradley's headquarters, enduring the humiliation of his relief, hoping for another command. Finally, in November, he got his break. His old friend Major General Troy Middleton, commander of the 8th Corps, was looking out for him. The two had known each other since World War I. Colonel Ted Seeley, commander of the 110th Infantry, 28th Infantry Division, was hospitalized for shrapnel wounds. Seeley had led the 110th through Normandy, the Siegfried Line, and Hurtgen Forest. He was well liked in the regiment, but for the time being he was in the hospital. The 28th Division was part of Middleton's 8th Corps. Middleton seized on the regimental opening created by Seeley's infirmity and suggested to General Norman Dutch Coda, the division commander, that he appoint Fuller as commanding officer, CO, of the 110th. Coda could hardly refuse such a coercive suggestion from his boss. Fuller took command on November 24th, just 3 days before his 50th birthday. Even in this moment of vindication, satisfaction eluded Hurley. He found himself in a tough spot, replacing a popular commander who fully intended to return to the regiment. What's more, Fuller's new executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Strickler, wanted his job. Strickler was a fine officer who had guided another of the division's regiments, the 109th, through the misery of the Hurtgen Forest. As such, he had proven himself and felt he deserved to command the 110th. In an ideal political environment, he probably would have been Coda's choice. Fuller knew he was an outsider in this National Guard division. He had not been with these men of the 110th in Normandy and the Hurtgen, so he had much to prove to them. Some of his soldiers even thought he came from a desk job in Washington. One rumor had it that he had been a POW in World War I. All of this was, of course, false, but Fuller could do little to debunk such canards. Never much of a communicator, he had trouble establishing a rapport with the troops of his new command. He made very little impression on most of them. Nor did he have any opportunity to ease his way into combat with them. Throughout the first 2 weeks of December, Fuller had worried incessantly over the vulnerability of his regiment. At that time, the 110th was spread so thin along the Ua River that it covered the distance ordinarily assigned to an entire division. He had no continuous front line. He could do little more than establish company-sized strong points in strategically located towns such as Heinescheid, Marnach, Osingen, Olstham, and Weiler. The Germans were just across the Ua River, in Germany itself, close enough to cause all sorts of problems, Fuller knew. On December 13th, he moved his regimental command post from Constham, a few miles from the Ur, to Clairvaux, a delightful resort town located several miles northwest of Constham and farther away from the front. This was a good decision. Clairvaux was 10 times the size of Constham. Most of Clairvaux was nestled into low, flat ground between 2 prominent pine-covered ridges. The narrow streets were lined with dense rows of 2- and 3-story houses. Charming shops and boutiques honeycombed the town. The Clairvaux Hotel anchored Clairvaux's western exits. At the southeastern edge of the town, a medieval monastery and a medieval castle, both built on prominent hills, towered above even the tallest pines. Clairvaux was the perfect, centrally located place for Fuller's headquarters. But the town's picturesque beauty made little impression on the practical colonel. If the Germans ever came across the Ua River in force with a full-scale attack, Fuller knew his regiment would be in serious trouble. At 0530 on December 16th, that very thing happened. The Germans launched a powerful counteroffensive. Their tanks, troops, and artillery were everywhere. For a solid day and a half, they had been battering away at the 110th, slicing through the thinly held front, advancing west. In all that time, Colonel Fuller had been here, in his little office on the 2nd floor of the Clairvaux Hotel, trying to manage the battle. Communications were intermittent. Sometimes he had been able to talk with commanders by telephone or radio, sometimes not. Bad news had been steadily pouring in. The Germans had overrun Heinescheid, they were past Marnach, they were roaring past the 3rd Battalion strongpoints at Osingen and Constham. The eastern side of Clairvaux was dominated by a ridge, over which lay the little town of Royle. All day long, Fuller had heard the sounds of fighting from over there, even as he received spotty reports from the town's American defenders. Somewhere over that ridge, his soldiers were fighting and dying. Every minute, the situation seemed to deteriorate further. Indeed, fighting had been going on all day in Clairvaux itself, and Fuller knew that it would only be a matter of time until the Germans attacked his command post. This made Normandy seem like a picnic. After all, the Americans had been the ones on the offensive in Normandy. The fighting there had been awful, but the Americans could call off their attacks at any time without much fear of a major German offensive. This situation in the Ardennes was different and much more perilous, Fuller knew. Since the prior morning, he had understood that his unit was at the epicenter of a massive and ambitious enemy offensive. It was a bit like being in the middle of a hurricane. The whole German army seemed to be attacking his lonely regiment. Time after time, he had tried to impress his superiors with the gravity of the situation, but they did not seem to understand. General Coda, from the Division CP at Wiltz, 10 miles to the southwest, had told him several times to hold at all costs. Fuller had done his best to comply, but Coda had given him precious little help. Now, at 18:25 hours on Sunday, December 17th, Colonel Fuller eyed the field telephone that rested on his little desk and contemplated his next move. His office reeked of the sickly sweet smell of pipe smoke. Outside, in the hallway, and in the lobby 1 floor below, all he heard was chaos. Wounded men were groaning and wailing. Medics were rushing about, doing anything they could to help the wounded. Staff officers and NCOs were hollering back and forth in a cacophony of confusing voices. One of his intelligence officers was deliberating as to whether he should burn the regimental codes and signals instructions. The Clairvallée Hotel, rectangular in shape but ornate in a charming resort town sort of way, now stank of mud, cordite, and fear. Fuller could hear small arms fire outside and a distant rumbling, too. He knew the source of the rumbling. Moments before, Lieutenant Colonel James Hugh, executive officer of the 2nd Battalion, had reported from Royle and told Fuller that several German tanks had roared past his position on the way to Clairvaux. The enemy tanks were on the way. After a day and a half of bitter fighting, Fuller had little left with which to stop them. In a matter of minutes, they would drive into town from the northwest and roll right up to the Clairvallée. The colonel knew that he and his headquarters group were in serious jeopardy. For 36 hours, he had done his best to hold at all costs, as his orders stated, but now he knew he had to retreat or die. For several hours, he had actually been pleading with the division for permission to withdraw. Many of his subordinates were doing the same with him, but to no avail. Now he knew for certain that if he did not withdraw, the 110th Command Group, and whatever else was left of this fine regiment, would face complete annihilation. If they got out of Clairvaux right now, though, they might be able to set up a new defensive line along the road to Bastogne. Fuller picked up the phone and called the division CP in Wiltz. He got Colonel Jesse Gibney, Coda's chief of staff. Outside, Fuller heard the rumbling grow louder. The tanks were getting closer. He quickly described the desperate situation at Clairvaux and asked for permission to withdraw to a new position on the Bastogne road. Gibney cut Fuller off. "Your orders are positively to defend in place and give up no ground." Never one to use much tact in dealing with superiors, or anyone else, Fuller was nearing a breaking point and replied, "Let me talk to General Coda about this." "General Coda is at dinner and can't be reached by phone," Gibney responded. The quick-tempered Fuller could feel anger welling inside him. For some time now, tension had been brewing between Gibney and him. He sensed that the Chief of Staff did not respect his assessment of the situation, and that Gibney had little understanding of the crisis they all faced. The tanks outside were getting closer by the second. The ominous noise of their engines filled the hallways of the Clairvallée. A staff officer popped into Fuller's office and reported that 6 German tanks were in the street, right outside. Fuller's anger gave way to a mixture of sadness and fear as he resumed his conversation with Gibney. "Since you're transmitting the general's orders, I have no choice but to obey them and fight in place." He could not resist adding a flourish, one that emanated from his Texas roots. "I should tell you that we're basically in the same predicament that Colonel Travis found himself in at the Alamo. We will never surrender or retreat." No sooner had those words left Fuller's mouth when a volley of 3 German tank shells crashed into the S1 office on the 1st floor, right below him. The noise of the explosions was overwhelming. It felt as though the entire hotel would come crashing down. The enemy tanks were shooting point blank, probably from a distance of only 15 yards outside the hotel. "What was that?" Gibney asked. "German tanks," Fuller replied. He could not help but feel a bit of vindication. Yes, the situation was this bad. Why hadn't Gibney and Coda been able to understand that? Now it was too late. Fuller had no more time to talk. Gibney was saying something, but Fuller cut him off and hung up the phone. Somewhere downstairs, German soldiers were yelling. Orders or not, Fuller knew he had to get his people out of there. This really is like the Alamo, Fuller thought, but on a much larger scale and with many more lives at stake. Clearly, the Germans now controlled Clairvaux, but could anyone stop them from capturing Bastogne? Fuller did not know. Even as he scrambled into action at the Clairvaux, thousands of other American soldiers all over the Bastogne corridor were dealing with the same furious German onslaught, fighting for their lives. Somewhere out there in the darkness, each and every one of them was experiencing his own Alamo in the Ardennes. 1. Before the Fury. 1. The Hurtgen Forest was a horrible nightmare, but it was over now. For some, it was over because they were dead. But for the living, Hurtgen was now just a bitter memory, albeit one that would never really fade. In the middle of November 1944, the 28th Infantry Division left the Hurtgen Forest and convoyed south to the Ardennes. In just 2 weeks in the Hurtgen, the division had suffered over 6,000 casualties. Now, platoons were the size of squads. Companies were the size of platoons. Battalions were the size of companies. The unit had been fighting since July in Normandy, and it badly needed rest and replacements. Veterans needed time to rebuild their shattered nerves, put the misery of the forest behind them, and maybe enjoy life again. New arrivals needed a chance to ease into their new assignments, make friends, feel a part of something, and learn how to survive in combat. The Ardennes, everyone thought, was the ideal place for this rest. The Ardennes was quiet. This was the ghost sector, a place where the war was taking a holiday. The soldiers of the 28th Division, nicknamed the Bloody Bucket for its distinctive divisional symbol, fanned out all over the Bastogne corridor in Luxembourg. They settled into towns, manned outposts, and did some training. More than anything, though, they rested. The Germans seemed to be doing the same. Thanksgiving came on November 23rd that year. For survivors and replacements alike, there was much to be thankful for: security, warmth, and some wonderful food. The cooks prepared turkey, gravy, potatoes, cranberry sauce, and everything else that goes with a traditional Thanksgiving dinner. There was more food than even these hungry men could eat. One company in the 112th Infantry received 400 pounds of turkey, complete with trimmings. That day, we all could say we had something to be thankful for, a soldier recalled. Some GIs even had Thanksgiving dinner with Luxembourgers. Sergeant Hermann Ham Kramer ate dinner in Colmer Berg at the home of a local tavern keeper. He had squirreled away some wine from the Germans. He brought out that wine. With a flourish, the tavern keeper poured a small bit of wine in his glass, and then larger portions into the glasses of the Americans. Somebody asked him why he did that. "It's a local tradition," he replied. "If there's any impurity or cork, I will take that in my glass." Kramer and his friends were impressed. The people there in Luxembourg were just great. They admired us and were grateful to us. Indeed, they were, and the admiration cut both ways. The Germans had swallowed up the tiny, beautiful country in May 1940. The ensuing occupation was difficult for the rebellious and independence-minded Luxembourgers. The Germans impressed private citizens into work as laborers and conscripted young men for their army. Anyone who opposed the Germans risked being hauled away to a concentration camp. On September 10, 1944, the Americans had liberated Luxembourg, ending 4 years of tyranny and restoring freedom to a people who yearned for it. September 10th is to most Luxembourgers what July 14th is to the French, or July 4th to the Americans, a day of liberty and celebration. So it was only natural that the 28th Division soldiers quickly established strong, enduring ties of friendship with the Luxembourgers of the Ardennes. In Clairvaux, Sergeant Bob Bradikich, a squad leader in E Company, 110th Infantry, found several surrogate families. "We could get some food from the mess hall, and I gave it to the civilian families and sometimes would eat with them at their house. This went on for a couple of weeks." One night, a young girl, in response to his kindness, gave him a card that had a soldier's prayer written on it. Bradikich was touched. He had lived through the Hurtgen forest, and he knew that a soldier needed every bit of help he could get, temporal or spiritual, to survive. He tucked the card away and resolved to carry it with him everywhere. Just down the street from Bradikich, medics like Sergeant Andrew Picaney had plenty of time to treat local patients because of the absence of combat casualties. Picaney and his buddies had a couple of favorite patients, including a sweet girl of 18 who had ulcers on her legs, and a bearded lady friend. Sergeant Jean Fassig was a medic in D Company of the 103rd Medical Battalion, part of which was at Edelbruck, far behind the frontline outposts. He and the 21 other medics, in the course of their duties, met and befriended plenty of locals. The civilian population was very good to us, and we will never forget the friends we made there. We planned to show our appreciation by giving a party for as many of the local children as we could cram into our living quarters. Candy and foodstuffs were donated by every man who received a package from home. A program of entertainment was being whipped into shape. Already we had a Christmas tree up in our OR, operating room, trimmed with anything and everything that had color. As the citizens of Edelbruck strolled by, many of them donated ornaments for the tree. The scene was much the same to the north in Wiltz, a picturesque river town of some 4,000 people where General Koda had set up his division headquarters. Sergeant Paul Luther and another small group of D Company, 103rd Battalion medics, set up their hospital in a school building in the middle of town. He and 6 other men slept on the upper floor of a nearby bakery. We slept on the floor on our own blankets and even had access to a toilet. Across the street was a pub operated by a very nice family. They always had pastry snacks and drinks available and were friendly to everyone. As in Edelbruck, the Americans were planning a nice Christmas party with a tree and plenty of goodies for the kids. Even frontline soldiers like Private David Skelly, a machine gunner in D Company, 109th Infantry, got the chance to experience the festive atmosphere. The line companies of his regiment rotated back and forth from the front, affording soldiers like Skelly the opportunity to rest in Diekirch, a small town located 4 miles east of Edelbruck. We were sent to quarters in a hotel, where I immediately made friends with several civilians. We were constantly surrounded by children who always asked us for chewing gum and chocolate. To my astonishment, there was among them a 10-year-old girl who understood a little English and even spoke it. I became especially fond of her and often brought her something to eat. 2 miles north of Wiltz, at Eschweiler, the soldiers of the 28th Division Mechanized Reconnaissance Troop grew especially close to the people. One of the recon troopers, Private George Mergenthaler, forged such deep friendships that he made a permanent impression on the town's history. Mergenthaler was a child of privilege, heir to a printing fortune, and a graduate of Princeton University. He had chosen to serve in combat as a private soldier. Urbane, witty, and kind, he spoke both German and French. Quick with a smile or a joke, he made friends rapidly. He was helping us always, Michael Huberty, a resident of Eschweiler, remembered. He was cutting wood and carrying the hay to the cattle. He was a fine lad. Perhaps his best friend in town was Father Antoine Bodson, the local priest. Mergenthaler was a Catholic kid. He and Father Bodson enjoyed conversing in both English and French. For a short time, Private Mergenthaler even lived in the rectory before moving to the home of a local family. Father Bodson enjoyed the companionship of this American. He felt in my house like at home. He was treated like a brother, and after a few days, we were best friends. Every night, we sat together, listening to the broadcasting. Sometimes he dined with me. Out of my library, he got books to read. Every morning, he went with me to Holy Mass and Communion. Mergenthaler and his buddies, like Private Cletus Lafond, often ate with the people of Eschweiler. At mealtimes, many times, the boys were invited to share the home cooking of their hosts and reciprocated by bringing some of their GI food, chocolate, and fruit juices to the kindly people. Private Mergenthaler spent much of his spare time helping the villagers with chores or dispensing care package items his wealthy family had sent him. Of course, most of the GIs were not as pure of heart as Mergenthaler. Plenty of them were on the make. In Wiltz, Clairvaux, and several other places, American soldiers prowled the streets looking for willing women. There were dances and movies. Rest center hotels in the larger towns teemed with GIs who were looking for a good time anywhere they could find it. There was also plenty of beer hall carousing. Sergeant Jean Fassig and several other medics drank most of their nights away with Edelbrook women. Our group took advantage of the recreation offered by this quiet Luxembourg town, and almost immediately female connections were made and the beachheads of love were well established. At Napashede, a little burg half a mile north of Eschweiler, Private E.C. Wilson, a truck driver in the 630th Tank Destroyer Battalion, marveled at the skill with which his buddy Sam Christopher pursued women. The 630th had been in Europe since the previous summer, and everywhere women fell for Chris, as Wilson and the other soldiers called him. I don't care where we went, what town, what nationality, the women took to him. Here at Napashede, they were billeted in the home of a farm family that had a teenage daughter. She had already attracted Christopher. She was already making a play for him. The close proximity of the girl's parents kept the prospective lovers apart for the time being, but Wilson knew it was just a matter of time until Chris and the girl got together. In frontline towns like Weiler, civilians had long since been evacuated to safer areas, but there were exceptions. Sometimes the Americans permitted local farmers to harvest their crops on quiet days. On one such day, Private First Class Thomas Myers of I Company, 110th Infantry, noticed two young women harvesting potatoes in a nearby field. He and an NCO buddy walked over to them and checked their passes to make sure they were authorized to be in the area. At close hand, we could see that under the bandanas, the heavy woolen sweaters, skirts, and stockings were two quite attractive young women. Myers and his sergeant were pressed for time, so they checked the passes, made some small talk, found out that the two were sisters, and moved on. But the sergeant did not forget what he had seen. A few days later, the women were back. The sergeant said to PFC Myers, "Let's go check some civilian passes." The two soldiers walked towards the potato field. "Watch my style," the sergeant said. "I'm going to talk one of those gals into going for a walk with me." Myers knew exactly what going for a walk meant. He was happily married with a 2-year-old daughter at home, and he had no intention of going for a walk. The sergeant was his buddy, though, and Myers was curious to see how this would turn out. The Luxembourgers accepted our gifts of chewing gum and D-bars, while my friend turned his charm on the younger of the two sisters. The language barrier was great, but I am sure she understood by his gestures that he wanted her to go for a walk with him. She refused to go anywhere. PFC Myers was amazed to see the older sister start walking away, beckoning for him to follow. Curious, he followed her over a hill to the end of the field. She unpacked a homemade bacon sandwich and handed it to him. They sat down and began to eat. Myers was not sure what else to do. It then became obvious that all she wanted was to hear about America and my family. They had trouble communicating, but spent a pleasant half-hour doing their best to understand each other. When they finished eating, they got up and went back over the hill. The sergeant was still trying to make time with the kid sister, but with no more luck than before. Admitting defeat, he gave up and went back to Weiler with Myers. All the way there, he fumed while an amused Myers tried to keep from laughing. He began cursing about his bad luck and my good luck. I never told him what we did, but let him assume what happened. Movie star Marlene Dietrich and her USO troupe were making the rounds of the Ardennes that December, entertaining the troops. The German-born but fully Americanized actress could not have been very popular with the Nazis, so it was fairly courageous of her to entertain soldiers that close to the front. Lieutenant William Pina attended a dinner on the evening of Saturday, December 9th, 1944, in which Dietrich was the guest of honor. He and his unit, I Company, 109th Infantry, were fresh off the front lines, resting now in Diekirch. Our men were grouped in unoccupied homes and buildings, and the officers roomed at the hotels. Pina was staying in the Hotel des Ardennes, right in the middle of town. A native of Houston, Texas, he was the executive officer of the company. He had been fighting since September, and he was ready for some fun. That night, he and the other battalion officers gathered at a smaller hotel just down the street for the dinner. Everyone wore dress uniforms and polished boots. Several female nurses from a nearby medical unit also attended. Lieutenant Pina sat at a table in the front of the room, right next to Dietrich's head table. She looked a bit older than I remembered her in the movies, and she seemed tired from traveling, but then, with us, she was not on stage. Still, her glamour permeated the room. Every table was draped with long tablecloths that nearly touched the floor. Pina and his friends spent much of the dinner bemoaning the fact that they couldn't see her beautiful legs. After the dinner, Pina and the other officers went back to their hotel for a dance with the nurses, while Dietrich and her troop went to a nearby recreation hall to entertain the enlisted men. The evening was a success. She planned to come back to Dietrich and perform for the officers in less than a week. The next day, December 10th, she was a few miles to the northwest, visiting the 687th Field Artillery Battalion at the Hotel de Moulins near Bourskade. Like Pina the night before, Lieutenant Lezimes, a young officer in the survey section of Headquarters Battery, was looking forward to seeing the movie star's legs, and much of the rest of her. He, too, was disappointed. Dietrich showed up for lunch in a loose-fitting paratrooper's uniform. To make matters worse, she was impatient as the devil, sat down to eat without introductions or how do you do, bitched, crabbed, took off, zip. Saw her show later in the PM. Not good, but not too bad. 2. A few miles east of where Dietrich and her supporting cast were performing, the war was still going on. Quiet sector or not, the men at the front were dealing with all the usual privations of combat: exposure to the elements, fatigue, and constant danger. General Norman Dutch Coda's overwrought division was stretched along a thin line of outposts and strongpoints that paralleled either side of the Oua River. The division's northern neighbor was initially the 2nd Infantry Division, but a few days before the German offensive, the brand-new, raw 106th Infantry Division replaced the 2nd. To the south, the 9th Armored Division bordered the 28th. The 28th had so much ground to defend that Coda was forced to keep all 3 of his regiments on the line. In the north, the 112th Infantry held the smallest sector, but was actually in the midst of the Siegfried Line, east of the Our, in Germany itself. From Lutzkampen in the north, through Harspelt in the center, to Sievenig in the south, the regiment covered a reasonable distance of 3.5 miles. Since my sector was closest to the enemy lines, in some cases not over 140 yards, it was the shortest of the division front. Colonel Guston Nelson, the CO, later explained. He was a bald, energetic, courageous West Pointer. His class of 1921, with only 17 graduates, had been the smallest in the history of the academy. He and his officers made sure that the troops dug in well, set up interlocking fields of fire, and protected their holes against the possibility of tree bursts. Nelson even devised several contingency plans in the event of a German attack. He placed his command post at Ouran, a little town that hugged the western banks of the Oua. The 112th was the only 28th Division regiment with a continuous, fully defended front. To the south, Hurley Fuller's 110th Infantry was covering more than 13 miles of Ardennes territory. So overstretched was the 110th that Fuller could place his companies only in strong points astride the strategically situated towns of Heinerscheid, Marnock, Osingen, Holstham, and Weiler. A paved, ridge-lined road, dubbed the Skyline Drive by the Americans, stretched from north to south, connecting many of the strongpoint towns. While the companies did have some support from an eclectic mix of tanks, tank destroyers, self-propelled artillery, and engineers, they could not hope to man an uninterrupted line. Small groups of soldiers would outpost the UA a couple of miles to the east during the day and return to their towns at night. Fuller's companies were constantly running contact patrols to stay in touch. One can scarcely imagine a more thinly held sector. The 110th was responsible for twice as much territory as any regiment could be expected to control, yet it had only 2 of its battalions at the front. Much to Fuller's chagrin, the other battalion was behind the lines, in Division Reserve, and he was miffed at Coda about that. Very dangerous gaps in our lines existed, Fuller said. This plan of defense, however, was what was ordered by Norman D. Coda. Farther to the south, the 109th Infantry was in a similar situation, patrolling more than 10 miles of rolling country west of the UA. As with the 110th, there was no bona fide defensive line, only town and crossroads-centered strongpoints in the vicinity of Walsdorf, Fouron, Longsdorf, Haysdorf, and Reisdorf. Here, too, soldiers often outposted the UA during the day and pulled back at night. The division after-action report described the area quite succinctly. The terrain along the entire division front is extremely hilly, much of it covered with pine forests. Observation is difficult because of the many wooded draws. The road net is fair. Actually, the roads were everything in the Ardennes. The terrain was so hilly, so studded with woods and deep draws, that mechanized forces were often roadbound. The 110th and 112th Infantry Regiments held the most vital road routes of advance to Bastogne. This was the Bastogne Corridor. For the combat soldiers of the 28th Division, life at the front in December was a series of routines. Private Charles Haug's B Company, 112th Infantry, was clustered in foxholes on a hillside overlooking Lutzkampen. The town was ghostly, its residents long gone. At any given time, the Germans or the Americans might be in the town, using the buildings for observation. Beyond Lutzkampen, Private Haug, a platoon runner, could just make out pillboxes and dragon's teeth on the Siegfried line. The pillboxes were enormous concrete bunkers, bristling with machine guns or artillery pieces. They dotted the landscape seemingly in a haphazard fashion, but actually they were expertly set up to support one another. The dragon's teeth were foot-high lumps of concrete, laid out in tight, even rows, carpeting the countryside in hopes of impeding Allied tanks. Outside of a few shells flying back and forth, little was happening. Our kitchen crew moved up, just behind our hill. We were fed 2 meals a day, one about 4 o'clock in the morning and one about 9 o'clock at night. We had to eat during the darkness because we couldn't take the chance of getting out of our holes and moving during the daylight. Occasionally, the men could get out of their holes and move around in the daytime. Lieutenant Charles Hogsett, a platoon leader, even allowed his soldiers to have a little fun. We let them go back down into the valley behind our defensive positions, where there was an open area about 100 yards square, where they exercised by running and throwing a football around. Private Alexander Haddon, a rifleman in B Company, was new to the world of combat. He was a bright 19-year-old who had once been enrolled in the Army Specialized Training Program, or ASTP. The program afforded young men who did well on aptitude tests the opportunity to go to college on the Army's dime. Secretary of War Henry Stimson had designed the program in hopes of attracting intelligent youngsters to the Army and ultimately protecting them from frontline combat. But the program did not survive the voracious needs of the war machine. By 1944, the Army was in dire need of more combat troops, so the ASTP was disbanded. Haddon and thousands of others like him ended up in frontline infantry units. Day by day, he adjusted to life on the front line. Activity centered around standing guard at whichever of the company positions we happened to be occupying at the time. While there were a few sunny days, much relished, of course, the skies hung low and were mostly gray, with rain or snow from time to time. Endless time was devoted to keeping warm, fed, and dry, though very little could be done about keeping clean. Haddon and his buddies rotated 2 hours in a covered foxhole sleeping and trying to keep warm, and 2 hours maintaining vigil towards the east and being cold. It was a mind-numbing routine, of course. Sometimes at night, a flare or a star shot would burst over the lines, illuminating the whole area for a few spooky minutes. Then things would get quiet again. In no time, Private Haddon came down with a nasty diarrhea problem, a common malady for frontline troops. Thus began a months-long intimacy with diarrhea, and its close and malevolent cousin, dysentery. I don't think I ever shook them all together. When the urge came, Haddon crawled, crab-walked, or ran to a nearby slit trench that served as a latrine and did his business. By and large, the front was very quiet. Sergeant Murray Shapiro, a machine gunner, was holed up in a position near Zevenig, a mile south of Lutzkampen. He received rations of beer or coke, tobacco, reading material consisting of daily issues of Stars and Stripes, Yank, and all kinds of paperback books, as well as occasional handouts of razors, pens, etc. They also got plenty of mail from home, including Christmas care packages. At times, neither side seemed very interested in maintaining hostilities. Bedford Davis, the surgeon for 2nd Battalion, 109th Infantry, was visiting the front with General Coda one sunny day when he observed a humorous and revealing conversation between the general and a soldier. Some of the men were lying on the ground outside their foxholes and slit trenches to absorb the welcome sunshine. German soldiers, about 200 yards away, were doing the same. As Dr. Davis watched, the general began talking to one of the sunbathing men. "Son, do you see that man over there wearing a gray uniform?" "Yes, sir," the soldier replied. "Don't you know he is your enemy?" "Yes, sir." "Why don't you shoot at him then?" "Sir, he might shoot back." Everybody laughed, including General Coda. He wanted his troops to be aggressive, but he knew, in this quiet sector, the man was right. Why shoot at someone if he was not shooting at you? Occasionally, German patrols would slip across the Ua River, look around for a bit, and quickly go back. Rarely was there much shooting. Troops from the 109th were amazed and amused to see what went on in some of the Siegfried Line fortifications across the Ur. Pillbach's defense appeared to have its romantic moments, one regimental officer wrote, as female figures could occasionally be seen in the dusk entering the boxes and then leaving at dawn to return to the small villages in the rear. Several miles to the north, Private First Class Robert Probach witnessed the same kind of permissive environment. He had been wounded 2.5 months before, and he was just now returning to his unit, F Company of the 110th Infantry. We would drive around about 3 miles to the high banks overlooking the Ur River. We would wave to the Germans on the other side. Sometimes we would shout good morning, and they would respond the same way. At times, just to satisfy their superiors, the two sides would squeeze off a few playful, unaimed shots at one another. Naturally, no one ever got hurt. Of course, there was still plenty of danger, especially for those who participated in the ongoing routine of patrolling. Throughout the first couple weeks of December, soldiers of the frontline companies spent much of their time on patrols, usually at night. Commanders constantly needed fresh information on the enemy's whereabouts, his intentions, and his strength. Sometimes, since the American front was so thinly held, the brass simply wanted to maintain contact with friendly units on their flanks. Only patrols could gather this kind of information. All we did was cut telephone lines, throw grenades, terrorize the German troops, then wade the river and return before we were discovered, a rifleman explained. But most patrols were more involved than that. Small groups of frightened men had to find their way through the frigid darkness, in places where the enemy might be, and still complete their missions. The whole thing took nerves of steel, patience, and, more than anything else, awareness of one's surroundings. The numerous new replacements in the 28th Division learned quickly, or they did not live. One of those replacements, Private Haddon, participated in several squad-sized forays into eerie Lutzkampen. We would assemble in the CP to plan the excursion. Someone, usually with a little experience, would be designated a point man, and he would lead the group into the town, with the next men slinking into the village at intervals of 5 to 10 yards on alternating sides of the street. A couple of others would be outriders, walking parallel in adjacent fields. We would try to be sure that only one man would move at a time so that the others could cover him in case of trouble. My heart would be in my throat the entire time. A barn door would creak in the wind and bang shut, and my heart would leap into my mouth. Sometimes they rummaged through the houses in search of food, souvenirs, and maybe some intelligence on the Germans. Nothing of any real value was ever found. The Germans were often out there, though, conducting patrols of their own. One night, PFC Probach was with a 10-man patrol. As an experienced man, he was unnerved that the patrol included a new guy who was generally considered to be slow and unfit for frontline duty. The rookie was of Native American descent, and everyone simply called him the Indian. The little group set out into the December pitch darkness. The Indian had been placed at the front of the patrol to keep him from falling behind, Probach said. The men were spread out, making it difficult to talk to or see anyone else. Probach was near the rear of the patrol. After a short advance, the patrol stopped. Everyone took cover and waited by the side of the road. Probach had no idea why they were doing this. Several minutes passed until someone whispered an explanation to him. The Indian insisted a German patrol was near. Neither Probach nor anyone else had heard anything, so they were quite skeptical, especially in light of the new man's low status within the unit. Reluctantly, we flattened ourselves on the ground and waited quietly. In less than 10 minutes, a German patrol passed by. The Americans waited, watched, and then went back to their company positions. The new man had won the respect of Probach and the other soldiers. He had an uncanny sense of sight and sound at night. From then on, he was inevitably known as Chief and was always in great demand for night patrols. The job of most patrols was to avoid contact with the enemy, gather information, and come back. But at times in December, American commanders ordered raids to destroy Siegfried Line pillboxes. Some of Coda's division was training for pillbox busting in anticipation of going on the attack sometime after Christmas. Thus, the raids provided a dangerous sort of on-the-job training. One crisp winter morning, 3 platoons from F Company, 112th Infantry, drew such a mission. Under cover of an artillery barrage, the platoon worked their way close enough to shoot at the targeted pillbox. The BAR, Browning automatic rifle men, delivered a steady stream of bullets into the embrasure, forcing them to button up, one soldier recalled. Sergeant Wendt, then a private, sneaked up in back of the pillbox and caught some of the Germans in the doorway. With accurate BAR fire, he forced them to scatter and leave the door open. Then the engineers placed 600 pounds of TNT inside the opening and blew it to pieces. 1 man was killed and 2 more wounded in the process of destroying this pillbox. General Coda personally commended the survivors. Perhaps the most terrifying frontline chore that December was duty on an outpost, or observation post, OP. Both terms were widely used, out there beyond the lines, in no man's land. The job of a soldier on OP was to watch, listen, and report. OP duty was a leap of faith. A man's entire survival depended on the hope and expectation that the enemy would never attack in strength. If they did, he was finished. Depending on the terrain and tactical situation, the OP could be a foxhole dug into a prominent ridge, a house at the edge of a town, or even, in the case of Private First Class Bill Alexander, a medieval castle. Alexander was a member of the Intelligence and Reconnaissance, I&R section, 2nd Battalion, 109th Infantry. He spent days at a time in a castle that loomed over Vianden, a pretty medieval town nestled against the west bank of the Oua River. From the castle, we could look across the Oua River on the side of the hill where there is a sanatorium, which turned out to be the Germans' observation post. They were watching us, and we were watching them watching us. Usually, there were 2 men in the castle for 24 hours, and then they were relieved the following day. Most OP soldiers had phones or radios, but not Alexander. He had to communicate through a small detachment that was staying in Hotel Heinz in Ardennes. Artillery forward observers were constantly on OP duty. Sergeant Charles Johnson was part of a 4-man observation team from B Battery, 109th Field Artillery. His unit was based in Roila, supporting the 110th Infantry. Each day, he and the 3 other soldiers on the team piled into a jeep and drove a mile north to Fischbach, a town that neither side really controlled. It was unoccupied by soldiers or civilians. Johnson's team would get to the town and search it carefully for enemy presence and settle down to observing whatever enemy activity was going on. Johnson was certain that the Germans came into town at nightfall. One of the houses had a cellar containing a pile of potatoes. Johnson swore that pile shrank each day. Sure enough, one morning they saw German soldiers leaving one side of town as we came in on the other side. They were in small arms range, but we didn't fire on them because we wanted to protect our own mission. North of where Sergeant Johnson was, the 3rd Battalion, 112th Infantry, maintained its OP in a 2-story house at Zevenig, a tiny farm village adjacent to the Siegfried Line. Anyone wanting to go in there had to do so at night, for obvious reasons. Even in the dark, it was not hard for the Americans to find their way to the building because the path to it was littered with mattresses and chairs that had been pilfered by soldiers going back to their foxholes. Lieutenant Ralph Larson's 2nd Platoon, K Company, moved into the OP after dark on December 10th. Larson was a Minnesota native and thus accustomed to the kind of cold that was settling into the Ardennes, but it was nice to get some shelter for a change. We had not had such comfort since our arrival from the States. We stayed in a German house, living quarters were upstairs, and the barn below. We could sleep in regular beds when not on duty. Lieutenant Larson spent much of his time in the attic with a pair of binoculars looking east out of a window. We had an exceptional vantage point. Also, we had direct telephone contact with the company CP. At times, he could see a lone German soldier leave his pillbox for some fresh air, but other than that, not much seemed to be happening. Private First Class Clarence Blakesley was often in the attic, too. The 30-year-old Michigan native was a mortar forward observer from M Company. Before coming up to the OP, he had just received a big batch of letters from his wife and family. It was my first mail since leaving home in July. He read his letters by the light of a wine bottle with gasoline with a sock for a wick. In the attic, he found a good spot to do his job. We observed through a ventilator in the roof. The enemy snipers knew we were using it and fired at it so often it was literally pulverized with bullets. We did not put our faces in the opening, but stood on a box back where they couldn't see us. Blakesley heard that a few days earlier, an artillery captain had had his helmet shot off by a sniper. The captain did not have a scratch on him. Blakesley and Larson were lucky that they could stay in the house all day and night. By contrast, each rifleman had to take his turn outside on listening post duty. Every night, Lieutenant Larson picked 3 of his men for this dangerous task. The job of a soldier on listening post was to leave the house, crawl a couple hundred yards closer to enemy lines, lie there, remain absolutely quiet, and just listen. If the enemy was coming, the man on listening post was supposed to warn his comrades in the house. Chances were good that he would die in the next instant. Listening post duty usually lasted 2 or 3 hours. The fact that there was snow on the ground for much of December only added to the misery of being on listening post. Private First Class Vernon Buck Bloomer, a 21-year-old Midwesterner from Rantoul, Kansas, never looked forward to leaving the comparative security of the house to lie in the snow for hours. You just lay there quiet on bare ground. It was pretty cold and miserable. If anybody even coughed, they couldn't go out on a listening post. As he lay there, he often heard the enemy somewhere out there in the winter night. You could hear them having conversations. We were that close. Most likely, the Germans were not more than 200 or 300 feet away. Inevitably, with antagonists this close together, somebody would get hurt from time to time. For several days, B Company of the 112th outposted Lutzkampen and saw nothing, but the Germans apparently were still interested in the town. One of Private Haug's best buddies, Private Bud Coons, got lulled into a false sense of security. He went into the town during daylight hours looking for souvenirs. He was walking all by himself close to the edge of town. He ran smack into 3 Krauts walking directly into our little town. He became terrified. He made no effort to shoot, but instead turned on his heel and ran as fast as he could for the basement where we had our dugout. The enemy soldiers opened up on him with their burp guns. Bud dropped to the street right before our eyes. They hit him about 10 times in the neck and back, and a big pool of blood soon gathered around his body. He must have been dead before he hit the ground. Haug and the other Americans opened fire on the Germans. 2 of them dropped to the street. One was killed, one was wounded with a broken leg, and the other one got away. The B Company soldiers captured the wounded German, gave him care, and interrogated him, but he would not say what he was doing there. They sent him to the rear in a jeep. Haug and the other soldier drew the undesirable mission of retrieving Coons's body. He was still laying on the muddy street where he had fallen. I'll always remember the expression on his face. His head was laying in the mud, and there was a big pool of bloody water all around his body. His mouth and eyes were wide open, and his face had the pale color of a wax dummy. As the 2 men carried their dead comrade, Haug tripped, and the body fell right on top of him. His pants were covered with blood for the next 2 months. 3. On the surface, the front seemed quiet enough, but for the combat soldiers who were there day and night, living near the enemy, watching his every move, something was strange. Gradually, as December unfolded, many of the frontline soldiers began to sense that the Germans were up to something. It was an ominous feeling, disquieting, troubling, slippery but distinct. There was a new and very serious danger brewing out there, and the perceptive 28th Division soldiers were sensing it. The Germans, after all, were moving more than 250,000 soldiers and thousands of vehicles into position. It was hard to conceal that kind of movement for long. At Roda, a tiny village half a mile east of Marnock, itself a town of no more than 36 buildings, Private Joe Norris and several of his buddies from B Company, 110th Infantry, were on patrol one day when they distinctly heard the sound of multiple vehicles from the direction of the German lines. We heard this massive noise just like trucks in a depot that were getting ready to leave. You could hear the squeak of tank treads. On one foray near the Our, Private First Class Probach and his squad mates heard the Germans moving heavy equipment and tanks up near the opposite bank of the river. Just east of Fouron, Private First Class Amos Myers was on OP duty overlooking the Our one night when a wall of sound engulfed the German side. Throughout the night, we heard engines running and noisy equipment moving about, but all was hidden behind the hills. At Osingen, Sergeant John Forsell and many other soldiers from K Company, 110th Infantry, heard plenty of movement of vehicles and heavy equipment. Another K Company soldier, Private First Class Edwin Cornell, even saw the enemy preparing to cross the Our. On patrol, we observed the enemy building a bridge across the Our River that separated the 2 sides. Some of the combat patrols were returning with POWs who had interesting stories to tell. At Lutzkampen, a few nights before the German offensive, Lieutenant Hogsett's platoon captured several enemy soldiers. He took them back to the platoon CP, and Hogsett watched while his CO, Captain Stanley Deck, interrogated them. They were obviously frightened and were extremely courteous and most anxious to cooperate. They stated that they had been on the Russian front for the past year and that they had been brought into the Siegfried Line approximately 1 month ago. They willingly told the Americans the name of their commander and, more important, that an offensive was in the offing. They themselves had seen considerable movement of troops into the line in anticipation of an offensive thrust on the part of the Germans. To the south, at Osingen, Private First Class Edward Gasper, a K Company 110th Infantry rifleman, was sitting in a foxhole with his buddy, looking to the east when they saw movement. "Here comes this German soldier coming in. He was deserting from his outfit. We sat him down on a piece of ground, a stump or something, gave him a cigarette. He could talk good English. He said he was a schoolteacher. He was about 25, 30 years old. He had had enough. He said he was going to get the hell out of it. He said there was going to be a big push before Christmas. We sent him down to the company commander there, Captain Frederick Feiker. I never saw him again. I hope to hell he got out." A few Luxembourgers even saw the German buildup firsthand, crossed the lines, and attempted to warn the Americans. Marguerite Lindenmeyer, her brother, and 2 other people were in their hometown of Bivels, outside of Vianden, when a German patrol picked them up one night. "Bivels is a no-man's land," the Germans said. "No civilians are allowed to stay here anymore." The Germans took them to their side of the river. For several days they interrogated them, politely but intensely. They wanted to know how many Americans were in Vianden and what kinds of weapons they had. Eventually, after extracting as much information as possible, the German soldiers lost interest in them. The German-speaking Lindenmeyer managed to slip away and wander around in the Bitburg area for several days, meeting and talking to a growing herd of German soldiers. She saw a great assemblage of guns, plus towing tractors and tanks in camouflaged positions along the streets. Something was going on. Lots of German military everywhere in the streets, but not on the main roads. There were machine guns, tanks, trucks, cannons. You can't name it all, but lots and lots of equipment. And plenty of fresh German soldiers. One of them, a fanatic young soldier, told her, "By Christmas, we'll be in Paris again." Lindenmeyer was not under any scrutiny by the German soldiers, as they considered her one of their own. She left the town, forded the Our, and made contact with 2 Vianden resistance fighters. They put her in touch with the police, who in turn sent her to the Americans. Someone in the 109th Infantry interrogated her at Diekirch, but in her words, "Despite my honest eyewitness reports of troops and tanks gathered near the border, the Americans seemed very skeptical." Another Bivels woman had a similar experience, although the Americans did take her more seriously. A little more than a week before the German offensive, Elise Dell, a plain-faced 41-year-old woman, risked an expedition into Bivels with her teenage son. The weather was getting colder, and they had left their warm clothes at home several weeks before, when they had been evacuated. As they approached their house, German soldiers appeared. Dell and her son tried to run away. The boy escaped, but not Elise. The Germans took her across the river and questioned her as they had Lindenmeyer. Like Lindenmeyer, Dell had only so much information and limited supervision by the Germans. She slipped away and tried to get back across the Our. Along the way, she saw the massive German buildup. There were troops, tanks, trucks, guns, pontoon bridging equipment, and boats. During her odyssey, she dodged mines, evaded German patrols, made her way through barbed wire, and, on December 14th, crossed the Our by boat. In Vianden, she told 2 resistance fighters what she had seen. Immediately, they took her to the 109th Infantry Intelligence and Reconnaissance (INR) soldiers at the Hotel Heinz. They gave her coffee and food. She told them what she had seen. These frontline soldiers were highly impressed. When she finished, she wanted to go find her son, but the soldiers, knowing the importance of what Dell had told them, would not allow that. Instead, they put her in a jeep bound for Diekirch. In Diekirch, the regimental S2 officer interrogated her. He, too, was impressed, so much so that he sent her to division headquarters at Wiltz. From there, her story went up the chain of command to 8th Corps and then to the 1st Army, whose G2 section added the comment that large numbers of engineers with bridging equipment suggests preparation for offensive rather than defensive operations. In response to these reports, a few more patrols went out, but that was about it. Dell remained in Wiltz, still separated from her son. Among those who headed up the American units in the Ardennes, there was a sort of bureaucratic inertia mixed with pervasive skepticism at such ominous intelligence reports. The prevailing mood was that the Germans were close to defeat and incapable of a major attack. It seemed that the farther up the chain of command, the less concern, or perhaps more accurately, the less action there was in response to the evidence of a serious German offensive. The frontline troops were seeing the signs of an impeding enemy attack right before their very eyes and ears. To them, the coming assault was no secret. It was a matter of when, not if, it would happen. They passed this information up to their superiors, who in turn did the same. It was a sort of collective buck passing. Privates and sergeants expected their captains to do something, captains expected their colonels to do something, and colonels expected the same from their generals. Nowhere was this more evident than in the 110th Infantry, the unit that would soon find itself squarely beneath the coming avalanche. At Marnach, Sergeant J.J. Kuhn was convinced by December 12th that the Germans were coming. Kuhn was from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He had been in B Company of the 110th Infantry for several years now. The 30-year-old senior NCO had taken a hunk of shrapnel in the hip a couple of days earlier and was just now returning to the outfit. He and the other B Company men had been told that this was the quiet sector, but they didn't buy that. We did not accept the idea the German army was just going to sit still for the winter. He worked closely with the company commander, Lieutenant Thomas Kit Carson, to set up good defensible positions. On the evening of December 12th, Sergeant Kuhn and several other men sat in a farmhouse east of Marnach, watching German vehicle traffic move toward the Our River. This traffic, combined with numerous other sightings of large numbers of enemy troops moving for the river, could only mean that an attack was imminent. We were sure the Germans weren't bringing all that machinery up just to sit for the winter. Kuhn got on the phone and reported what he had seen to his battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Paul. Paul told him to call Colonel Fuller in Clairvaux. Sergeant Kuhn did so and talked to Colonel Fuller, who told me he needed positive evidence. Kuhn was a bit perturbed. He sensed that Fuller did not believe him. Plus, he did not like the colonel. A few days before, Fuller had chewed him out for not saluting him, in a combat zone, no less. Kuhn wondered what it would take to stir this damned colonel into action. If Fuller needed positive evidence, then Kuhn was only too happy to provide it. Before sunrise the next day, Sergeant Kuhn and another soldier went down to the river's edge. There were no Germans around, but there was irrefutable evidence that they had been there. We found 2 turds and some German toilet paper. They used old paper cut into sheets about 8 inches square. We picked up the 2 pieces of excrement and soiled paper and took it back to battalion. They showed their messy evidence to Lieutenant Colonel Paul and Captain Wesley Rose, the battalion S1. Paul confirmed Kuhn's suspicion that Fuller did not believe his reports from the night before. Captain Rose, a good-humored officer who resembled the actor Cesar Romero, was no fan of Colonel Fuller. With a wry smirk, Rose typed up Kuhn's report and put it and the feces in a manila envelope and marked it Exhibit 1. Sergeant Kuhn took the envelope to Lieutenant Carson, his CO, and asked permission to take it to Fuller. "Hey, Kuhn, you're on your own," Carson replied. The sergeant hitched a ride back to regimental headquarters at the Clairvaux Hotel in Clairvaux. They let me in, but a major told me I couldn't see the colonel. He took the manila envelope with my report and my evidence into another room. I sat in the lobby and put my helmet on the bench beside me. Kuhn sat for several minutes, waiting. Finally, he heard Fuller bellow, "Who's the son of a bitch that sent me this shit?" With anger surging within him and fully prepared for a confrontation, Kuhn stood and started for the sound of Fuller's voice, but an officer stopped him. "You better not. The colonel would shoot you for sending him that exhibit of your findings." Kuhn said he wanted to tell the colonel about all the tanks and trucks he had seen, but the officer ushered him out with a wink. "We cannot do anything without the colonel's orders." Convinced that Fuller had no clue what was in the offing, Sergeant Kuhn returned to Marnock. Elsewhere in Clairvaux, another NCO, Staff Sergeant Frank Kushner, was also sniffing trouble. The New Brighton, Pennsylvania native was in the INR section of the 110th. It was his job to gather reports from patrols, interrogate prisoners, and analyze the enemy's intentions. Kushner, along with the rest of Headquarters Company, was stationed in a medieval castle that dominated the town of Clairvaux. In the basement of the castle, he had a couple of POWs he was trying to interrogate through an interpreter. They were very smug and very confident, so we sort of sensed something was in the air. The attitude of these Germans, combined with numerous reports of vehicle noise from the German lines, convinced Sergeant Kushner that something was cooking. When he expressed this concern to his boss, Major Robert Gaynor, the regimental S2, the major was not convinced. "Oh, they're only trying to keep you guys awake," he said dismissively. Like Kuhn, Kushner held a low opinion of Colonel Fuller and believed that the colonel did not understand or appreciate the gravity of the threat. Fuller was a joke. One day in early December, he had accompanied the colonel on an inspection of frontline positions. At one point, they paused to get their bearings. We checked the map. He looked out and saw some flowers blooming along the road. So he said to the driver, "Oh, I've got to get those flowers and send them to my wife, 'cause she collects and dries them and puts them between the Bible." Kushner and the driver exchanged puzzled glances. The sergeant thought to himself, what kind of guy is this? Kushner was the hardened son of Slovakian immigrants and a veteran army man who had joined the National Guard in 1936. Fair or not, he viewed the colonel's preoccupation with flowers as a sign of weakness, and he had little respect for him. Kushner had no idea that Fuller had fought in World War I. To Kushner, Fuller seemed like a desk soldier out of his element. Sergeants like Kuhn and Kushner were obviously right to be agitated about German intentions. They, and many others around them, did the best they could to sound the alarm to their superiors. They hoped that their commanders would call in airstrikes on the German troop concentrations, beef up the front lines, or just do something constructive. When none of those things happened, they assumed that senior officers like Fuller were in a fog. But this was not necessarily fair. From the moment Fuller took command of the 110th, he was very concerned about the vulnerability of his regiment. That concern only deepened as December unfolded. For instance, on December 12th, Fuller had lunch with his old friend General Troy Middleton, the commander of the 8th Corps. He spent much of the lunch haranguing Middleton, whose 8th Corps included the 28th Division, about the danger of his thinly held line. I pointed out to him my concern about such an overextended front, and particularly to the fact that the main Dasburg-Bastogne road ran right through the middle of my sector. General Middleton did not seem at all concerned about it. Nor was the colonel ignoring reports like Sergeant Kuhn's. For 5 days prior to the German attack on December 16th, our patrols and OPs had noted unusual activity across the Our River, and had constantly reported this to Division HQ. I personally discussed this with General Coda. He, however, displayed no particular interest in it and gave me the impression that he did not expect anything stronger than a raid, probably in battalion strength. So Fuller was passing the buck to his immediate superiors, Coda and Middleton, both of whom disavowed any lack of concern. Coda later denied having received any disquieting reports from Fuller. He claimed that he had ordered Fuller to investigate German activities by sending patrols across the Our, and that Fuller had not done this. Then again, Coda also stated in his division's after-action report that all available G2 information pointed to the fact that Fortress BN, battalions, and reorganizing units were manning this sector of the Siegfried Line. This was patently untrue, so much so that the report contradicted itself a few pages later in mentioning Elise Dell's eyewitness account of German tanks, engineers, and assault infantry. What's more, another division report, prepared in the G2 section, acknowledged knowing about motor movement along the east bank of the Our, heavier than heretofore. During the same period, the Germans made a number of small, portable, wooden footbridges. Activity was particularly heavy during the hours of darkness, with much movement of bridging materials. New units were apparently on our front. In spite of the existence of this report from his own G2 people, Coda contended that the only indications of an enemy attack came from civilian reports like Dell's, and certainly not from any higher headquarters. Thus, Coda placed the buck firmly into Middleton's palm. Middleton, of course, wanted no part of it. Major General Middleton's corps had been in this sector since October. Since then, he had constantly lobbied for more troops to bolster his dangerously thin Ardennes front. On several occasions, he addressed the subject with his immediate superior, Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges, commander of the 1st Army, and the next higher commander, General Omar Bradley, commander of the 12th Army Group. Frankly, I was very concerned about the front, Middleton later said. During a tour of the Ardennes with Bradley, Middleton communicated that concern. In response, Bradley said, "Don't worry, Troy. They won't come through here." "Maybe not, Brad, but they've come through this area several times before." On another occasion, Middleton heard that 2 German deserters were predicting an imminent attack in the Ardennes. He went to the front and interrogated them himself. He also ordered more patrols. On the other hand, Middleton did downplay the warning of another one of his division commanders, who was jumpy about the increased German activity on his front. When this general anxiously called Middleton late at night to report the enemy buildup, Middleton told him to go back to sleep. You've been having a bad dream. One of Middleton's intelligence officers, Major Malcolm Wilkie, believed that the general was not at all concerned about an enemy offensive in his sector. Wilkie had the impression that the staff were more concerned and had voiced their impressions to Middleton, and that Middleton had brushed them aside. One time, Middleton even told Wilkie and the other G2 officers, "I have never based any decision on a G2 estimate yet." Wilkie was deeply insulted. Basically, in the weeks leading up to the Battle of the Bulge, no one at Middleton's level or below wanted to take the risk of predicting a German offensive and demanding requisite action from the highest Allied commanders. In the 28th Division sector, then, there were plenty of indicators of the enemy offensive. That being the case, how did the Germans pull off such a surprise attack? There were 3 main factors: bad weather, bad intelligence analysis, and a bad mindset among American commanders. From late November onward, foggy, rainy, snowy, drizzly weather concealed the German buildup from the prying eyes of Allied pilots. The weather was so bad that in the first 2 weeks of December, the Air Force flew a grand total of 8 reconnaissance sorties in the entire 8th Corps sector. Half of those flights were aborted because of poor weather. The other 4 were hampered by fog and low clouds. These flights produced nothing of value, negating one of the best tools intelligence officers had in gathering information about the enemy. Nor were high-level intelligence officers doing much with the information they were getting. At the company and battalion levels, the troops were doing what they could. They were gathering good information on the enemy's suspicious activities and passing it up the chain. At the highest level, Ultra, the Allied system for cracking sensitive German codes, yielded more good indicators of German troop movements, albeit without specific evidence of German intentions. For any of this to be useful, intelligence officers at the Corps, Army, and Army Group level had to interpret the alarming troop reports correctly and inform their superiors so that they could take appropriate action. By and large, this did not happen. To be sure, some of them voiced concerns, the most famous being the warnings of Colonel Benjamin "Monk" Dixon, G2, of Hodges' 1st Army. Several times in the fall, Dixon had anxiously trumpeted the evidence of the German buildup. In a staff meeting, he once blurted, "It's the Ardennes." All of this made good latter-day copy for reporters and filmmakers, especially when the self-promoting Dixon claimed to be a prophet of sorts. But, in reality, he never actually predicted a German offensive in the Ardennes. Indeed, after claiming an attack would come somewhere in the west on November 11th and being proven wrong, he said the Germans would attack in April for Hitler's birthday. Moreover, Dixon's supposed prophetic concern about a German offensive did not keep him, on the eve of the Bulge, from going to Paris on leave. More than anything, Colonel Dixon was reacting to what he thought of as blandly optimistic reports coming from General Bradley's 12th Army Group G2, General Edwin Siebert. Dixon and Siebert did not get along. Dixon was bright, but headstrong and volatile. He resented Siebert and wanted his job. Siebert thought Dixon was hard to work with and too secretive. By December 1944, these two men, arguably the two most important G2s in the Army, were feuding to the point where they rarely spoke. This meant that coordination between the intelligence staffs of 1st Army and 12th Army was non-existent. They were competitors, not partners. Nor did the U.S. Army place enough emphasis on intelligence gathering. Up-and-coming officers became S3s, operations, not S2s. Most intelligence officers, whether at the battalion, regiment, division, corps, army, or army group level, tended to be outsiders. Seldom were they slotted for command. G2 people were not well thought of in the Army, General Siebert said. Many people had a habit of saying, "I wonder what is wrong with him that he is in G2." Considering the pervasiveness of this unfortunate attitude, it was not surprising that American intelligence would, at times, fail miserably, Pearl Harbor and the Bulge being the most notorious examples. In the final analysis, the Americans did not know the Germans were coming in the Ardennes because they did not want to know. High-level commanders and intelligence officers could not imagine that the Germans had the capability or the audacity for a major offensive. Charles B. MacDonald, author of one of the best books ever written on the Bulge, summed the failures up perfectly. In no way did the intelligence officers alert their commanders to a threat in the Ardennes serious enough or imminent enough to warrant any change in Eisenhower's plans north and south of the region. Allied intelligence officers had committed the most grievous sin of which a G2 is capable. They had looked in the mirror for the enemy and seen only the reflection of their own intentions. Bradley called the weak Ardennes sector a calculated risk. He and Eisenhower knew that the Allies could not be strong everywhere. Some portions of the 200-mile front had to be de-emphasized, and the Ardennes seemed like the best place. This was not unreasonable. Hitler, as in 1940 during his invasion of France, chose the Ardennes because it did not seem to be a likely place for an offensive. If somehow the Allies had figured out German designs, they could have redeployed troops to the Ardennes. In doing this, Bradley might well have ended the tragic, wasteful, foolish campaign he was fighting in the Hurtgen Forest. Regardless, the Allies would not have avoided a major battle in the Ardennes. They simply would have been better prepared. 2. Friday, December 15th. 1. The clock was ticking. All over the Ardennes, timepieces were grinding on, marking the last quiet hours, oblivious to what lay ahead. As they had done for so many days in this quiet sector, American soldiers carried on with their routines, at times casually glancing at their wristwatches, none of them knowing that these were their last precious hours of surcease. The Ardennes was about to change forever. The soldiers were, too. On the other side of the Our, a mighty German war machine was also waiting out these final hours. Hitler had assembled 3 entire armies, the 6th SS Panzer under SS General Josef Sepp Dietrich, the 5th Panzer under General Hasso von Manteuffel, and the 7th Army under General Erich Brandenberger. The 3 armies comprised 30 divisions, some of which were the best armored formations the Germans had left. There were 250,000 men, hundreds of tanks, hundreds of self-propelled guns, thousands of trucks, half-tracks, armored cars, and other vehicles. The Luftwaffe had even assembled 1,000 planes for this operation. The German plan was ambitious but basic. In the northern sector of the offensive, Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army, including 4 ruthless SS Panzer divisions, would drive through Montchaux, Malmedy, and Werbermont, breach the Meuse between Huy and Liège, and dash north for Antwerp. Dietrich was an old party crony of Hitler's. Like the Führer, he had been an NCO in World War I and had no formal military education. In the early 1930s, Dietrich had formed Hitler's personal bodyguard. The hard-drinking SS man had fought on many fronts in this war, earning a reputation for being pitiless and cunning. Hitler trusted him as much as he trusted anyone these days. Immediately to the south of the 6th SS Panzer, Manteuffel's 5th Panzer was to make an equally potent attack. Manteuffel had 4 panzer and 4 infantry divisions, plus assorted heavy artillery batteries, engineers, and the like. He had begun the war as a lieutenant colonel, risen to command a division in North Africa and another one on the Eastern Front, and had emerged as one of Germany's leading mechanized commanders. Intense, good-humored, and thoroughly professional, Manteuffel was entrusted with a task similar to Dietrich's. In its northern sector, the 5th Panzer Army was supposed to envelop the lightly held Schnee-Eifel, push through Elsenborn Ridge, capture Saint-Vith, and roll northwest. To the south, Manteuffel's formations would cross the Our, infiltrate, overwhelm, and surround or bypass the 28th Division strongpoints at such places as Heinescheid, Marnock, Osingen, and Weiler. They would then surge west through the entire Bastogne corridor. The success or failure of the operations depends on an incessant and stubborn drive to the west and northwest, Manteuffel told his commanders. The forward waves of the attack must not be delayed or tied down by any form of resistance. Bastogne should fall on the second day of the operation, or at least be encircled by then. Once this was done, they would then turn north, cross the Meuse, roar farther north, and envelop Antwerp from the west. The brunt of this powerful attack would hit 3 American infantry divisions, the 99th at Elsenborn, the 106th at Schnee-Eifel, and the 28th in the Bastogne corridor. The latter would be especially hard-pressed. In fact, on the eve of the attack, the 28th was unknowingly facing parts of 8 German divisions, most of which belonged to Manteuffel's army. As Manteuffel himself stated, his best chance for victory was speed. Any delay or deviation from his precise timetable would invite failure. Brandenberger's 7th Army was located to the south of the 5th Panzer Army. The 7th had the mission of defending the southern flank of the operation. Brandenberger had 8 infantry divisions. Many of them were new Volksgrenadier formations, consisting of new recruits, retrained Air Force or Navy men, overage men, young boys, or Europeans recruited from around Germany's crumbling empire. The 7th Army's job was to cross the Our and capture Vianden, Diekirch, and Edelbruck. They would then push west to Neufchâteau and protect the flank of the German offensive from an inevitable U.S. counterattack. The 28th Division's 109th Infantry was squarely in the way of the 7th Army's route of attack. Brandenberger figured he would eliminate the 109th in short order. The overall objective of Operation Wacht am Rhein, Watch on the Rhine, as Hitler initially called it, was to split the Allied armies in 2, cut off the entire British 21st Army Group, retake Antwerp, and ultimately force the Western Allies into a negotiated peace. At that point, Hitler could then deal with the Soviet Union. Maybe the British and Americans would even join the fight against the communist colossus. It was an ambitious, risky plan, a long shot, really. But then Hitler was not the type to play it safe. A gambler at heart, he dreamed big dreams and courted major failures. Everything now depended on speed. It also depended on an assumption that was, for Hitler, an article of faith. American soldiers would crumble in the face of adversity. 2. On the American side of the Our, this Friday was just another quiet day. On the fringes of Lutzkampen, Private Charles Haug, the young runner in B Company, 112th Infantry, was in the Christmas spirit. Just outside of town, he and 2 of his buddies were sitting in a basement dugout, talking about Christmas, when they suddenly realized it was only 10 days away. So we decided to do something about it. The way everything looked, we would be sitting in this town for the rest of the winter. We cut ourselves a little evergreen tree from the edge of town and set it up. With the front quiet, they went into Lutzkampen in search of something to put on the tree. We went through the rooms in a couple of houses, and we soon came across a whole box of Christmas tree decorations. We loaded this little tree with everything possible. They sat back, admired their tree, and thought of home. Outside, the afternoon shadows were already lengthening. Gradually, the late afternoon gloom gave way to pitch darkness. These were the shortest days of the year in the Ardennes, offering at most 9 hours of daylight. A few hundred yards east of Harspelt, Sergeant Lemoyne Frank Olson was in an abandoned house that served as his command post. He was a platoon sergeant in A Company, 112th Infantry. He and his men were out in no man's land, on OP duty. Many of his soldiers were out lying in the darkness, either in holes or on the level ground, listening for enemy movement. Now, a runner came into the house, lit up by only a few candles, and handed him a slip of paper. Preoccupied with 100 details of command, Sergeant Olson merely glanced at the paper. It was a telegram for Corporal Green, one of the men who was outside. Olson did not have time to give it to him now. He resolved to do it later, after Green came back inside. Back in Harspelt, Corporal William Kelly was using the darkness for concealment as he made his way into another OP. He was part of an artillery forward observer team. Their unit, A Battery of the 229th Field Artillery Battalion, was supporting the 112th Infantry up here. He and the 2 other men on his team, Lieutenant Bryant and Corporal Peterson, walked as quietly as they could down a Harspelt street. The OP was in a thick stone house, Kelly recalled. They went inside and relieved another observer team. Kelly and the other 2 soldiers were thrilled to see that the house contained comfortable beds and a sturdy roof overhead. Several infantrymen were there to provide security for Kelly's team. For the artillerymen, their duties would begin in earnest the next morning, after daylight, when they could watch for enemy activity, call down some fire, or maybe just pick out likely targets. Nothing much seemed to be happening up here. Corporal Kelly could hardly believe his good fortune in drawing this soft duty. He picked out a bed, settled in, and thought of how lucky he was to be in this quiet spot, sleeping in comfort. 3 miles to the west, at Heinerscheid, Corporal Cecil Hannaford was nowhere near as happy. An assistant squad leader in the 3rd Platoon, A Company, 110th Infantry, he had just found out that his platoon had been ordered to leave the shelter of their buildings in Heinerscheid and go set up a roadblock OP near Kalborn, a mile to the east. Sullenly, Hannaford and the others slogged out into the cold night. We strung a telephone line on the ground to our outpost as our only communication with the company command post in Heinerscheid. When they got to their OP position, at an intersection, Hannaford was dismayed to see that it was in plain view of the paved road on the next hill a mile away. The Mississippi native felt vulnerable there, not to mention cold. As he and his foxhole buddy, Lowell Coates, dug in and set up their position, Corporal Hannaford could only think of the rest of the company, warm and dry, back in Heinerscheid. The guys back in the village could have a roof over their heads. We had to go out in the open, in the snow and ice, and dig foxholes, guard an intersection. Not very fun. They finished digging in, and Hannaford took the first watch. Oh well, he thought, at least it's quiet here. A couple of miles over the eastern horizon, at the little agricultural village of Sievenig, Lieutenant Ralph Larson and his men were in much better spirits. Larson and his 2nd Platoon, K Company, 112th Infantry soldiers, had been up here on OP duty for 6 days. Tonight, a platoon from L Company was taking over for them. When L Company arrived, Larson's men were spread among 5 houses and a few outside listening posts. In veritable silence, the L Company soldiers changed places with them. Private First Class Buck Bloomer, a rifleman in Larson's platoon, noticed the sour faces of the L Company men. They did not look very happy to be there, and Bloomer could not blame them. He had spent plenty of time lying outside in the snow on listening post, and he was glad to leave that chore to someone else. Bloomer was looking forward to leaving here and getting some rest. Lieutenant Larson quietly gathered Bloomer and the other men together and pointed them west. We trudged across the open field past the front-line positions, crossed the crest of Zievenig Hill, and found our way to the K Company area. They set up at the edge of a wooded draw near the kitchen area in earthen bunkers. The rest of the company was cluttered around some captured Siegfried Line pillboxes. The good news was that the 2nd Platoon was off OP duty and slightly behind the lines now. The bad news was that they were earmarked to assault a couple of pillboxes the next day. In the meantime, they had some time to rest. Private First Class Bloomer and his comrades immediately got to work improving their bunker. In our bunker there were 3 men. We put pine needles on the ground as a mattress. Lieutenant Larson made sure his people were settled in. Then he allowed himself to catch some sleep. 3. At nearly the same time that Lieutenant Larson drifted off to sleep, some of his fellow 28th Division officers were miles away at the Diekirk Hotel, enjoying a musical performance. Marlene Dietrich, true to her word, was back with the 109th Infantry, entertaining a group that consisted mostly of officers. She and her USO troop were putting on a variety show. The room where they performed was smoky and crowded, but festive. She was singing and dancing in sultry attire, no paratrooper uniform tonight, all the while showing off her legs. Several members of the 28th Division Band, including T5 John Noon, accompanied her. I played drums and xylophones. Noon had a fine time, as did everyone else. Dietrich was on her game tonight. The entertainment went on for at least 2 hours. When it was done, the officers went back to their hotels, the enlisted men to their billets. Dietrich went to sleep. She and the troop were scheduled to visit the 99th Division in the northern Ardennes the very next day. 20 miles to the north, in Clairvaux, Sergeant Bob Bradikich was also enjoying music, but in a more private setting. Over the last few weeks, Bradikich and several other soldiers had befriended numerous locals. Tonight they were enjoying one another's company. We got together with some townspeople and actually had a dance. Somebody got a record player and played some music. It was great. Just across town, at the Clairvaux Hotel, home of the 110th Infantry Headquarters, Captain Edwin Rensmeyer was returning from the hospital. He had been wounded several weeks before, but had recuperated enough for the doctors to send him back to the 110th. Rensmeyer still had bandages on wounds that had not completely healed. With only the clothes on his back and a few personal items, he walked into the Clairvaux and reported to Colonel Hurley Fuller, who looked a bit old to the youthful captain. The colonel welcomed him back and immediately assigned him to the S2 section. Captain Rensmeyer saluted and left and told Captain Jerry Pop Harwell, the regimental S1, about his new job. He advised me that since I was well rested, I would start my tour of duty as the S2 duty officer that night. I sat down in the lobby of the Clairvaux Hotel and took over the duties of the duty officer. Everything was so quiet that Rensmeyer quickly despaired of getting any real intelligence work done. No reports were coming in, no phones ringing, hardly a soul was stirring. Basically, his job that night was to stay awake in case something happened. He shrugged his shoulders and resolved to make the best of it. I spent the night writing letters to my wife, my parents, and my wife's parents. It had been almost a month since I had had an opportunity to do this. As Captain Rensmeyer sat at his little writing desk writing letters, two courageous German soldiers were infiltrating Clairvaux. The two men made up an artillery observation team. They slipped into Clairvaux from a forested hill at Royle. From there, they worked their way behind the Park Hotel, located on a hillside overlooking the center of town and the medieval castle. With practiced stealth, the Germans hid out in a stable, waiting for the right moment to penetrate deeper into Clairvaux. They were not spies. Both of these men were in uniform. When the coast was clear, they left the stable and cautiously walked a couple of blocks until they reached the Pharmacie Molitor. As quietly as possible, they picked the lock and went inside. The pharmacy was an excellent observation point, opposite the Hotel Central, right in the middle of town. The Germans set up their radio in a back room and waited for the right moment to call down artillery fire on Clairvaux. 15 miles to the west, at Bastogne, Major Malcolm Wilkie, an intelligence officer on General Middleton's 8th Corps staff, had an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. The G2 staff, along with the rest of 8th Corps headquarters, was in an old Belgian army barracks just west of Bastogne. This barracks building was anything but spacious. There was a corridor down one side like an English railroad car. The G2 section occupied a few small offices just down the corridor from the G3 group. Wilkie was a Harvard graduate and a former artillery officer who had chosen to transfer to Corps Intelligence 6 weeks earlier. His job was to supervise the numerous special intelligence teams that were attached to 8th Corps. His domain included interrogators, counterintelligence teams, and military intelligence experts who circulated among the local population in search of fresh information. He also spent much of his time coordinating with G2 officers from the various divisions that were part of 8th Corps. Earlier today, he had been in Luxembourg City, working with the 4th Division. On the way back, he had debated whether to visit a friend of his in Clairvaux, but decided against it. He had returned to headquarters and eaten a good dinner at the officers' mess hall. Now he was in the G2 office, talking with Major Rudolf Sherrick, the night duty officer, catching up on what had happened that day. Sherrick was sitting at a table, with several reports scattered around him. In Sherrick's opinion, the reports added up to something very menacing. He looked up at Wilkie and fixed him with an earnest look. "You know, Wilkie, we are going to get hit in the face by the biggest counterattack ever, and probably real soon, too." At that moment, something clicked in Wilkie's mind. He agreed completely with Sherrick. The Germans were about to attack. When they did, it would not be a local push. It would be a massive offensive. For several days now, Wilkie had felt jittery about German intentions, but had not said much. It was as if he needed someone else to verbalize what he was already thinking. Wilkie left the G2 office and discussed his concerns with several G3 officers. They were unmoved. One of them said that the Germans would not dare attack because of the greatly superior American air power. These nonchalant assurances did nothing to assuage Major Wilkie's concerns. One overarching thought kept popping into his mind. This was the psychological time for Hitler to do something if he was going to survive. It wasn't whether Hitler could win by a counteroffensive. It was that every other course of action open to him would lead to disaster. Wilkie returned to the G2 office and told Sherrick that the G3 men were not particularly alarmed. The two intelligence officers shook their heads in frustration. Coupled with the fact that the Allied armies were stymied on every front, it seemed to Wilkie and Sherrick that the Germans could win a psychological victory by launching an offensive of their own. The logical place for such an attack had to be the thinly held Ardennes. As each minute passed and the two majors mulled this over some more, they became even more convinced that something big was about to happen. Wilkie left the office and visited Lieutenant Colonel Haig, the assistant G2, at his billet to voice his concerns. The two men had been friends for nearly 2 years. Haig listened carefully. He respected Wilkie's opinion, but did not share his urgency. "Come back in the morning, and we'll talk it over with Colonel Andrew Reeves, the 8th Corps G2. Disappointed, Wilkie left Haig's room, returned to the office, and sifted through more intelligence reports. More than ever, Wilkie was convinced that 8th Corps was about to be attacked. Despairing of getting any action from his superiors, Wilkie decided to sound some warnings himself. He hopped into his Jeep and attempted to visit his old unit, the 147th Field Artillery Group, at Schnee Eifel. He could not get through. The night was too dark, and communications were not good enough. Exasperated, he drove back to Bastogne. It had been a long day for Wilkie. He was exhausted and frustrated. He collapsed into bed, all the while determined to renew his warnings in the morning. Time was just too short. Even if Wilkie had succeeded in galvanizing his fellow 8th Corps officers into action, there was little that could have been done, outside of putting the sparsely held Ardennes front on full alert. Intelligence is perishable. If Wilkie and others like him had sounded such warnings a week or two before, troops could have been redeployed to 8th Corps, beefing up the American defenses. But by the evening of December 15th, it was too late for that. The troops at the front were, for the moment, on their own against an overwhelming force that was right at their doorstep. As the last hours of December 15th ticked away, some of the frontline GIs were seeing and hearing indicators of that titanic enemy force. Just outside of Osingen, Lieutenant Thomas Flynn, the executive officer of K Company, 110th Infantry, was at his company's southernmost OP, listening to engine noises in the distance. The engine sounded like motorcycles used by couriers, and they seemed to be a couple miles away, at the Ur River. Flynn and the OP soldiers listened for several minutes, but the noise faded. The wooded draws around their position made it very difficult to pinpoint the location of these distant sounds. Eventually, the sounds dissipated, and quiet returned to the area. Puzzled, Lieutenant Flynn told the men to stay alert. He returned to the CP back in Osingen. All around the town, and in the company OPs outside of town, the men of K Company stayed in their positions and alternated watch in the usual manner. 20 miles to the northeast, on the other side of the Ur, Private First Class John Allard was sitting in a Siegfried Line pillbox with 9 other American soldiers of F Company, 112th Infantry. The night before, they had crossed the river and captured this pillbox and several enemy soldiers. Allard had volunteered for this patrol because of his twin brother, Howard. The two young men were very close. Back home on the family ranch in Willows, California, they had spent much of their youth hauling large sacks of rice. When the war came, they joined the Army together. For a time, they were both in the Army Specialized Training Program, ASTP. When the program was abolished, the Allard brothers were both assigned to the 28th Division, albeit in different companies. John went to F Company and Howard to G Company of the 110th. Both of them fought in the Hurtgen Forest. On December 13th, just 2 days earlier, John had received a letter from his father saying that his brother was listed as missing in action in the Hurtgen. He might be a prisoner, or he might be dead. John believed the latter, and he was seething with anger about it. He had volunteered for this dangerous patrol in the hopes of hurting those who had hurt his brother. Now, he and the other men were in quite a spot, right in the middle of swarms of Germans. The night before, the patrol leader, Lieutenant Donald Nickel, had sent 2 men back to the American lines with the German prisoners, while the rest of the patrol waited in the pillbox. They had sat there all day, listening to large numbers of enemy soldiers and vehicles outside. For now, they were safe and hidden in this dank concrete box, yet they knew they could not stay there much longer. Somehow, they had to get through the enemy legions and make it back to their company, not just for their own safety, but to pass on the word of the enemy buildup. When things seemed to quiet down a bit, Lieutenant Nickel ordered them to get moving. Ever so quietly, they left the pillbox and started moving, in staggered formation, through the darkness. Seemingly every direction they went, they saw or heard German soldiers. Finally, Nickel ordered them into a remote patch of woods, figuring they could make it down to the river along this concealed route. Everything went well until we reached a clearing which was filled with two-man tents, many with candles burning in them, Allard recalled. They had to go right through this enemy camp. Allard and the others knew there was no other way back. Terrified, with adrenaline surging through their veins, they set out as silently as they could. As quietly and quickly as possible, we walked between the rows of tents, all the way through the clearing to the woods at the edge of the river. To their immense relief, none of the Germans in those tents stirred. The patrol tiptoed through the woods, plunged into the cold river, waded across, and made it back to F Company near Uran. Allard watched as Lieutenant Nickel made his report to Captain Rice, the company commander. They made arrangements to call down artillery on the German marshalling areas. For now, that was all they could do. At that moment, 25 miles to the south, another group of American soldiers was on patrol, overlooking the Ura. These men were from F Company of the 109th Infantry. The company was defending a 2-mile front in and around the town of Walsdorf. The mission of this patrol was to keep the river under observation near Gemund, just in case the Germans were doing anything. The patrol was squad-sized. Among this scared little group of men was Private Robert Jackson, a native of the Upper Peninsula in Michigan. Jackson had joined the unit about a month before and had participated in several patrols. On one of them, a few weeks earlier, he had killed a German soldier with his bare hands. The memory of the man's warm blood on his hands and the liquid gurgling sounds of his death throes had still not left Jackson. Now, in the chilly quiet of the late evening, they found a brushy hillside, concealed themselves, and kept their eyes on the rushing river below. "The sky is clear and stars light the darkness," Jackson wrote in a present tense account, giving us the ability to plainly see across on the German side. For about an hour, they waited and watched, seeing nothing. The patrol leader then moved them to a different spot, closer to the river. All at once, the leader stopped, told them to seek cover, and pointed at the river. Slipping quietly into the protective brush, we move forward to gain a view of the riverside activities. Fog is covering the far side of the river, where motors are idling, but in the middle of the stream, men are working on a submerged bridge. It is 6 inches below the water, and the muffled sounds of their construction now reach our ears clearly. Awestruck, they watched as the Germans brought a truck up to the river's edge and dumped off some more timber. With practiced urgency, groups of men picked up the timbers and put them in place. Jackson and the other patrol members knew there was only one reason the Germans would build a bridge here. They were about to attack. The Americans did not linger long. In no time, they hustled back to the company CP in Walsdorf and reported their findings to the CO, Captain Ronnet. "Good job, men," he said. "We'll have demolition teams blow it up and bomb it. Send a messenger back to battalion in the morning, informing them of this new development." Satisfied that he had done his job, Private Jackson went back to his foxhole, jumped in, and drifted off to sleep. At 2300, an hour after Jackson's patrol returned to Walsdorf, Private Leroy Whitey Schaller and 4 other members of B Company, 110th Infantry, left the warm safety of their house in Marnock and set out on a recon patrol of the Ua River. The wind whipped around Schaller and the other soldiers. The temperature seemed to be dropping by the minute. There was just enough snow underfoot to make Schaller worry about the crunching sounds their boots made as they walked. A wispy layer of fog coated the ground. Schaller had felt uneasy for several days now. 2 civilian electricians had restored power in Marnock, and that was great, but Schaller wondered who these guys were and how they had suddenly materialized in the area. One of them was husky, blonde, and blue-eyed, a veritable poster child for the Nazi Superman myth. Every time Schaller asked if the electricians had been checked out, he was told, probably so. The whole thing seemed strange, and he wondered why no one else was as concerned as he was. Now, as he and the 4 others patrolled with wary stealth, Schaller simply hoped that nothing dangerous was out here. The night was quiet, almost eerie, but that was nothing new. A German could be waiting behind every tree along this road that led to the Ur. Private Schaller kept his eyes straight ahead, searching for trouble. He soon found it. Somewhere in the darkness, he was sure he saw movement. Then he heard the sound of boots. German soldiers were approaching rapidly. I stopped the patrol, and we stood fast as a large German combat patrol passed within 30 feet of our path. Schaller and the others hugged the ground, watching, waiting, holding their collective breath. In all, there were 16 enemy soldiers. On they went, out of sight, somewhere toward Marnock. Schaller and the others waited for another hour while the sergeant pondered what to do. He was totally shaken. At last, he gave the order to abort the patrol. As quietly as possible, grateful to be alive, they headed back to Marnock. They did not know it at the time, but they had just witnessed the first moves of Hitler's offensive. 3. Saturday, December 16th. 1. At 0400, the Ardennes front was dark. The air was cold, crisp, and moist, but not freezing. Blankets and clumps of snow covered parts of the Bastogne corridor. Naturally, there was more snow in the higher elevations. The lower ground tended toward a sodden mixture of dew and melting snow. The roads were wet but clear. A steady shroud of fog coated most of the area. Clouds obscured the moon. The German side of the Bastogne corridor was pregnant with danger. As quietly as possible, thousands of German soldiers were crossing the Ur in small boats, building bridges across that river, such as the one Private Robert Jackson had seen at Gmund, moving into assembly areas and infiltrating through or around American lines. In late November, General Hasso von Manteuffel had visited this area, seen firsthand just how thinly held it was, and developed appropriate tactics. He wanted his infantry soldiers to infiltrate under cover of darkness, wait in safety while their own artillery pounded American positions, then encircle the 28th Division strongpoints, push past them, and dash west. Later, when the engineers had finished building bridges over the Ur, the infantry would be joined by Manteuffel's powerful armored forces. Right now, the infantry were slowly on the move, like bogeymen in the night. Most of them kept well hidden, but some did not. At Weilar, a tiny town located 2 miles west of the Ur, Private First Class Chester Kuzminski was standing guard near the village church. His unit, I Company of the 110th Infantry, formed Colonel Hurley Fuller's strong point defense in this section of the thin regimental line. Kuzminski had been asleep only half an hour earlier. He was still shaking off the cobwebs of slumber. Before he knew it, he heard what sounded like machinery noises somewhere in the darkness, beyond Weilar. He wondered if he was hearing things, but no, the noises continued. Kuzminski hollered to another guard 25 yards away, told him what he was hearing, and decided to report this to someone else. "I'm going to wake the radio operator," he told the other guard. Kuzminski turned and headed for the house where the radio man was sleeping. I heard movement close by again, and sure enough, a Jerry came out of the bushes. I opened up on him, and he fell down. When Kuzminski was sure the German posed no further threat, he ran into the house and woke his buddies. "We're being attacked. Get on the radio and warn the CP to be alert. Wake up everybody." 9 miles to the northeast, at Harspelt, Sergeant Frank Olson of A Company, 112th Infantry, was checking on his OP soldiers. Hours earlier, he had received a telegram for one of his men, Corporal Green, but that was far from his mind now. Sergeant Olson was an experienced National Guardsman who had joined this unit several years before, back in his hometown of Union City, Pennsylvania. He had fought with this outfit since Normandy. He had seen a lot of men come and go, and he knew the dangers and discomforts of OP duty. Now he was walking among the foxholes, checking on his men, talking to them, making sure they were awake and thawed out. All of a sudden, everyone started shooting, and I found myself among German soldiers all around me. Sergeant Olson was confused and frightened, but he knew he had to make it back to the stone farmhouse that served as his command post. Only there could he report what was going on to his superiors. The Germans couldn't distinguish me from their own in the dark, so I removed my helmet and tucked it under my arm like a football and ran through them as fast as I could. He was almost at the farmhouse when he collided with a couple of other dark shapes. They all fell heavily to the ground. From only a few feet away, Olson heard a voice cursing him in German. Being a prudent man, I kept my mouth shut, got up, and continued on my way. He made it to the farmhouse, but quickly got involved in a firefight with 2 Germans in a nearby outhouse. A little less than a mile to the north, near Lutzkampen, Private Charles Haug, one of the B Company 112th Infantry runners, was standing guard in a dugout, wondering why the Germans had not fired any flares that night. Haug had been on this front for many weeks, and every other night the Germans had shot flares, but not tonight. That seemed strange. In another hall not far away, Private George Naffis was pondering the same question. The company first sergeant, Ralph McGeoch, stopped by Naffis's hole and asked him how things were going. Awfully quiet, Private Naffis replied. How quiet? Nothing. They're up to something, McGeoch replied. He trotted off to the CP in a nearby stone house to alert his CO, Captain Stanley Deck. Several yards away, Private Alexander Haddon, the former ASTPer, was staring east toward the German lines, while his foxhole buddy slept next to him. I became aware of a growing rumble, clearly not artillery, emanating from the east. It soon grew loud enough that I woke my buddy, who grumbled his way out of his sleep. The 2 young soldiers listened as the noises grew louder by the second. It was continuous and sounded like motor noise. Puzzled, they simply stood still and listened some more. Roughly 100 yards to their rear, Lieutenant Charles Hogsett was sleeping soundly in the crude dugout that served as his CP. At 0500, the hissing sound of his field telephone awakened him. I recognized the voice of the sergeant who was manning the telephone in Lutzkampen. The sergeant was on a listening post in one of the buildings at the edges of the town. Now he was obviously distressed. In an urgent tone, he said to Lieutenant Hogsett, "Lieutenant, there are at least 500 German troops down here, and I can hear tanks east of town." Hogsett told him to pack up and get out as best he could. Then he called Captain Deck, who had already been alerted by First Sergeant McGeoch. Deck told the young lieutenant to get his platoon ready and make sure his 2 machine guns were covering both sides of the road that led out of Lutzkampen. A few minutes later, the Germans turned on searchlights and bounced them off the clouds. They were using this artificial moonlight to help their troops infiltrate the American positions, especially in the 112th Infantry sector, where Manteuffel did not even have an artillery barrage planned. But the Americans had no way of knowing this. The sudden light was bizarre and disorienting. What the hell? Who turned on the lights? Private Haug thought, as he squinted at the beams. Private Haddon wondered the same thing. There were no clearly defined beams which would have served to identify the source of light. We were totally mystified. Several hundred yards to the south, Sergeant Murray Shapiro, a machine gunner in M Company, 112th Infantry, was transfixed, staring at the eerie shafts of light. As he watched, he heard the overwhelming noise that Haddon had noticed a few minutes earlier. We were engulfed with the unnaturalness of steady, loud sound and light, not unlike an American high school dance of the 70s and 80s. Private First Class Charles Blakesley and another 81mm mortarman in M Company were nearby, peeking over the lip of their dugout, trying to see something in the light. The lights crisscrossed on the clouds over our positions and cast an eerie light around us. When we looked toward the German lines, we were blinded, much like looking into the headlights of a car. A nervous type, Blakesley sensed that something very bad was about to happen. At Sergeant Olson's Harspelt OP, the lights came on at a perfect time. Since his initial encounter with the Germans in the dark, he had made it back into his CP. Now he and his men were picking off several Germans who were bathed in light and caught in an open field. It got light as day. Then we could really knock them down. As far as you could see, the land was dotted all over with them. We had good fire. The enemy soldiers went down in heaps and lay lifeless in the shadows of the artificial light. For the moment, Olson's men were holding off the infiltrating Germans. In spite of the searchlights, the noises in front of the 112th Infantry and these early skirmishes, most of the Bastogne corridor was still quiet. At the northernmost edge of Osingen, 2 observers from K Company, 110th Infantry, were sitting atop the town's concrete water tower, peering east into Germany. As the clock struck 0530 precisely, the observers saw something incredible. The entire German horizon glowed with the pinpoints of hundreds of lights. One of the men picked up his nearby phone and started to place a call to Captain Friedrich Feiker in the company CP. Seconds later, enemy artillery rounds shrieked into the town. Multiple explosions erupted at the same time. The phone line went dead. Just down the street from the water tower, T4 Robert Tucker, a medic, was in a 3-story building that had once been someone's store and home. A shell scored a direct hit on the building, starting a fire. We gathered what we could and ran across the small town square to a former hotel. Our Jeep had been hit and was in ruins. Tucker and the other medics set up an aid station in the basement of the former hotel. By now, 5 houses were on fire, and the shells were coming down en masse. The town was pretty well lit up, Lieutenant Thomas Flynn, the executive officer, recalled. He and Captain Feiker did not know what was going on, but they figured it was prudent to prepare for an enemy attack. They ordered some of the men out of their buildings and into their prepared positions. Flynn went to the northern end of the town, jumped into a foxhole with 2 machine gunners, and kept an eye on the Skyline Drive. A few miles to the south, just outside of Walsdorf, Private Robert Jackson and his buddy were curled up in their foxhole, getting some much-needed sleep. The previous evening, Jackson and several other soldiers from F Company, 109th Infantry, had discovered a nocturnal German bridge-building project near Gmünd. Now Private Jackson awoke with a start as the world erupted around him. The booming explosions rock the earth and shower us with dirt. Our ears are hurting from the deafening sound, and the concussion gives us a headache. We crouch down in our foxhole and pray for the pounding to cease. It doesn't. They simply lay still and prayed that nothing would hit them. The very ground seemed to tremble around them. A few miles to the west, at picturesque Borsgade, Lieutenant Les Ames, the artillery officer who had not been much impressed with Marlene Dietrich the week before, was sleeping soundly at the Hotel de Moulins, the headquarters of his 687th Field Artillery Battalion. All of a sudden, he was startled into consciousness by the sound of 8 shells simultaneously whizzing right over the hotel and exploding nearby. He rolled out of bed, put on his boots, and went to the lobby, the location of the CP, to see what was happening. The 687th served as an artillery support unit for the 109th and 110th Infantry Regiments. Ames listened as reports of intense shelling came from all the batteries, situated slightly behind the frontline infantry companies. A couple of floors above Ames, in the attic, T. Sergeant Jean Jacques Fleury, a radio operator, was sleeping on a cot. The 22-year-old Fleury awoke to a shell burst somewhere above the roof, far too close for comfort. It was the type of shell that burst when it got so many feet above the targets. Here came the shrapnel through the rafters and through the shingles. Fleury had lived a tough life in Seattle. His bootlegger father had left when Jacques was 4. His mother had shuttled him among 13 different grade schools. Sometimes he had lived with her, other times he had boarded at school. The family had very little to eat during the Depression. Young Jacques managed to graduate from high school and went to work for the Civilian Conservation Corps. Through all the tough times, Fleury prided himself on his sense of humor. But now, as he listened to yet another shell bearing down on the roof, he knew this was no laughing matter. He got up and made a beeline for the stairs. It was real narrow, like a funnel. I don't think I even hit the steps. Not far from Fleury, Corporal Clifford Ewig was just coming off guard duty, watching the cooks prepare breakfast when the shells hit. My first thought was that one of the cook's stoves blew up. That fleeting thought passed as the reality of the enemy barrage set in. He saw pieces getting knocked off the hotel as the shells exploded just outside or above it. He wisely took cover. Ewig did not know it, but the German barrage was also pounding other 28th Division artillery units, the 107th, the 108th, and the 109th Field Artillery Battalions. 10 miles to the north, along the Skyline Drive from Bourskade, the enemy artillery tore into Marnock, no doubt in an attempt to soften up B Company of the 110th Infantry. Sergeant J.J. Kuhn, the NCO who had clashed with Colonel Fuller a few days before, was just going inside the hotel that housed the company CP when all hell broke loose. German artillery fire was falling all over town. One building after another collapsed from the shelling. A few doors down from the CP, Sergeant Morris Pettit jolted awake. He and his squad were billeted in this humble 2-story house. Pettit was on the second floor. He heard a shell scream in and hit the house. The house was set on fire. I was the last man down the stairs to the first level. As I got to the bottom of the stairs, the roof of the house began to fall in flames. Luckily, no one was hurt. With shells exploding all over the place, Sergeant Pettit led his squad to prepared foxhole positions just east of town. Like so many other experienced men, he expected an attack to follow the barrage. T. Sergeant Stanley Showman, platoon sergeant of the 3rd Platoon, was wide awake inside a drafty old stone house. He was a 19-year-old farm kid from Virginia who had never even finished school. He had served with B Company all the way through Normandy and had been badly wounded in mid-September during the initial push into Germany. Along the way, he had worked his way up from rifleman to ranking NCO in this platoon. Now he had the lives of 35 men in his hands. He peeked outside and saw much of Marnock burning. He immediately ordered his men out of their buildings, including his own. I made it out of that house in nothing flat. We went around some other buildings to get the men organized in slit trenches and stuff. In a few minutes, Showman ended up with a small group in a slit trench about 100 yards east of town. Not far from Sergeant Showman, PFC Whitey Schaller was in a house, trying to unwind after the harrowing night patrol he had experienced a few hours before. He heard the enemy artillery pounding the whole town and sought cover. As he did so, he noticed a group of men going through a breakfast chow line in an adjoining house. An incendiary round hit, and some of the men were almost caught inside the conflagration. Our house was temporarily overlooked, and we hastened to shake everybody out. Schaller and his buddies vacated their house and ran to their prepared positions, slightly outside of town. On the way, Schaller noticed the immense damage the shelling was doing to Little Marnock. The barrage thoroughly renovated the town. All but one building that sheltered a gun or a vehicle or troops was destroyed by incendiary shells. Flames flickered, lighting up the night, reflecting off the thin blanket of snow that coated the ground. Smoke billowed straight up in clumps from rooftops. The fire scorched stone buildings and consumed wooden barns. Amazingly, neither the fire nor the explosions killed anyone. Lieutenant Kit Carson, the B Company CO, was sure that an attack was imminent. He and his experienced sergeants like Kuhn, Pettit, and Showman did everything they could to get the men in position to repel the coming onslaught. A mile and a half north of Marnock, at Grindhausen, Lieutenant Glenn Venata heard the shells falling in Marnock. Venato was the executive officer of D Company, a heavy weapons company that parceled out mortar and machine gun support to the rifle companies. Venato was warmly bundled underneath a down comforter, lying in a real bed. The constant rumble of explosions awakened him. He turned to his CO, Captain Andrew Carter, who was sleeping in another bed across the room, and asked, "Captain, are you awake?" "Yeah, Van. What do you make of it?" Carter asked in his New Orleans accent. "It's incoming mail. Sounds like it's up around Marnock." The two officers listened some more. Venato was sure that Marnock was getting hit hard. The guns were quite far away, no firing noise, just the whistle and shell burst. Puzzled but alarmed, Venato and Carter got up, went downstairs, and called the 1st Battalion CP at Urspelt. They did not know anything either. For now, the D Company command group could only cluster around a map, listen to the distant explosions, and anticipate what might happen next. Even as Venato and the other leaders of D Company studied their maps, the two German artillery observers who had snuck into the Pharmacie Molitor at Clairvaux the day before were scanning the town for targets. The Germans placed a call on their radio. Moments later, large-caliber, long-range artillery shells began to fall all over town. In a small room on the 2nd floor of the Clairvaux Hotel, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Strickler, the executive officer of the 110th Infantry, immediately woke up. He listened for a few seconds as explosions rocked the whole town with concussion. Some of the shells were landing very close to the Clairvaux. Strickler decided he had better get up and check in with Colonel Fuller. He hurriedly dressed and knocked on the door of room 10 next door, where Fuller was sleeping. The latter had also been awake, listening. With no preamble, he greeted Strickler with a question. "What do you make of this?" "Something is cooking," Strickler replied. "All this big stuff dropping in here is a sure sign that we are in for a fight." "Let's go check with the battalions," Fuller said. They walked downstairs to the operations room. Colonel Fuller picked up the phone there and attempted to get in touch with his battalions. "I was unable to reach a single battalion by telephone. Telephone communications with Division HQ were also out." Somebody was jamming the radios, too. Fuller and Strickler exchanged an apprehensive glance. Only then did we realize how thoroughly the Germans had planned this offensive, stopping at nothing to achieve the greatest degree of surprise, Strickler wrote. Outside, the explosions continued their monotonous cadence. The shells were tearing into numerous buildings, setting fires, ripping off facades, destroying rooftops. All over town, hundreds of American soldiers were experiencing a rude awakening. Many of them were here on R&R. Clairvaux was supposed to be a rest center, but it was very rapidly turning into a combat zone. The day before, Private Gabe Carson, no relation to Lieutenant Kit Carson, had gotten an R&R pass to take a few days off from his duties as a 57mm anti-tank gunner. Upon getting to Clairvaux, he had bought some steaks, and since he had no refrigerator, he had put them between the door and storm door of his billet to keep them cold. Because of the shelling, the storm door was all broken and the steaks were full of glass. Carson was, of course, frustrated and angry at the spoiling of his beautiful steaks. Across town, Private Frank Lavolo was standing guard outside of the Villa Prume, near the Viltz Road. Like Carson, Lavolo was on R&R. He was an artilleryman from the 107th Field Artillery Battalion. Private Lavolo was standing at the end of the Villa driveway, with shells hitting all over the place. The exploding shells became so intense that I could hear shell fragments strike the pavement near the building. I was forced to race for the protection of the villa. Crawling, running, crawling, I finally reached the villa front door. Someone slammed the door shut behind him. Lavolo and the others took refuge in the basement. From the cellar, the explosions sounded like rolling thunder. A few blocks away, Private Jack Chavez, a vacationing artilleryman from Battery B, 229th Field Artillery Battalion, was inside the Commerce Hotel, listening to the terrifying sounds of the blasts. He could hear buildings crumbling. Then the lights in the Commerce Hotel went out as Clairvaux's power plant took a direct hit. Soon there were several explosions right outside of the Commerce. A number of windows in our hotel were broken. An officer came along and ordered Chavez and several other men to stay inside. Hundreds of others, both soldiers and civilians, were doing the same thing. This initial enemy barrage at Clairvaux and many other towns lasted about an hour. By 0630, most of the shelling had slackened or petered out altogether. It caused very few casualties, although it did destroy many buildings in towns like Heinescheid, Munshausen, Marnock, Osingen, Erspelt, Royle, Clairvaux, and even Wiltz, the home of the 28th Division headquarters. The biggest impact of the artillery barrage was on telephone communications. They were almost completely knocked out in the 109th and 110th Infantry sectors. The Germans chose not to shell the 112th in favor of infiltration. More than anything, the shelling served to alert many of the Americans that something big was coming. 2. At 0615, nearly an hour before sunrise, thousands of German infantry soldiers began their attacks all over the Bastogne corridor. At Holztham, Lieutenant Bert Seemann, the commander of L Company, 110th Infantry, was at his CP in a schoolhouse at the western edge of town. That morning, he had planned to send out an infantry squad with some 81mm mortar men from the battalion's heavy weapons company. Their mission was to pound Gemund. But when the German barrage began, Seemann's superior officer, Major Harold Milton, commander of the 3rd Battalion, had to cancel the order. Just now, Seemann was sending out a jeep to retrieve the men who were to participate in the fire mission. East of Holztham, at the Café Schinker Skyline Drive crossroads, where L Company's 1st platoon was manning a roadblock, the platoon soldiers watched as the jeep glided by and disappeared into the foggy mist. A few moments later, they heard the sound of small arms fire and squealing brakes. The shooting ceased, and they saw ghostly figures in the fog. Not knowing whether the shapes were Germans or simply their returning buddies, they held fire. The figures were German, and in no time they opened fire on the roadblock. Tracers stabbed through the mist. The firefight was inconclusive, but the Americans could tell that a large number of Germans were crossing the road to the north and the south, working their way deeper into the American sector at Holztham and even Constham, home to Major Milton's 3rd Battalion CP. These Germans were from the 26th Volksgrenadier Division. Their orders, straight from Manteuffel, were to infiltrate, envelop American strongpoints, avoid major battles, and head for Clairvaux. A few miles east of Weilar, Staff Sergeant William Meller was in the middle of a sweaty nightmare. He was the ranking non-com in the 2nd Platoon of I Company, 110th Infantry. He and a glorified squad that passed for a platoon, 12 men, were deployed in a forward position some 3/4 of a mile west of the Our, right in the pathway of the 39th Fusiliers Regiment, 26th Volksgrenadiers Division. Meller and his people were deployed in and around an old house and barn near the T of an intersection. In Meller's dream, he was back in the Hurtgen forest, staring at the faceless, bloody, bone-shattered lump of what had once been someone's son, crying for the mother that will never hear his voice again. A few months before, Meller had been a raw 19-year-old. This morning, he was still 19, but he seemed much older somehow. His field phone rang. Meller woke with a start and answered it. "Sarge, the field in front of us is filled with Krauts, armed to the teeth. They don't see us," one of Meller's men reported. "What should we do?" Fear knifed through Sergeant Meller. He swallowed hard. "Open up with your machine gun, short bursts for the next 5 minutes, then fire only when you see something." He ordered the accompanying BAR, Browning Automatic Rifleman, Red, to add his fire to the machine gun team and signed off. Meller got to his feet, glanced outside, and saw that it was still pitch dark. He checked his watch. 0630. He woke his assistant squad leader and told him to tell the 60mm mortar team, located just behind a barn near this house, to start dropping some shells on the enemy troops. Then he spent several minutes just listening. "We've been taking return fire from the Germans. Small arms, burp guns, machine pistols, and rifles. There's no mistaking the sound. They are firing at the sound of our machine guns," he later wrote. The high pitch of the German burp guns and machine pistols sounds like a dentist's drill grinding my teeth. It seems closer in the dark of night. Sergeant Meller shuddered. God, how he hated the sound of those things. The fire from the American machine gun was slowing down. He left the house and carefully made his way through the foggy dark to his machine gun team. The gunner nodded a greeting. "We can't see anything in this soup, Sarge. I don't know where they are," he complained. "Don't fire unless you see something. They aren't sure where we are, so be careful. They may be right out there in front of you. They can crawl right up to the edge of this foxhole before you see them." The gunner nodded fearfully. Meller moved on to check on another one of his men. A few hundred yards away, on a ridge that overlooked the Ur River, another young I Company non-com, Sergeant Fred Pruitt, was at a machine gun, seeing movement in front of his position. Since the moment Private First Class Chester Kuzminski had shot a German soldier in Vylar an hour before, I Company had been fully alert. The ensuing artillery barrage had only added to this high level of readiness. Sergeant Pruitt and his squad had been ordered to this position. He and his men were dug into the ridge, well hidden from what looked like swarms of Germans who were crossing the river in boats and ascending the ridge. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a few popcorn-like explosions and some screams. The Germans were apparently running into at least one of the minefields U.S. engineers had sown in this area. Now there were numerous shapes moving closer in the darkness. Pruitt tensed over his gun and prepared to fire, as did an adjacent gun team. He had wisely ordered his team to remove the tracer rounds from their ammo belts so as not to give away their position. He spotted a target and fired. We stayed there, holding that position and firing on the Germans. Enemy soldiers went down like bowling pins. Their return fire was inaccurate, and they were obviously confused. The Germans never really found out where we were. Pruitt and the other machine gunners rationed their fire, pinning down anyone they saw. Down by the river, many enemy soldiers were wounded, crying for help. Then things quieted down. Pruitt and his machine gun squad did not know what was going on, but for the moment they seemed to have foiled this enemy attack, or whatever it was. Even as Pruitt's machine guns laced through the ranks of the enemy Volksgrenadiers near the river, hundreds more were closing in on Vylar itself. It was impossible to contain them. They were out in the darkness, moving around in organized or confused clumps, here and there running into American positions, taking casualties, but always on the move. At the eastern edge of Vylar, Private First Class Thomas Myers, a married man who had enjoyed a platonic lunch with an attractive Luxembourg girl a few weeks earlier, was standing in a foxhole, shoulder to shoulder with the old man of I Company. Myers was in his early 20s, while Private Thorne, the tall, red-headed man next to him, was all of 40 years old. To most men of Myers' youthful age, people of Thorne's age seemed impossibly old. Myers asked how in the world someone as old as Thorne ended up in an infantry company, of all places. As Thorne started to answer, they noticed movement in front of them. The two riflemen were on a patch of high ground just beyond Vylar. The ground in front of them sloped down into a draw before rising again into another ridge. German soldiers were advancing over that ridge. Thorne and Myers exchanged shots with the Germans, and then the enemy seemed to go away. Neither soldier had any clue that a major German offensive had just started, so they returned to their conversation. He was a married bookkeeper with a bad back, Myers recalled, and had been rated 4F by his draft board. But early in 1944, his rating was changed, and he was drafted into the Army. He was told that he would only see limited service. However, by some mix-up of orders, he was sent for infantry training. Thorne could not make it through the training, and Army doctors promised to discharge him. Nonetheless, he'd gotten orders to ship overseas as an infantry replacement, and here he was, in a rifle company at the front, waiting for his discharge papers to come through. Myers was amazed that a man of Thorne's advanced years and obvious infirmities had slipped through the cracks in such a way. The Germans started attacking again. An enemy bullet creased through the dirt, right between their heads. They glanced at each other, and then toward the enemy. The shot came from very close. In one awful second, Myers realized that there was an enemy soldier hiding behind a clump of bushes, some 10 yards to their front. This brave or foolish German had crawled through the draw to get them. Even as this thought flashed through Myers's mind, he knew that the enemy soldier was about to shoot again before the Americans could shoot back. He had one more chance. He had a choice of 2 targets. He chose Private Thorne. Thorne, the old man, went down in a heap, dead before he hit the ground. Fate is a funny thing, Myers opined. Here was a man who never should have been in the army, let alone in combat. Moments later, Myers was a prisoner of war. To the east, Sergeant Meller was crawling through the woods, trying to find his squad's lead foxhole. He slung his carbine and removed his Colt .45 pistol from its holster. The Germans could be anywhere in these dark woods. Meller's heart was thumping so wildly he was sure that any nearby enemy could hear it. He was breathing too loud, through his mouth. Adrenaline was coursing through his bloodstream. It was so dark in these woods that he felt as if he were blindfolded. At last he found the foxhole, made out of the familiar shape of one of his men, and carefully whispered, so as not to startle him, "Bill, it's Sarge." He got no response. Leaning over the hole, I see him. He's dead, lying on his stomach at the bottom. He was my most trusted man. He had just returned from the hospital the day before. The back of his jacket is covered with those little black shrapnel pieces from a German grenade. His helmet is beside him, blown off. His face is clean. The concussion killed him instantly. Tears streamed from Meller's eyes. How he hated the Germans who had done this to Bill. He vowed revenge. He propped Bill's body up so that it would look like he was still alive and covering his position. He took Bill's rifle, along with his remaining ammo, and headed for a nearby foxhole, where he warned 2 of his men of the close proximity of the Germans. With amazing ease now, he made his way to the barn, where his mortar team and his assistant squad leader greeted him. Sergeant Meller told them about Bill's death. "God, I'm sorry," the assistant squad leader replied. "I know you liked him." "Yeah," Meller nodded. "We have to be careful now. There are only 11 of us." He decided to go back to the house and radio for help. He took a man named Slim with him and told him to call the company commander, First Lieutenant Douglas Paul, for help. Slim went into the house's kitchen, where the radio was stored, and called the company. As Meller listened, a voice at the other end told Slim that the lieutenant and everyone else were outside, fighting off the German attack. The voice said that 2 81mm mortar sections and an anti-tank platoon were firing at shapes in the distance. That did not sound good. Slim tried battalion, but with no luck. Meller noticed that the sound of German mortars and small arms fire was picking up. This situation was getting worse by the minute. "Open it up and use Mayday," Sergeant Meller told him. "We need tank support right now." The young NCO turned away and pondered what to do next. What the hell was happening out there, he wondered. When would the Germans attack this little position in greater strength? Outside, the explosions and shooting ebbed and flowed. Inside, in the kitchen, Slim kept up his monotonous cadence. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Fox 2. We need tank support right now. Come in." There was no answer. Sergeant Meller did not know it, but back in Weilar, I Company was fighting a company-sized force of Germans. More were on the way. "The woods are full of Jerrys! The woods are full of Jerrys!" Private First Class Buck Bloomer awoke to the sound of this desperate, lonely cry. He and 2 buddies from K Company, 112th Infantry, were in the same bunker, near L Company's kitchen area, where they had holed up several hours earlier, after being relieved from OP duty at Zevenig. Bloomer and the other 2 men heard the warning voice again. "The woods are full of Jerrys." The voice belonged to one of the two guards that Lieutenant Larson, the platoon leader, had posted in the woods behind the platoon. The voice sounded panicked, almost hopeless. A few yards away, in another bunker, Lieutenant Larson knew that the warning meant trouble. It was a cry which I shall never forget. Larson was glad now that he had told his men to dig in some reserve positions 100 feet to their rear, just in case, before getting some sleep. Since the Germans were obviously behind the platoon, Larson's people needed those positions to defend themselves against the Germans, who would soon emerge from the woods. He ordered his men to leave their bunkers and occupy this ring of foxholes and slit trenches, closer to the woods, where the guard was even now running for his life. There was no time for reflection. Instinctively, I grabbed my helmet and carbine, as did the other two platoon members who had been sleeping in that particular dugout. One of the men, a temporary platoon sergeant, Larson's regular guy was on leave in Paris, forgot something and went back to the dugout. Larson never saw him again. When the platoon members were in their reserve positions, they peered into the pitch darkness, waiting tensely for the Germans. A few eerie moments of quiet passed. The voice had long since tapered off. Suddenly, a flare shot up and illuminated the area, but only for a moment. In that instant, the Americans saw the distinct shapes of German soldiers, a couple of 100 yards away in the woods, moving toward them. Up and down the line, the Yanks opened fire with M1 Garands and BARs. PFC Bloomer spotted several figures, exhaled, and squeezed off several shots. You could make 'em out with the flare, 'cause they were in the open and we were not. They were in and out of the woods. Not far away, Lieutenant Larson was letting loose with his M1 carbine. He could just make out the tumbling shapes of German soldiers as they got hit. Then he heard the awful Bunsen burner-like sound of a flamethrower. A German flamethrower went into action, barely missing our positions. Rifle shots blared back and forth from both sides. The flamethrower found a victim somewhere in the distance. The man burned like a torch for a few minutes until he collapsed into a smoldering, charred heap. More flares lit up the area. The Americans kept up an accurate, disciplined volume of fire. The flamethrower notwithstanding, German return fire was not very accurate. They couldn't spot us, Bloomer recalled. They kept sending flares up that would light up the whole area. But evidently they couldn't spot exactly where we were. We didn't fire unless we were pretty much sure that we could hit somebody or scare 'em off, because we didn't have that much ammunition. Bloomer and the other riflemen had 2 bandoliers apiece. That translated roughly to 16 clips, 8 rounds per clip, for each man. Fortunately, the firefight did not last long, maybe 20 minutes at the most. When it was over, Lieutenant Larson took stock of the situation. He had lost his 2 sentries, and his temporary platoon sergeant was missing, as was another man who had elected to stay with the OP in Zevenaig to be with a buddy. The man who had been scorched to death was from the 3rd Battalion. Larson did not know his name. The rest of K Company was a few hundred yards away, scattered in and around captured Siegfried Line pillboxes. There were at least 4 dead Germans in the woods. Several others were wounded. Larson and the other Americans could hear them moaning somewhere out there in the renewed darkness. Lieutenant Larson thought he had defeated a German patrol. With no idea what was happening anywhere else, he settled his platoon down and waited for orders. Larson had no clue that he had just encountered the leading assault troops of the 560th Volksgrenadier Division. All night long, thousands of them had been working their way through no man's land and the wooded draws that honeycombed this area. Even now, they were bumping into forward positions all over the 112th Infantry Front, getting between the 1st and 3rd Battalions, attempting to capture the 2 bridges at Oran that would allow them to move vehicles across the Our. Just beyond the woods from Larson's platoon, the Germans overran the kitchen trucks from L Company and captured several Americans. This was the same group of enemy soldiers who had been shooting it out with Larson. They helped themselves to some American food, which was a fatal mistake. Groups from L and M companies were preparing an effective counterattack. Two sergeants, Bob Osborne and Don Gallagher, and another man spotted the feasting Germans and helped pour deadly 81mm mortar fire on them. Shell after shell rained in on the enemy, spraying jagged shrapnel everywhere. The shrapnel peppered them, tearing off arms, slashing into torsos, and causing internal bleeding. The concussion of the exploding shells destroyed brains. It must have been 300 yards to the other side of the valley where we could see them, Private First Class Clarence Blakesley, the 30-year-old M Company mortar observer, recalled. We were above them, and we could see them scramble and try to crawl into a 5-inch deep mortar shell crater for protection. The wounded were screaming and calling, "Kamerad!" Blakesley could not help but feel sorry for them. Do we have to kill them all? Can't we go down and see if they will surrender? When they want to surrender, they can send up a white flag, someone replied. In a matter of a few minutes, 100 dead Germans, in various stages of decomposition, were lying in L Company's kitchen area. Some were lying dead, with half a hot dog in their mouths, an American soldier recalled. The panicked enemy survivors either surrendered or got mowed down in droves by Americans with submachine guns. One mess sergeant alone captured 25 Germans. But this was just one draw in one part of the line. Not far to the south, in another draw near Zevenig, more Germans were pouring through weak spots in the American defenses. Sergeant Murray Shapiro and his buddy Sergeant McManus were on their way to the front line emplacements where their .30 caliber water-cooled machine guns were set up, covering a small gap between K and L companies. Sergeant Shapiro had reported to his superiors that he had heard strange noises and seen the spotlights on the German side of the line a couple of hours before. Now, he and McManus were determined to make sure that their men were ready for whatever might be on the way. They plodded through a layer of snow that covered the pathway to the machine gun nests. They passed an anti-tank position and saw that the entire crew was asleep, including the guard who was supposed to be looking out for his buddies. "You think I should wake this guy up?" Shapiro asked McManus. "You know if you do, he is going to get fucking mad at us," McManus replied. Sergeant Shapiro silently agreed. These men were not under his command. They were someone else's problem. The two NCOs continued up the slight slope. Their machine guns were dug in at the top of the rise. Shapiro glanced up and saw 10 shadowy figures approaching in the darkness. They were in a semicircle, and each one of them was bending under the weight of a heavy load. Shapiro could relate to that. He himself was loaded down with paperback books, K-rations, a rifle, and ammo on his person, but that was not all. In my left hand was a small sack of potatoes dug up from no man's land. In my right hand was a canteen cup filled with butter, plus knife, fork, and spoon. Both groups noticed one another at the same time and stopped walking. "Who are these jokers?" Shapiro asked his fellow sergeant. "They must be K Company's carrying party," McManus offered. For the last several weeks, cooks from the rifle companies had carried food through there to the frontline soldiers. A few uncomfortable seconds passed. Shapiro looked closer at the figures. These guys were weighed down with weapons, not food. Shapiro realized that he was looking straight at a German patrol. They had obviously overwhelmed the machine gun positions at the top of the hill and were now advancing west. McManus seemed to divine the same thing at the same time. The enemy group soon tripled in size. They moved closer and began to spread out in an effort to get behind the two Americans. Without exchanging a word, Shapiro and McManus turned around and began to descend the hill as nonchalantly as they could. "In some ways, our descent was humorous," Shapiro said. "We began to walk slowly. The Germans picked up the pace a little. We walked fast. They walked a little faster. We ran at breakneck speed. They ran, too." Shapiro sprinted for his very life. McManus was running and firing his carbine at the same time. Shapiro made it to the anti-tank position, jumped into their dugout, and shook the sentry violently. "Wake up, you jerk! The Krauts are coming down the hill in force!" The sentry and his crewmen were drowsy and disoriented. They scrambled to put on their boots. McManus piled into the dugout. Shapiro unslung his rifle and began to take aim when an enemy potato masher grenade landed on the dirt roof of the dugout. "Grenade!" he screamed and hurled himself into the snow. I lived out the burst, although the blast momentarily stunned me, sending my helmet off my head backwards, he said later. McManus was dead. The anti-tank gunners probably were too. The next thing I knew, the Germans were charging in with bayonets. Terrified, Sergeant Shapiro put his helmet back on, grabbed his rifle, and ran. He wriggled through a thick hedgerow, in the process losing his rifle, parts of his clothing, and some skin. Behind him, he could hear German boots pounding through the snow, getting closer. He was going straight downhill, out in the open. If they saw him, they could pick him off with rifle fire. I decided on a desperate strategy. I dived into a small depression partially filled with mountain sage and quickly covered myself up with all the leaves and pine needles I could find. The enemy soldiers ran right past him and almost over him. One German even stepped on Shapiro's fingers. The pain was minimal, considering what might have happened, he said. Sergeant Shapiro lay completely still, listening to herds of enemy soldiers go by, moving west, closer to the Ural bridges. He did not know it, but this kind of thing was happening in numerous draws outside of Zevenaig and Harspelt. In Shapiro's little spot, most of the Germans were quiet, except for one man, apparently an officer, who kept hollering for his sergeant, "Feldwebel Müller! Feldwebel Müller!" For the moment, Shapiro could only remain silent and hope for an opening. The first rays of sunlight splashed across the Bastogne corridor, creating pinkish shadows that grew smaller with each passing minute. During the last minutes of night, the Germans had done their best to stay on the move, but they had trouble just finding their way through the darkness, much less avoiding American strongpoints. When the sun at last rose, around 07:15, so too did the level of violence from the enemy attack. East of Harspelt, Sergeant Olson's embattled platoon was clustered together in the CP house, firing at anything that moved outside. We had more men than windows or doors to shoot out, so some crawled up to the attic and poked holes in the straw roof to fire out of. The Germans were shooting back with small arms and a few mortars, but respecting the potency of Olson's group, they did not attempt an assault. Outside the house, the snowy ground was dotted with the inert bodies of many Germans and a few Americans. Several hundred yards to the west, in Harspelt itself, Corporal William Kelly was still asleep in the comfortable bed he had appropriated a few hours earlier when his forward observation team had entered the town. An American infantry soldier woke him with a whisper and told him to make as little noise as possible. The house was surrounded by German infantrymen. I instinctively reached for my carbine and helmet. Kelly was on the second floor. He chanced a look out a window and saw the enemy soldiers just outside. Through the window could be heard men sputtering in their sauerkraut language. I sensed fear, but there was a bit of thrill mingled. Their boldness suggested that there must be plenty more around. There were. Enemy burp guns and machine guns shattered the calm. Kelly could hear mortar rounds exploding somewhere outside. The whole town seemed to be one big firefight. Several bursts came through our window, and we hugged the floor. I expected a potato masher at any second. Intense small arms fighting, broken by a few mortar bursts, continued. A major enemy attack was hitting A Company of the 112th Infantry. In platoon-sized groups, the Germans attempted to rush the American positions in and around Harspelt. This made them vulnerable to U.S. mortar and machine gun fire, which either slaughtered them in large numbers or forced them to retreat. One group of 50 enemy soldiers somehow pushed past Harspelt and approached Hill 539, a prominent clump of high ground that afforded clear observation of the area. One squad from C Company, plus a section of 30 caliber machine guns, defended the hill. As the Germans ascended the hill, these Americans opened up, but still the enemy kept coming. The enemy did not know it, but they were in the kill zone of a 50 caliber machine gun located a few hundred yards from the hill. The 1st Battalion CO, Lieutenant Colonel William Allen, got on the gun and fired a burst of 150 rounds right into the vulnerable German soldiers. The effect was devastating. The 50 caliber bullets tore off arms and shattered heads and legs. Immediately after the last burst, some 40 of the enemy surrendered to a platoon of the company, Allen said. Others of the enemy were attempting to withdraw from the hill towards Lutzkampen. From the 50 cal gun position, our men shouted to them to surrender. When they started to comply, German artillery placed a barrage in front of them, boxing them off and allowing them to make good their escape. The pace of the barrage picked up. German rockets, known as Screaming Mimes, combined with 105mm howitzer shells and pounded Allen's lines. The fire grew so intense that Allen moved his CP to a different building, farther to the rear. This house had once served as D Company's CP. Now it housed the battalion command group, plus 25 bewildered German prisoners. Back in Harsbelt, Corporal Kelly noticed the small arms fire dying down, even as the artillery fire picked up. A runner entered the building and told Kelly that the 1st Battalion had broken up an enemy attack and taken 120 prisoners. That was good, but Kelly's observation team had no wire or radio communication with their unit, Battery A, 229th Field Artillery Battalion. He and Corporal Peterson, a fellow member of his observation team, were debating whether to go out and repair the phone lines. A heavy shell screamed into our house. Our observing room was laid wide open, all instruments mutilated. Now I was scared. Luckily, we weren't in the room at the time. Everyone scampered down into the concrete basement. 6 more rounds slammed into the house. Each explosion rocked the house, sending smoke and dust everywhere. With no communications, Kelly's little team could only sit in the dark and wait for the shelling to stop. After a brief lull, the Germans made another push for Hill 539, right under their own barrage. Lieutenant Colonel Allen had anticipated this. He knew that one squad and some machine guns could not hold the hill against a determined enemy attack. He ordered C Company, his reserve, to secure the hill. Like many other outfits in the 28th Division, the company was under strength, with a preponderance of new replacements. Company C was dug in slightly behind the lines, closer to the Uo River. Most of the men, like Sergeant Peter Friskin, a squad leader, had been awake for several hours, listening to the distant sound of combat, knowing something was up. I thought at first it was some German patrol caught in our lines. My platoon lieutenant sent for me. I was instructed to get my men ready to move out. In the early morning light, they headed for Hill 539. Company C, plus some supporting machine guns from D Company, clashed with the enemy at the foot of the hill. The Germans did not get up the hill, but the situation all around it was fluid and confusing. Sergeant Friskin's squad battled pockets of stubborn enemy troops hidden in draws and captured more than a few. In an adjacent sector, Private First Class Linford Lilly's squad, from the 3rd Platoon, got orders to go up the hill and clean out any Germans who might be there. Lilly was one of many new men. A draftee from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, who had once worked in a steel mill, he had just joined the unit after Hurtgen. An officer told his squad, "If you see a German, shoot him." When the officer left, a couple of members of the squad refused to go up the hill. "We can see up the hill. Why do we want to go up there?" Lilly, his sergeant, and several other men left them behind and ascended Hill 539, finding no resistance. They took cover while the sergeant scanned the area with a pair of binoculars. "The Germans are down there, and they've got our men," the sergeant said. As Lilly and the others watched in horror, the Germans captured the squad members who had refused to climb the hill. Artillery rounds then came in, and no one could see much of anything anymore. The capture of these men notwithstanding, C Company's counterattack achieved its goal. For the moment, it kept the Germans from capturing Harsbelt and Hill 539. Once again, the Germans pounded the area with artillery and regrouped. Half a mile to the north, at Lutzkampen, the Germans had captured the town, in the process killing or forcing out several B Company soldiers who had been on OP. Now the Germans were streaming north, right into a head-on collision with the company's positions just outside of town. As previously noted, the company had 2 machine gun nests perfectly situated on either side of the road that led out of Lutzkampen. The Germans were walking on the road, in a column of 2s, talking, laughing, and joking, according to the recollection of one American soldier. Some of the enemy soldiers were even counting cadence, as if they were on a parade field. Still oblivious, they got within 25 yards of the machine guns before their world exploded. The 2 machine guns, with the rhythmic, cyclic buda-buda cadence so typical of these .30 caliber weapons, fired up and down the German column. Tracer rounds bounced crazily along the road. In a foxhole on the north side of the road, Private Cliff Hackett, a BAR man, was blazing away at the Germans with his powerful weapon. He could hardly miss. They were right in front of him, still walking on the road. They went down in 2s and 3s. Others kept coming. A new guy standing next to Hackett was firing his rifle at the enemy. In the next foxhole, no one was shooting. The 2 men in the hole were hugging the ground, cowering, totally unhinged by fear. Hackett and his buddy kept shooting clip after clip. Close to Hackett, Lieutenant Hogsett told his platoon to open fire at the approaching Germans. It was like shooting ducks in a gallery. You could see the tracer bullets as they struck the German troops. The slaughter went on for several long minutes. Dead and dying Germans were lying on the road and in ditches. Now the surviving Volksgrenadiers began to take cover and maneuver. 4 Germans managed to overrun one of the machine gun positions. They killed everyone except for Private First Class Robert Vanderford, who acted wounded and then shot them from behind. Other enemy groups, usually squad-sized, were fanning out from the road, attempting to close in on B Company's dug-in positions. Private Alexander Haddon, the former ASTPer, was several hundred yards from the road, near the company CP. He was scared and confused as he listened to the sounds of shooting. This was his first battle. Suddenly, from the cover of a hedgerow a couple of hundred yards away, a German MG-42 machine gun opened up on him and the company command group. It was firing tracers at a target to our right. I was horrified to see a number of GIs who were running for cover crumple and fall to the ground. Haddon looked more closely at the hedgerow, searching for targets. He saw shadowy figures behind the hedgerow, and then noticed one of them, adorned with a coal scuttle helmet, straighten up and start barking orders. The staccato German syllables came clearly across the snow to us. The man was outraged because his orders were not being obeyed. His voice was hoarse, guttural, and full of urgent purpose, and it struck terror into my heart. Haddon raised his rifle and squeezed the trigger. The instant I fired, the man who had been shouting crumpled and fell to the ground. Around Private Haddon, other Americans were directing their fire at the hedgerow, and this silenced the enemy MG-42. The Germans either died or retreated, giving Haddon a moment to contemplate what he had just done. I had taken out a German soldier, but it was as though I was at a movie and it was happening to someone else. At nearly the same time, Lieutenant Hogsett sighted his weapon on an approaching German. Without so much as a thought, I took my rifle, aimed, and fired. I saw his helmet fly up in the air and realized that this was the first of the enemy that I had shot and undoubtedly killed. I suddenly began to shake, and this spell lasted about 15 or 20 minutes before I could get my wits about me. Stunned and bloodied though they were, the Germans were shooting back with everything they had. Their red tracers crisscrossed through and above the snow. Captain Deck was in his dugout, worrying about the increasing volume of the enemy fire and what he perceived as the slackening fire of his company. He left the relative safety of the dugout and ran in a low crouch toward the 1st Platoon positions. Private First Class Charles Haug, the runner, watched the captain and wondered if he had lost his sanity. Bullets were flying everywhere, but still Deck kept running. The Germans spotted him. Just 2 shots and he fell to the ground. 2 medics rushed out to treat the captain. They never made it. Both of them were shot down and killed before they had gone 20 yards. Deck and the medics lay dead, their blood draining into the snow. The captain was dead, but the company kept fighting. The Americans were in prepared fighting holes. The Germans were either in the open or behind whatever cover they could find. Eventually, that distinct advantage swayed the fight in B Company's favor. A group of 42 Germans waved a white flag and surrendered. Most of them were boys, between the ages of 14 and 18. Other Germans were lying in the snow, too badly wounded to move. A few more retreated back to Lutzkampen. The shooting died down, and the only sound was the crying of the wounded. Private George Nafis stood and surveyed the ghastly scene. The killing and wounding were incredible. We did not count bodies, but a very conservative estimate would be 200 to 250 dead Germans. The German attack at Lutzkampen had been stymied. 3. A mile and a half to the west, at Oran, Colonel Guston Nelson, commander of the 112th, was in an airy farmhouse that served as his CP. He had been up since 0530, when he had heard the artillery booming to the south in the 110th Infantry Sector. For several hours, he had been working the phones, upward to division and downward to his battalions, in an attempt to clarify what was happening. The people at division did not seem to know much, only that the whole divisional front was under attack. Nelson's 1st and 3rd battalions were being furiously attacked at such places as Lutzkampen, Harspelt, and Sievenig, but they were more or less holding. The trouble, Nelson was beginning to realize, was that his regiment was taking on an entire German division. The enemy was not yet dislodging his frontline companies. Instead, they were, through sheer numbers, bypassing them in spots. Even now, German infantrymen were pouring through the Sievenig Gap and closing in on vital Ural bridges. If they succeeded in capturing the bridges, they could envelop and annihilate Nelson's entire regiment. Plus, they could move armor across the Our and advance deep into the division rear areas. Colonel Nelson had actually planned for just this sort of crisis. Throughout December, he had prepared several counterattack plans with his battalion commanders. One of those blueprints, known as Plan B, called for the 2nd Battalion, his reserve unit, to attack and push the Germans back from the Our. Nelson knew that the time had come to set Plan B in motion. Now, at 0830, he picked up the phone, called the CO of the 2nd Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph McSalka, and told him, "Execute Plan B." At that moment, German patrols were nearing one of the Ural bridges, specifically the stone bridge in the south, which was capable of supporting armored vehicles. The regimental cannon company, consisting of 6-towed 105mm howitzers, plus several 50-caliber machine guns, was dug into the hillsides that overlooked both of the bridges. Added to that was the 3rd Battalion Headquarters Company, along with a mixture of men returning from passes or even the stockade. Phone lines were out, and even radio communication was spotty. These troops knew that the Germans were attacking the frontline companies, but were aware of little else. Captain William Cohen, a personal officer, saw the approaching Germans and sounded the warning for Cannon Company and the 3rd Battalion Headquarters Group. "Get them when they cross the bridge," he shouted as he entered Cannon Company's CP. Just then, Cannon's 1st Sergeant, George Mortimer, was leaving the little kitchen room in the CP. "I was having a cup of coffee, and I seen the bastards. Must have been about 40 of them, coming across the bridge." Captain Cohen and the 1st Sergeant of Headquarters Company, a 26-year-old Pennsylvanian named Wayne Kugler, were rounding up anyone they could see, organizing them into fire teams amid the network of foxholes that overlooked the bridge. The enemy patrol, numbering between 40 and 60 soldiers, was almost marching in a column of twos, in the recollection of one soldier. Some of the men for a moment thought they might be prisoners coming to the rear. They were not prisoners. They were just foolish. Since the Americans saw no white flags, they opened fire. 1st Sergeant Kugler was one of the first to do so. He shot the 1st scout at a distance of about 200 yards. He was soon joined by the 350 caliber guns, along with plenty of rifle and BAR fire. The deadly fire swept through the enemy soldiers, tearing holes in their bodies, sending them careening for cover. They shouted and screamed in confusion. Kugler was pleased to see that many replacements were coolly aiming their weapons and firing. In just a few minutes, 30 enemy soldiers were dead or dying. The rest were running away or under cover around the bridge. Captain Paul Troop, the CO of Headquarters Company, was, like so many other 28th Division soldiers, from Pennsylvania. He was also of German descent, and he knew the language. He made a personal reconnaissance to the bridge, under fire all the way from the surviving Germans. He took cover behind a wall near the bridge, within shouting distance of the Germans. As they fired their burp guns over his head, he hollered at them in German, urging them to give up. After several tense moments and some shooting back and forth, 16 Germans surrendered. The first German push for the Ural bridges had failed. Meanwhile, counterattack Plan B was in full effect. Lieutenant Colonel Maxalka chose his F and G companies to lead the way. They would be supported by the 229th Field Artillery, a fine unit whose batteries had stayed in action all morning, in spite of being harassed by German patrols. All of Maxalka's men had started the day in reserve. Indeed, the soldiers of F Company had been told the day before that they would be sent farther back to a bona fide rest area. The morning of the 16th, one soldier recalled, we had our bedrolls stacked outside our huts, awaiting trucks to transport them back. Everyone was eating and was excitedly waiting to go back when they got the attack order. Grumbling but curious, the soldiers of F Company geared up and marched east. They moved across the northern footbridge, continued east, and then encountered the vanguard of the German advance. Our forward platoons kept pushing forward, an F Company soldier wrote in his diary, and the enemy kept falling back except for scattered resistance. We filed through the woods until we came to a draw. At the opposite side, the Germans were busy digging in an attempt to avoid our artillery fire and to set up a defense against us. Our company immediately fanned out and attacked. The men laid down a devastating fire on the Germans. 60 Germans were either killed or captured, and 5 machine gun nests were destroyed. Company F dug into Zievenig Hill, not all that far from K Company. The 2nd Battalion's counterattack stymied the German advance, inflicted hundreds of casualties on the enemy, and, for the most part, restored the original defensive lines. Back in Ural, at his CP, Colonel Nelson breathed a sigh of relief. For now, the 112th was holding. To the south, the entire 110th Infantry Front was aflame with enemy attacks. At Marnock, as smoke billowed from crumbling homes, the Germans began to come out of the woods to the east and the north. These were the lead elements of the 2nd Panzer Division, an excellent formation whose mission was to lead Manteuffel's push for Bastogne. The smoke, morning fog, and low-hanging clouds all made it difficult for the Americans to see their attackers. Even so, they opened fire with mortars and small arms. Private First Class Whitey Schaller was shooting from a 3rd-floor window of a house just east of the town church. He saw some Germans running in the distance, almost parallel to the house. It was difficult to spot them, even though they were only 150 yards distant. Sergeant Stanley Showman, the Virginia farm boy, and his platoon had a better view of them from the vantage point of their fighting holes east of Marnock. Up and down the line of holes, Showman's men were blazing away with their rifles. Sergeant Showman himself had a BAR. Just ahead, a throng of enemy soldiers was moving right for the little hill mass that sheltered Showman's platoon. I think a couple guys was counting 'em. They counted about 290 of them coming after my little platoon. They came a-hollering and a-screaming and everything you could think of. None of them ever got up close to us. The fog began to lift, allowing soldiers like Private First Class Schaller an excellent view of the enemy soldiers. One could select from more than 100 open targets. Schaller and his buddy Charles Larson took turns at a game they called a nickel I get him. Larson proved to be more adept at the game. With sights set at 400 yards, Larson demolished a heavy mortar team trying to set up beside a straw pile. Sergeant Kuhn, the salty Milwaukee native, was busy calling down whatever artillery he could get. Several guns from the 109th Field Artillery, which had an observer in town, and the Regimental Cannon Company were saturating the approaches to Marnock. The German infantry was coming toward us in waves, 20, 30 men abreast. The artillery massacred the Germans. The few Germans that got through the artillery fire, we then picked off with our rifles. The German infantry kept coming out of the woods, and we kept killing them with our artillery. They just kept coming, one wave after the other. It was one of the saddest things I'd ever experienced in my life. Half a mile east of Marnock, at Roda, the deadly artillery was the only thing that kept the Germans from overrunning Private Joe Norris's little OP squad. Since daybreak, Norris and his buddies had been in their fighting holes, firing at moving shapes in the distance. They never got close to us. They were always about 200 yards away. They weren't easy to see because it was pretty foggy. So what we would do is simply fire in that direction. Artillery shells were landing among the shapes, keeping them dispersed and at bay. Back at Marnock, German artillery was also coming in, mainly pounding the streets, making it dangerous to move around. Sergeant Kuhn and Lieutenant Carson were outside checking on their men when a shell exploded nearby. A piece of shrapnel took a chunk out of Carson's wrist, leaving an ugly, gaping wound. Kuhn helped him back to his hotel CP and supervised as a medic bandaged the wound. The medic made it clear that Lieutenant Carson needed surgery and would have to be evacuated. Kuhn put the lieutenant in a jeep and told the driver to go to the regimental aid station. Kuhn gave the lieutenant a doll he had found in a destroyed house next to the town church. The doll had belonged to a young girl named Maria Eicher, and she would, one day, get it back. But for now, Kuhn gave it to Lieutenant Carson as a sort of going-away present. I told the lieutenant that when he got to regimental, he should wrap up the doll and send it to his daughter for Christmas. He laughed, wished me good luck, and away they went. Even as the lieutenant's jeep left town, hundreds of German panzer grenadiers were bypassing Marnock from the north and south, cutting the Skyline Drive, along with several other roads in and out of the town. The Germans had been stopped cold in their attempt to take Marnock, so they were simply surrounding it. Several miles to the south, the entire 3rd Battalion sector was aflame with crisis. The Germans were launching major attacks on Osingen, Weilar, Holstham, and Constham. The enemy repeatedly hit the latter two towns, but the Americans were still holding out. At Constham, for instance, a mixed group consisting of Major Milton's CP, his headquarters company, some artillerymen from the 687th, anti-aircraft soldiers with quad 50 caliber machine guns, plus odds and ends, repelled 5 separate attacks. The quad 50 calibers, designed to bring down airplanes, turned out to be especially devastating weapons against infantry. One burst could tear a man to pieces. At Weilar, the soldiers of I Company were hanging on as best they could against an attacking force that outnumbered them at least 5-1. At the edge of the town, Sergeant Jacob Welk, a squad leader who commanded 2 57mm guns that were attached to I Company, helped break up the enemy attack. He personally manned one of the guns, pumping round after round of high-explosive anti-personnel shells into German attackers whom he could clearly see on a nearby ridge. The Germans tried to rush his gun position, only to be torn apart by more fire. They keeled over, almost like bowling pins. They screamed in fury and desperation as fragments gashed through them. When Welk ran out of high-explosive rounds, he fired armor-piercing rounds and managed to score direct hits on at least 4 enemy soldiers. Welk's heroics, combined with the furious resistance of several other infantry soldiers and accurate U.S. artillery, broke up this German attack. Quiet settled over Weilar for a few minutes. In the distance, the Germans waved a Red Cross flag, hoping for a truce to recover their many wounded soldiers who were lying on the fringes of Weilar. The Americans agreed to the truce. German medics moved among the dead and dying, looking for people they could help. Moments before, this had been a kill zone. Now it was a place of mercy. Friendly troops ceased firing for periods of 20 to 30 minutes, a U.S. officer later wrote. Meanwhile, the Germans were maneuvering behind high ground in an effort to outflank the town. The Weilar garrison could do little to stop them. To the east, 19-year-old Sergeant Thomas Meller's OP was behind enemy lines now. They had captured 2 Germans, a clean-cut, wounded captain, and a haggard-looking medic. One of Meller's men, fresh out of a federal penitentiary, wanted to shoot the Germans, but Meller would have none of that. "You shoot them, and I'll blow your fucking head off," he bellowed. That ended all talk of shooting the POWs. 2 soldiers put them in the CP. Meller could hear sounds of fighting coming from the direction of Weilar. He planned to interrogate the 2 prisoners, but before he did, he went to a nearby wooded ridge in hopes of finding out what was going on. Around him, the snow was melting in the light of day, dripping in soft patters onto the forest floor. He found a good spot under a tree and looked across a large valley, slightly to the southwest. What he saw nearly paralyzed his senses. He sat and stared for a moment, his mouth so dry he could not swallow. The valley is filled with German troops. Everything imaginable that makes up an army is in front of me. Armored infantry, personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery, jeep-like vehicles, anti-tank guns, and thousands of foot soldiers. They are spreading out as far as I can see. They would run us over and not even hear us scream. Meller was looking at some of the 1st Mechanized Forces, probably from the 2nd Panzer Division, that the Germans now had across the Our. He knew it was only a matter of time before they came for his squad at this little crossroads outside of Weilar. Feeling as if he had been kicked in the gut, he circulated among his men, telling them of their predicament, putting them on notice that they might have to fight their way out of here. He went back to the farmhouse and sat down to speak with the German captain. He relieved the captain of a map case. In it was a map with the exact location and disposition of Meller's squad. Clearly, the captain had been planning to lead an attack when he was captured. A medic bandaged the enemy officer's wound. Blond and obviously intelligent, the German officer looked handsome and dignified in his gray uniform, adorned with combat decorations from the Battle of Stalingrad. He had even earned the Iron Cross. He thanked Meller for not shooting him, and also for dispensing medical care. "I wish to repay your kindness by saving your life and the lives of your men," he said in English. "You have done a commendable job here. There are 300 companies of 300 men each coming down this road. They will take this position. Surrender now and save your life and the lives of your men." Sergeant Meller politely declined, even as he wondered what in the world he should do now. A strange thought, something he had previously forgotten about, popped into his mind. "I have orders to go on past to Paris in 2 days," he recalled. 4 miles to the north, at Ozingen, Private Edward Gasper was thinking about anything but Paris. He and 2 other K Company riflemen were in a large foxhole at the north end of town, just outside the barn where they had slept for several weeks. Gasper was pointing his M1 Garand rifle to the north, covering that side, while his 2 friends, Privates Fox and Epstein, covered the east. This German jumped up right in front of the foxhole. Epstein hit him with a BAR. He was dead before he hit the ground. Private Gasper spotted 2 other enemy soldiers crawling up toward the farmhouse. They weren't more than 30 or 40 feet from me. I saw 'em and I shot 'em. To the left, 2 more Germans were walking down the main road that led into Ozingen. Before Gasper could shoot them, another rifleman, nicknamed Tennessee, shot them down. 5 dead enemy soldiers lay in defeated heaps. Gasper did not know it, but at that moment, the Germans were converging on Ozingen from the north, east, and south. South of town, the Germans cut the Skyline Drive, overran an outpost on Steinmauer Hill, and cut off the 3rd Platoon of Company K, in addition to an anti-tank platoon. Some of these men retreated to the west. Others fought to the death or were captured. Captain William Jarrett, the CO of B Company, 103rd Engineer Combat Battalion, was in the church tower and saw the whole thing. Jarrett's outfit of 125 engineers had been there for several days, with the mission of maintaining the Skyline Drive. Standing in the tower, Jarrett looked south and saw scores of Germans on foot, on bicycles, and on horse-drawn artillery caissons cutting across the Skyline Drive, some 500 meters south of Osingen. Jarrett got in touch with Lieutenant Morse, an M Company officer who controlled a section of 81mm mortars, and told him what he had seen. Morse's mortars pounded the Germans, temporarily halting their movement. More enemy from the 77th Grenadier Regiment, 26th Volksgrenadier Division, were crossing the Skyline Drive north of town. Sergeant James Arbella, a 60mm mortar section leader, climbed into the water tower and called down fire on them. The two sides exchanged shots from a distance. The Americans inflicted a few casualties, but the Germans were still crossing the highway. East of Osingen, two enemy companies, contrary to Manteuffel's orders, were attempting a direct assault. Private Gasper and his buddies had killed the vanguard of these attackers. In their wake, more came. As they did, they blundered into a kill zone on the gentle slope of a hill mass just beyond Osingen's eastern edges. Arbella redirected his mortars. "We slaughtered the shit out of them." The mortar shells, combined with BAR, machine gun, and rifle fire, shattered both enemy companies, stopping the attack. Scores of dead Germans were lying in grotesque heaps all over the hill mass. In the Hotel Schmitz, K Company's two-story command post in the middle of Osingen, Captain Frederick Feiker, the CO, was calling for artillery fire, only to find that his supporting unit, Battery C, 109th Field Artillery Battalion, was under attack, firing their howitzers point-blank at enemy infantry. This kind of thing was happening to many other artillery units, too. Not one round of U.S. artillery fell at Osingen, but Feiker's men stopped the German attack anyway. The Germans now contented themselves with bypassing the town to the north and the south. The defenders of Osingen were powerless to stop them. Moreover, Captain Feiker now had a clear sense of their objective: Bastogne. One of his men had captured a German officer who was carrying a map that revealed, in the memory of Captain Jarrett, battle phase lines extending all the way to Bastogne. Feiker fetched a runner and told him to get the map to Colonel Fuller in Clairvaux, but the runner could not get past the swarms of Germans who were now west of Osingen. He was lucky to get back to the Hotel Schmitz with the map. Captain Jarrett came down from the church steeple and began organizing the evacuation of his company. He knew that Osingen was slowly being cut off. He assumed that his engineers would be ordered out, and he wanted to be ready when the order came. The initial German artillery barrage had shredded the tires on many of his trucks. The company had about 20. His men worked to replace the tires and loaded everything of value aboard the trucks, such as barbed wire, food, and packs. He had distributed his 6.50 caliber and 6.30 caliber machine guns throughout Osingen to augment K Company's defenses. He planned to remount these guns at the last minute. Corporal George Stevenson, one of Jarrett's engineers, was standing next to one of the trucks, helping load up and waiting for the word to get out. Jarrett was going to put 20 men on each truck, and we were going back to join our outfit in Wiltz. Stevenson noticed Captain Feiker talking to Jarrett. He heard the infantry captain ask Jarrett and his engineers to stay, saying that the infantry needed their help. At first, Jarrett demurred. Major Milton, back in Potsdam, settled the issue with a brief, fateful radio order. B Company, 103rd Engineers, was to stay in Osingen and would be at the disposal of Captain Feiker. Milton signed off, promising that help was on the way. With the issue settled, Jarrett dismounted his engineers and placed most of them on the western edge of town, where he and Feiker feared the Germans might soon attack. The two officers circulated around Osingen, talking with their men and supervising the new defensive setup in and around the town. Corporal Stevenson ended up in a barn at the western edge of town with an 81mm mortar crew and his own 50 caliber gun. He and several other soldiers hauled shells for the mortar crew. Then they dragged sandbags from their trucks and placed them around the machine gun. With everything set up properly, they settled down to wait for attack or relief, whichever came first. All around Osingen, 270 other Americans did the same. 4. Miles to the rear, at Bastogne, Major Malcolm Wilkie, the intelligence officer who had been so worried about the imminence of a German offensive, was sitting in the G2 office analyzing the confusing reports that were pouring in from the front. As Wilkie read, he realized that his worst fears were coming to fruition. Staff officers were scurrying back and forth along the narrow corridor of the crude building. A colonel and 2 majors from G3 found out about Wilkie's prognosis of the previous evening and came in to see him. "They tell me that you predicted this thing last night," the colonel said. "Now, how much do you know about it, and tell us all you know." Wilkie told him that this was a full-blown offensive and that 8th Corps would absorb the full brunt of it. Just down the hallway in his private office, General Troy Middleton was realizing the same thing. The Germans were assaulting his entire 88-mile front. This was no spoiling attack. His 4.5 divisions were facing 4 times that number of enemy divisions. This was a genuine counteroffensive. The mission of 8th Corps was to defend in place. Middleton knew that his corps could not hope to stop the Germans. The enemy was too strong, and he was outnumbered badly. What's more, he had no air cover because of bad weather. Slowly but surely, the reality of the situation coalesced in Middleton's mind. The crucial element here was time. The only thing 8th Corps could do, realistically, was cost the Germans valuable time while Eisenhower and Bradley rushed reinforcements to the Ardennes. That meant 2 things. First, Bastogne had to be held. If the Germans captured it within the next 4 days, the entire 8th Corps front would crumble before help could arrive. Second, in order to buy time, every 8th Corps unit had to stand fast and defend to the end. This applied particularly to the 28th Infantry Division, the only sizable force that stood between the Germans and Bastogne. For the time being, only the Bloody Bucket, the division's nickname, could buy the necessary time to save Bastogne. It must hold at all costs. It was a hell of a situation, Middleton knew, but then again, so was this war. This chilling, hold-at-all-costs order filtered downward from Middleton. At Wiltz, when General Norman Dutch Coda got the order, he had the awful feeling that his division would be sacrificed. All morning, he had been receiving intermittent reports from his 3 regiments. The 112th was hard-pressed, but holding. The Germans had surrounded 2 companies from the 109th, but Lieutenant Colonel James Earl Rudder was holding. The 110th was the only major unit directly between the Germans and Bastogne, and as such, it was in trouble. Its frontline companies at Osingen, Weilar, Holstham, and Marnock were surrounded or cut off. Clearly, Fuller's people were at the epicenter of this Nazi earthquake. Coda had only a small division reserve, the 707th Tank Battalion, and Fuller's own 2nd Battalion. Fuller badly wanted the latter unit so that he could shore up his crumbling line, but Coda did not want to commit his key reserves so early in the battle. The tanks were another matter. At 0700, Coda had alerted the 707th to be ready to counterattack. A couple of hours later, he called Major R.S. Garner, executive officer of the 707th, and ordered him to move out. The lieutenant was filling in for the CO, Lieutenant Colonel R.W. Ripple, who was on leave but rushing back to the front. Company C would support the 109th, and Company D the 112th, while A and B companies went to Clairvaux in support of the 110th. For now, this was as much as Coda could do. At nearly the same time, Colonel Fuller was pacing around his office at the Clairvaux in Clairvaux, trying in vain to get in touch with his battalion commanders. Ever since the initial artillery barrage, his phone and radio communications had been intermittent, and shells were still falling on Clairvaux. At this point, he could not even communicate with Coda's division headquarters. Fuller sent Lieutenant Colonel Strickler downtown in hopes of communicating with Division by commercial radio. On the way, excited civilians milled around in the street and wanted to know what we were going to do, Strickler recalled. You couldn't blame them for being worried. With no information and their town under fire, most of the civilians took refuge in their cellars. Upon reaching the commercial radio facilities, Strickler saw that they, too, were not working. He went back to the Clairvallée and reported this to Fuller. Exasperated, the colonel ordered Strickler to get in his jeep and go to the 3rd Battalion at Constham by way of division headquarters at Wiltz, find out what was happening, and supervise the defense of the right flank. Strickler and his jeep driver, Bob Martin, set off. They drove through shell fire, but made it to Wiltz in short order. Strickler hopped out of the jeep and went straight to Coda's operations room. The general and his staff were all in there, thirsting for information. Strickler told them what little he knew, and then prepared to go to Constham. Coda took him aside and reported, "Strick, my orders are to hold at all costs." Strickler nodded his understanding and got into his jeep. Martin stepped on the gas pedal, and in minutes they were in Constham. The town echoed with the sound of small arms and mortar fire. Major Milton CP was in the east end of town, in a humble 2-story house. Martin parked the jeep in a small courtyard behind a solid wall, dismounted, and went inside. The place looked like a beehive. Milton and his staff officers were frantically moving about, marking maps and talking to frontline units or supporting artillery batteries on scratchy radios. "What's the story?" Strickler asked. "The whole line is being battered," Milton shouted above the din. "The Germans are hauling men right up to within yards of our positions, and we are slaughtering them as fast as we can." Milton had only one telephone line open, but after some persuasion, he let Strickler use it to call his report to regiment and division. In his conversation with Fuller, Strickler relayed Coda's order to hold at all costs. Then, as ordered, Strickler stayed in Constham, helping in any way he could. Small forces were sent out to block infiltrations by the enemy and to help battery positions repulse threats. Reports were coming in of Germans in American uniforms. This news spread like wildfire throughout the division. Strickler went up to the attic, where a window afforded him a panoramic view of the whole area. He noticed a battery from the 687th Field Artillery dug in on a ridge some 600 yards west of the CP. They were lowering the muzzles of their guns for point-blank fire. As Strickler watched in awe, Constham came under direct attack. The Germans came on in bunches, often coming close to our lines and unloading from trucks. They made pretty good targets, and the artillery laid direct fire on them, inflicting many casualties. Back in Clairvaux, Colonel Fuller was itching to relieve his besieged units. After the phone conversation with Strickler, the regimental communications were steadily coming back. Fuller was getting multiple reports from all over the regiment, most of them relaying bad news. His frontline companies were being cut off, yet his orders were to hold at all costs. Fuller badly wanted to counterattack, link up with B Company at Marnock, then push on for Osingen. To do that, he needed his 2nd Battalion, but much to Fuller's chagrin, General Coda still refused to release it from Division Reserve. However, at least 2 companies of tanks were on the way. At 10:30, they arrived. Fuller heard them before he saw them. They growled their way into Clairvaux and waited for orders, engines idling loudly in the constricted streets. Major R.S. Garner, the tank commander, entered the Clairvallée and met with Fuller. After some discussion of the multiple crises they were facing, they decided to parcel the tanks out in platoon increments. 2 platoons from A Company would support C Company of the 110th Infantry in a push for Marnock. A company's 3rd platoon, under Lieutenant Richard Payne, would go to Osingen. Company B would send 1 platoon to Holstham and another to Constham, while the 3rd would remain in reserve at Pinched. Garner left the Clairvallée, and the Sherman tanks rolled out of town, heading east into danger. Even with the help from the 707th, Fuller was so worried now about the security of his regiment that he ordered his officers to organize soldiers who were on leave in Clairvaux into a provisional company. They were armed only with rifles and carbines, but they constituted the only reserve available to me. MPs, sergeants, and officers rounded up anyone they happened to see. Private Harold Sneeden, a jeep driver who was scheduled for a 3-day leave in Paris, was waiting for the truck to pick us up when his first sergeant told him that his leave was canceled because things were getting hot and heavy in the area. The first sergeant ordered Sneeden to get a weapon and fall in for duty. Sneeden and 300 other soldiers were assigned to hasty defensive positions along the Clairvaux-Marnock road east of Clairvaux. There they waited, shivering from the cold, or perhaps from fear. Just east, over the ridge from Clairvaux, at Erspelt, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Paul's 1st Battalion CP was in an old chateau belonging to the Bouvier family. The chateau overlooked rolling countryside that led to Grindhausen and Fischbach. A small, paved, tree-lined road slashed through the beautiful land, all the way into Erspelt. Inside the chateau, Lieutenant Glenn Venata, the executive officer of D Company, was standing among a small group of officers discussing the battalion situation. 2 miles to the south, Marnock and B Company were cut off. The battalion was holding firm, keeping the Germans at bay with effective fire, but cognizant that the enemy was streaming past the town on either side of the Skyline Drive. A radio man came down from upstairs and informed the officers that B Company was running low on mortar ammunition. Venata exchanged a sharp look with Captain Andrew Carter, his CO. Both of them knew they could help B Company. Carter told Venata to go to Grindhausen, get some mortar ammo, and take it to Marnock. Lieutenant Venata ran out of the chateau, collared a driver, and took off. In 3 minutes, they were in Grindhausen. Venata and an ordnance sergeant loaded a trailer with all the ammo it could hold, hooked it to the jeep, and headed for Marnock, with a Corporal Crosby at the wheel. About 300 yards west of the town, they stopped the jeep, hid behind a hill, and observed Marnock. Rifle and machine gun fire was crackling all around town. Bursts of enemy machine gun fire stitched the road in front of their jeep. "Looks like we're going to have to run the gauntlet," Lieutenant Venata said. Just then, Captain Jimmy Burns, the S3 of the 1st Battalion, rolled up in a jeep. Everyone in the battalion respected Burns. Some felt that he was the true brains of the outfit, not Lieutenant Colonel Paul. Burns's colleagues always seemed to have one question on their lips. "What do we do now, Jimmy?" Venata was no different. Burns told him to go ahead, and he would follow. Venata nodded at Corporal Crosby, and he gunned the engine. Crosby drove expertly, not minding the crack of bullets. As we turned sharply to the left in the middle of town where mortar sections were located, the jeep skidded, hit something, and bent the right rear wheel. No one was hurt. Venata's jeep was right in front of the local priest's home, across the street from the church and the crumbling remains of a house where the Eicher family had once lived. Soldiers materialized from the ruined buildings and began unloading the ammo. German artillery shells exploded all around, and small arms fire was continuous, Venata recalled. Someone told him that a whole company of Germans was pinned down in a draw south of town. The new mortar ammo would help keep them pinned down. Lieutenant Venata did not linger. With the ammo delivered and his jeep repaired, he and his men drove back to Erspelt, under small arms fire much of the way. Captain Burns stayed long enough to brief B Company on the counterattack, but he too left while it was still possible to do so. A mile to the south, at Munshausen, the soldiers of C Company were moving north across rolling country, paralleling a small road that led north into Marnock. Lieutenant Colonel Paul had promised the company armor support from A Company of the 707th Tank Battalion, but now, at almost midday, the tanks still had not arrived. C Company attacked anyway. Back in Munshausen, artillery pieces from Cannon Company were lobbing shells into the woods ahead. The Germans were in there, everyone knew. Lieutenant John Marr's platoon was at the point of C Company as it approached the woods. They were about halfway to Marnock now. All at once, the woods came to life with German fire. Several soldiers went down. Others spread out, found whatever cover they could, and returned fire. Marr knew immediately that there were way too many Germans up ahead for C Company to continue this attack. Somewhere behind him, the CO, Captain Carroll Copeland, got hit. He was badly wounded and needed immediate evacuation. More men were hit. Their cries echoed in the winter air. Everything was a mess. The new commander, Lieutenant Leo Red Siri, ordered a withdrawal. Marr was fortunate to get out with most of his platoon intact. The company returned to Munshausen, he recalled, without contacting Company B. They waited for the tanks, but again, they did not show up. Through a complete lack of coordination, the tanks, 2 platoons in all, missed connections with C Company and drove into Marnock, only to leave again amidst more confusion. In Marnock, Sergeant Charles Johnson, an artillery forward observer, had hoped that the arrival of the tanks might calm the situation in the town. Instead, he watched in anger as the tanks left. Abruptly, the armor turned around and returned in the direction from which it had come. Some of us cursed about this. We felt deserted, that we had been let down by the tanks. Fair or not, this was the perception in Marnock. 1 tank platoon went back to Munshausen and eventually found C Company. The other, led by an inexperienced officer, made a confused retreat back to Clairvaux, while Lieutenant Payne's platoon shot its way through to Hosingen. With every passing minute, more German soldiers from the 2nd Panzer Division were crossing the Our and streaming west, strangling Marnock ever so slowly but surely. All afternoon, the fighting ebbed and flowed along the 28th Division front. Hosingen was completely surrounded, Colonel Fuller later wrote. The same situation existed at Weilar. A counterattack by Colonel L. at Holstham was stopped at the crossroads east of Holstham. The AT anti-tank platoon at Merscheid was surrounded. The same, of course, was true of Marnock. Further north, A Company at Heinerscheid was not surrounded, but Germans were crossing the Skyline Drive north and south of town. A platoon-sized patrol from A Company, designed to push into Marnock, ran into swarms of Germans near Fischbach. They were fortunate to disengage and make it back to Heinerscheid. Fuller was doing the best he could to put up a fight, but his resources were limited. With the exception of his headquarters and his provisional reserve force in Clairvaux, all of his frontline units were in action. As each minute passed, Fuller's situation was growing more desperate, and things were about to get even worse. 5. At 1600, German engineers finally finished construction on armor-capable bridges at Gmund, which Private Jackson and comrades had seen in its early stages on the evening of December 15th, and Dasburg. The Germans finished the one at Dasburg at 1300 and started to move some armor across the bridge, but a tank slipped through the span and crashed into the river, drowning the driver. Repairs consumed the next 3 hours, but now they were done. The opening of these 2 bridges meant something very significant and chilling. The Germans now had heavy armor across the Our. This impacted the fighting immediately. Dozens of Mark IV and Mark V Panther tanks from the 2nd Panzer Division and Panzerlehr negotiated the hairpin turns that led to their new bridges, crossed the Our, and clanked up the winding, forest-encrusted roads that led west. Manteuffel had hoped they would be across the Our this morning so that they could dart for Bastogne while the Americans were still in shock, but that had not happened. Instead, the tanks had joined up with their infantry friends and prepared to attack west on the roads to Bastogne, while reducing or destroying the stubborn American strongpoints along the way. 3 Mark IVs, plus elements of 2 Volksgrenadier regiments, attacked Osingen at 1700 hours. Lieutenant Payne's 5 Shermans from A Company, 707th Tank Battalion, had just arrived in town an hour earlier. They had come into the northern end of Osingen on the Skyline Drive. 3 of the Shermans deployed along the Steinmauer Hill. Payne placed his own tank in town, covering the south. Another Sherman was in a defilade position, not far from the water tower in northern Osingen. At the Steinmauer Hill, the German tanks quickly forced the three Shermans back into Osingen. The Shermans took cover behind stone buildings and watched the southern approaches to town. The crews contented themselves with popping out of their positions, lobbing a few shells in the direction of the German positions, and racing back to cover. At the same time, the main German attack was coming in the north, near the water tower. Enemy artillery chipped away at the tower, but still the American observation team stayed put, calling down fire from 81 and 60mm mortars in the middle of town. Just west of the tower, there were about 8 buildings on either side of the road. From the cover of these buildings, the Americans laid down devastating fire with well-sighted 30 and 50 caliber machine guns. Still, the enemy kept coming. The German infantry tried to enter the town, but we were firing point blank with all our weapons, plus some anti-tank guns we had placed on the road into town, Sergeant John Forsell recalled. We did a lot of damage. Not far away from Forsell, in a nearby barn, Engineer Corporal George Stevenson and several other soldiers spotted a group of Germans about 40 yards away. Stevenson was lying prone, pointing his rifle out of a window. He fired a full clip, trying to aim at their stomach. All you're trying to do is stop them. Several Germans fell down. The rest retreated behind a haystack. Stevenson heard the thunk of an 81mm mortar shell being placed down its tube. The shell arced over the barn and exploded on that haystack, and there wasn't many of them left. An 81 mortar is a big shell. The Germans captured only a few houses on the outskirts of Osingen. The fighting died down, although German patrols did maraud here and there. In the Hotel Schmitz, Captain Feiker took stock of the situation. Incredibly, he had suffered only a few casualties in the course of this stressful day. He still controlled Osingen. He was harassing German supply movements north and south of town. That was good news. The bad news was that he was cut off with a limited supply of food and ammo. At Lutzkampen, the enemy tanks arrived with the setting sun. In this sector, the enemy still had not crossed the Our. To do so, they needed the Ural bridges. At around 1700, they began their push for the bridges. Their path took them straight into B Company, 112th Infantry. The soldiers of this company had fought hard all day and had held off the Germans. For an hour or two, the Americans had heard German tank engines idling while enemy soldiers cleaned out Lutzkampen. Now, as B Company watched in horror, the tanks, accompanied by hundreds of infantry soldiers, emerged from the northern end of town. Officers were frantically calling for artillery, but none was available. The company had little, if anything, with which to fight tanks. In a foxhole on a hillside overlooking Lutzkampen, Private First Class Charles Haug reflexively ducked in anticipation of the tank fire he knew was coming. The tanks seemed to crawl along about 2 or 3 miles an hour. We bit our lips and prayed. In another foxhole, Alexander Haddon watched through wide eyes the huge, black, obscene shapes of the tanks. There were 7 in all. They approached up the road from the middle of Lutzkampen toward one of the farmhouses used by the company. All of a sudden, there was a horrendous detonation from the cannon of the lead tank, and the house collapsed and fell inward on itself in a shower of sparks. Small arms fire erupted. Tracers whizzed back and forth. The Americans were mowing down columns of German troops, but the tanks kept coming. At least one of them was a flamethrower. Jets of flame stabbed through the air. The sound of the flamethrower was eerie, unearthly, a tenor of hydraulic immolation. Haug and his fellow runners heard screams from somewhere up ahead. "We witnessed the most horrible thing any GI dreams of," he said. A flamethrower tank stopped 50 feet from an occupied hole. As the 2 kids sat there helplessly, a gigantic stream of roaring fire shot in on them. They had been burned to a crisp. It was hard to envision a more horrible death. Fingers of flame continued to seek out more victims. This was too much for several men around Haug. Many of them jumped up from their holes and ran back over the hill and into the thick woods in back of us. Haug wanted to run with every fiber of his being, but he couldn't. He was too scared of the tanks to risk running away from them and drawing their attention, and he knew the first sergeant might need him to carry a message. The tanks were getting closer by the second. 200 yards and closing. Haug and many others were shaking uncontrollably, crying in their holes and praying for deliverance. Half a mile to the north, several American soldiers were clustered around a 76mm anti-tank gun. They were from the 820th Tank Destroyer Battalion, attached to the neighboring 106th Infantry Division. Now, in the distance, the anti-tank crew could see the German tanks silhouetted in the early evening darkness. Working together as a team, they loaded their gun and sighted on the lead tank. Led by their gunner, Paul Rosenthal, they snapped off a shot that missed. In a matter of seconds, they reloaded and fired again. Haug watched in giddy amazement as the shell streaked past him, scored a direct hit on the front of the lead tank, and turned it into a flaming pyre. There was another shot, and the last tank blew up. In an impossibly short period of time, another one brewed up. Concussion waves rippled from the blast area. Flames shot into the air. Haug could not help but smile at the carnage. Did we ever have fireworks? Shells exploding in every direction. It was only a matter of seconds, and the 4th and 5th tanks were also hit. Their tracks were knocked off, and they weren't able to move. The burning crewmen were screaming in desperation as they died. Enemy tanks and soldiers turned around and headed back into Lutzkampen. The carcasses of the destroyed German tanks continued to burn furiously. The Americans still firmly held the Ural bridges. Manteuffel's careful timetable was in shambles here. One of the B Company lieutenants, obviously high on adrenaline, jumped from his hole and screamed, "We licked 'em!" In their fury at being stopped, the Germans unleashed a massive artillery and screaming Mimi barrage that caused many casualties, both physical and psychological, in B Company. Still, enough of the Americans remained to deter another German attack. The company's survivors stayed in their holes and kept watch. The very air around them stank of burned flesh, sickly sweet, distinctly crispy, like a strange mixture of spoiled meat and charcoal. A couple thousand yards to the west, a lonely figure trudged into Colonel Nelson's command post at Ural. He was cold, wet, hungry, and tired. Nelson's staff welcomed him, fed him, and gave him dry clothes. Sergeant Murray Shapiro, the machine gunner, had had a hell of a day. His entire squad was dead or captured. He himself had hidden among the Germans most of the day until they moved on. He had wandered for several hours, finally finding his way to Ural. Like so many other men in the 112th, he had lived through the most harrowing day of his life, but he was still alive and willing to fight some more. He, like many others in the 112th, settled into an exhausted, grateful sleep. Several miles to the south, at Weilar, the end was near. The Germans were closing in on every side. Ammo was low. Company I could not hold out much longer. Sergeant Fred Pruitt's machine gun section was out of ammunition. He and his guys, about a dozen soldiers, destroyed their machine guns and hid in some haystacks. In a short time, the Germans found them. I really expected them to fire into the haystacks. I did a lot of praying. One of the Germans could speak some English, and he directed us to come out from under the haystacks. Pruitt was scared to death, and he hated the idea of giving up, but he knew that he must. He and the others came out with their hands over their heads. The Germans searched them for weapons, stripped them of valuables, and lined them up. At the same time, Sergeant Meller's little OP was still holding out, waiting for help. Slim was still on the radio calling for tank support. Meller heard the distinctive rumble of armor, saw a tank in the distance, and practically jumped for joy. "Our tanks are coming. "They're here," he said to Slim. Slim emerged from the kitchen and looked out the window. "That's not ours. See the cross on the side?" Mellor's heart sank. Slim was right. The tank was German, and it was sitting right where one of his machine gun nests had been. Another tank was approaching, as were multitudes of enemy soldiers. Transfixed, Mellor watched them as if he were only a spectator. "I am petrified. I can't move my feet. I watch the nose of the cannon on the tank as it slowly turns and is now pointed right at me. He is going to shoot me. I'll be killed." The enemy tank fired. In the nick of time, Mellor dived to the floor. The shell whooshed through the house and went outside, hitting the barn where the mortar crew had set up. Mellor and Slim crawled upstairs and took up firing positions at a window. Outside, there was shooting, tracers flying in the darkness. They fought until their ammo ran out. In a bizarre juxtaposition, they tried to kill the Germans outside and safeguard the lives of their 2 German prisoners inside. Finally, they had nothing more left to fight with. The shooting outside had died down. Sergeant Mellor saw several of his men lined up, surrendering. The Germans have lighted the barnyard with lights, much like a night baseball park. Mellor went down to the kitchen, destroyed the radio, and prepared to surrender. He was filled with despair. "God help me, I tried," he thought. In the movies, the good guys are rescued at the last minute. This was not the movies. No one was coming. They were doomed. He stepped outside, holding his hands high, blinded by the lights. There were 11 Americans, all standing in a row. Enemy soldiers stood stoically, pointing their burp guns at them. A high-ranking German officer, monocle in his eye, baton in his hand, looked the Americans over and began yelling at his men. Slim understood German. The officer was apparently dressing down his guys for allowing Mellor's little squad to hold them off for the entire day. At least there was some satisfaction in that. The blonde German captain, whom Mellor had captured that morning, spoke to the senior officer and vouched for how well Mellor had treated him. Another officer stepped forward. "You will walk in single file with the German guards. You will not talk or make any sound. You will reach your destination. You will be counted. If anyone is missing, you will all be shot immediately." For Sergeant Mellor and his men, these first few moments of captivity were only the beginning of months of privation, hunger, and misery. Back in Weilar itself, the American defenses were on the verge of collapse by 1900. Captain Floyd McCutcheon, the CO of I Company, and Lieutenant Edward Jenkins, an officer from the anti-tank company, decided to split their survivors into 2 groups and fight their way out of Weilar. Many of them did make it out. One of them was Private First Class Chester Kuzminski, who that morning had first alerted his unit to the German attack on Weilar. His little group made it all the way to Clairvaux, where they reported to a major at Fuller's headquarters. "What do you want?" the major asked. "I Company reporting." "I Company is captured," the major replied. "Sir, there are 6 of us left here." Kuzminski and his 5 buddies found foxholes and augmented Colonel Fuller's scratch defense force in Clairvaux. McCutcheon and 25 others eventually made it to Constance. Jenkins and much of his group also got away. Meanwhile, back in Weilar, the Germans were finishing off any Americans who had not been able to get out. Half the town was burning. Sergeant Pruitt, the machine gunner who was now a POW, was outside of town with a few other men, waiting under guard. A firefight was going on inside Weilar. On one of the streets, a German soldier was badly wounded, screaming and crying in a prone, fetal position. The guard told Pruitt and another man to go get the wounded German. Pruitt was afraid they would be caught in the crossfire, but he went anyway. At that moment, when we started out in that street, the firing ceased. We got out to the soldier, and he'd been shot in the stomach. Pruitt remembered hearing that if a man had a belly wound, he should not drink water, as it could kill him. For a brief moment, he thought of giving this German some water, just to finish him off. But he could not do it. He and the other man half carried, half dragged the wounded German to safety. Behind them, Vylar burned fiercely. The shooting had stopped for good. There were no more live Americans to resist. Several miles to the north, at Marnock, the Germans were attacking with tanks and half-tracks. The town lay astride the main Clairvaux-Bastogne highway. With the Our River bridges in service, scores of vehicles were crossing the river, winding their way up the narrow road, and dashing west along the Marnock Plateau. As they did so, they poured fire into the already smoldering buildings of Marnock. With the exception of a few bazookas, the Americans had nothing with which to fight tanks. The tanks were rapidly approaching Sergeant Morris Pettit's foxhole just east of town. He felt helpless, knowing that he could not stop them. We did not have a single tank in support. I decided the best thing to do was to get my men in the woods north of Marnock. Every man had to get to the woods as best he could. Only 4 of my 11 men made it out of Marnock. Pettit made it all the way to Clairvaux. Back in town, Sergeant Charles Johnson, the artillery forward observer, got a radio call from his captain. He ordered us to return to Roila. Johnson and his 2 team members scrambled into their jeep under small arms fire all the way. The driver smashed his knee against the jeep, injuring himself in the process. The radio man took the wheel and drove, while Johnson and the other man faced backward in the jeep, firing our rifles. They made it safely to Roila. Johnson never found the other observer he had been sent into town to retrieve. The observer, a corporal, was still somewhere in Marnock, radioing fire missions to the battery. The Germans were so close to him, he was trying to call down fire on his own building. In his last transmission, he whispered, "Hurry! Fire! They're coming up the steps." No one ever heard from him again. Private Whitey Schaller and a small group of his buddies were in a different spot now than earlier in the day. They had vacated the building east of the church because the Germans had seemed to be zeroing in on it throughout the course of the day. Now they were on the second floor of a house that overlooked the little intersection that led to Rhoda. The room was a hayloft entered from the top of the stairway and situated over a single-car garage. They had a bazooka, but no rockets for it. German armor was cruising just below, back and forth, into and out of Marnock. Schaller and his terrified comrades held their fire for fear of revealing their position to the enemy tankers. Then, as Schaller and the others watched in horror, a German tank parked in the garage right below them, so close that they hardly dared to move. Outside, more tanks were finding bivouac spots. Schaller and the company were right in the middle of a German encampment. At the same time, Sergeant Stanley Showman, the Virginian, and 3 of his men were in a stone house in Marnock, peeking through windows, watching as German half-trucks rolled into town. Around them several buildings burned, but not theirs. It was almost like daylight. Several Germans hopped off the half-trucks and began walking around. Showman and the others opened fire on them. Scores of the enemy went down. Some were dead, others were flopping around, wounded, screaming for help. The half-trucks backed up and left. Then they came in with a tank. It had a long barrel. Showman's group was face-to-face with a Mark V Panther. The steel monster could not have been more than 20 or 30 feet away. For a few minutes, only the crackling of the fires and the muffled sobs of the wounded could be heard. "Come out, or we're going to blow the building down," a German shouted in accented English. Showman knew there was a rear door in this house, away from the tank. "Come on," he ordered. They ran as fast as they could. We came out of there and down over a hill and through the snow. We went there along the woods, and the 4 of us got underneath a pine tree. Some of them old pine limbs came right down to the ground. We raised them up and crawled out of there. Behind them, they heard no shooting, and there was no sign that any German infantry were trying to apprehend them. Sergeant Showman and the three others huddled together, shivered in the snow, and waited for the night to pass. The same was true of the rest of the doomed garrison at Marnock. The Germans were not organized enough to occupy the town yet. They contented themselves with shooting at American-occupied buildings, and then they either bivouacked or kept moving west. The surviving members of B Company could only hide, hold out, and hope to be rescued in the morning. 10 miles to the southwest, at the division headquarters in Wiltz, General Coda was on the phone with Colonel Fuller in Clairvaux. In his brusque way, Fuller was still lobbying Coda to release his 2nd Battalion. Up to now, the general had resisted doing so, but he was reconsidering. For the last few hours, the general had been piecing together his division's situation. This had been a rough day, but it could have been worse. The 109th Infantry was under pressure but holding. The same was true for the 112th. Fuller's 110th Infantry, though, was in serious trouble. Company A at Heinescheid was still holding the town, but had been bypassed by strong enemy formations to the north and south. Company B at Marnock was, of course, surrounded and on the verge of annihilation. There were even reports that the Germans were closing in on Roila, where Captain Andy Carter's D Company had set up hasty positions. The Germans had taken Weiler. They had cut Osingen off and were on the verge of overrunning Holstham and Constham. Coda knew that German armor and reinforcements were pouring across the Our. They would make tomorrow a living hell for the survivors of the 110th. Coda knew that his mission had not changed. His 28th Division must sacrifice itself to save Bastogne. The 110th Infantry would pay the highest price. They deserved what little help he could give them. The time had come to release his last reserves. "If I give you 2nd Battalion," he asked Colonel Fuller, "what will you do with it?" On the other end of the line, Fuller perked up. "I'll use it to counterattack with the object of relieving Marnock and then Osingen." Coda gave his assent. He would send E and F companies of the 2nd Battalion to Fuller. For the moment, Company G would remain in Wiltz to guard the division headquarters. When Fuller hung up the phone, he felt good for the first time that day. At last, he could strike back at the enemy, maybe even restore his shattered front. He immediately set to work with his staff, planning his counterattack. As they worked, the final hours of December 16th ticked away. 4. Sunday, December 17th. 1. At Esselborn, a little town 2 kilometers west of Clairvaux, Corporal Frank Stepnick was inside a warm farmhouse, snoring inside a GI sleeping bag. A 23-year-old native of Claridge, Pennsylvania, he was part of a light mortar crew that belonged to F Company, 110th Infantry. At 0200, the farmhouse door swung open. A whoosh of chilly night air engulfed the room. A sergeant told everyone to get up immediately. Company F was moving out. Orders had come down, something about attacking east to relieve B Company in Marnock. Corporal Stepnick shook the cobwebs of sleep from his brain, got up, rolled up his sleeping bag, collected his weapons and his equipment, and got ready to move out. So did the rest of F Company. They stood outside, waiting for the word to leave, shivering a bit in the moist, dewy winter night. The residents of Esselborn noticed that their American guests of the last few weeks were leaving, and they knew exactly why. The Germans were obviously making a big push. The idea of a second occupation was repugnant to these Luxembourgers. A woman came up to Corporal Stepnick. "Don't let them come," she pleaded earnestly. He nodded awkwardly, not quite sure what to say. Company F moved off into the darkness, heading uncertainly to the east. A little to the north, at Boxhorn, so did E Company. The men of these 2 companies formed the backbone of Colonel Hurley Fuller's counterattack. Stumbling and cursing in the night, they made their way along the little road that led to Clairvaux. Somewhere up ahead loomed the spire of Abbaye Saint-Maurice. They marched past the Abbaye, many of them gawking at the spire, just visible to the right. On and on they went, descending the steep hill into Clairvaux. At Clairvaux's medieval castle, Sergeant Charles Johnson, the Battery B 109th Field Artillery Observer, who had just vacated Marnock, was standing outside the main gate when he caught sight of the two companies silhouetted against the night skyline, in ranks, prepared to enter the battle against the Germans. I recall thinking how magnificent they appeared, but suddenly my heart saddened with the thought that death was near for many of these men. Bullets, mortar shells, tank shells, and artillery shells would take a heavy toll on these infantrymen. Sergeant Johnson also felt a bit guilty. They were advancing while he was retreating. Since leaving Marnock last night, he had made it to Royle, only to find out that the battery was retreating to Clairvaux. Now the Germans were so close to Clairvaux that if Battery B did not get out of Clairvaux, it might lose its guns. The situation was so hectic that Johnson's lieutenant would not even let him go back into the castle to fetch a duffel bag full of Christmas presents from his family. In a bizarre juxtaposition that could only happen in a combat situation, Private Jack Chavez, another artilleryman, was a couple of blocks away in the basement of the Hotel Commerce, having a good time. Chavez was in Clairvaux on leave. Since the advent of the offensive yesterday, he had stood guard and dodged shells. With his guard shift over, he and his friend, Private Waits, were now back in vacation mode. There were 5 or 6 gals taking shelter in the hotel cellar. We had a couple of gals lined up. They were getting to know the girls, planning to open a bottle of wine, when they found out that the 2 soldiers who had replaced them on guard duty had left their post. They thought we were surrounded, the yellow bastards, Chavez wrote in his diary. With enormous reluctance and resentment, Chavez and Waits rose, dusted themselves off, said goodbye to the girls, and went back on duty. As they did so, they noticed that the hotel was taking some enemy small arms fire. That meant the Germans were close. In fact, they were in the Park Hotel, a stately building carved into a hillside, which the Clairvaux villagers called the New Castle. Chavez and Waits set up in ambush positions, covering the door of the Commerce. "We can blast anyone coming in the main door," Chavez wrote. If the Germans were now in Clairvaux, they were also in Royle, just over the hill to the east. In the humble little house that served as D Company's CP, Lieutenant Glenn Venata heard the fitful cracking of small arms fire outside. Enemy machine guns emitted short, tearing bursts, occasionally answered by American machine guns or rifles. The lieutenant stationed himself at an upstairs window that overlooked the ridge, toward Clairvaux. As I watched, I could see vague shadows moving in the ravine behind the house. By cracking the window, I was able to hear crunching snow accompanying the shadows. We were being surrounded by German infantrymen. The shadows vanished as the German soldiers moved west into Clairvaux. Lieutenant Venata left the window and told Captain Andrew Carter what he had seen. Not wanting to give away their position, they decided to hold their fire for now. The same kind of enemy movement westward was going on all over the 28th Division front. Most of the division's soldiers had slept only sparingly during the night. Some had eaten only 1 K-ration meal. Everyone knew that as bad as things were yesterday, they would be even worse today. German General Hasso von Manteuffel knew he was already falling behind his original timetable. For instance, he had thought he would have Bastogne by noon on December 17th, at the latest. But as dawn approached on the 17th, he did not even have Clairvaux yet. "When we hadn't captured Clairvaux or crossed the river down there, I got worried that things were not turning out like they should," he later said. Thus, he knew he had much ground to cover on this day. As ever, speed was of the utmost importance. Now, just before dawn, the second day of his offensive began with a vengeance. Searchlights stabbed through the misty winter darkness. An artillery barrage, similar to the one the day before, battered American-held towns or known concentrations of U.S. troops. As the shells rained down on Marnock, Private James Smith, a rifleman in B Company, was running for the shelter of his foxhole. I caught the seat of my pants on some barbed wire. I was hung up there. All around him, German shells were exploding. He frantically tried to work himself free. All at once, a shell hit not more than 10 yards nearby and blew me off the barbed wire, minus the seat of my pants. Badly shaken, he hopped into his foxhole. I lit a cigarette, then another. He found out later that he had 3 small fragments lodged in his body. By the time the sun rose, ushering in yet another cloudy, chilly, sodden day, the shelling had petered out. As before, it damaged communications and infrastructure, but did not inflict many casualties on the Americans. The greatest danger lay in the overwhelming force that Manteuffel had at his disposal. Against the 112th and 110th Infantry sectors, he was attacking with the better part of the 560th Volksgrenadier Division, the 116th Panzer Division, the 2nd Panzer Division, the 26th Volksgrenadier Division, and Panzerlehr. At Lutzkampen, armor and infantry from the 116th Panzer, the Greyhounds, were massing for a renewed attack on the beleaguered B Company of the 112th Infantry. The whole area stank of the burned flesh of the German tank crewmen who had been immolated the night before. In their holes overlooking Lutzkampen, the Americans could see the 116th Panzer getting ready to make trouble. First Sergeant Ralph McGeoch wanted badly to call down artillery on them, but communications with the 229th Field Artillery Battalion were out. McGeoch chose Private First Class Charles Haug and another man to go back and make contact with the artillery. Upon receiving this order, Haug felt like he was being condemned to death. The Germans were shooting at anything that moved. He made his peace with God and set out, dodging shells and running to the rear. Try as they might, Haug and his buddy could not find the artillerymen. The two emerged from a clump of trees into an open field. Just as we started across the field, we heard a roaring sound to our left. We took one look and our hearts jumped to our throats. What we saw was a huge, black German tank. Haug did not know it, but this tank was one of many that were making a renewed push for the Ural bridges. The 2 American soldiers took off running. As we ran, we heard a machine gun open up from the tank. As the bullets hit the ground, we could see the snow jumping about 30 feet from us. They made it to the woods and kept running, until we were so tired we couldn't hardly breathe. They caught their collective breath and continued their search for the artillery. Not far away, Sergeant Peter Friskin, whose squad had fought so hard the day before, was distributing fresh ammo to his men. Friskin had caught some shrapnel from the morning's artillery barrage, but he was okay. He figured that he and his men would stay there, mixed in with D Company, and wait for orders, but those plans soon changed. German tanks suddenly appeared in the area, firing point blank at us. The infantry followed. They could not even begin to stop this powerful force. The battle was over in minutes. We were picked up by some of the Germans and taken to the rear about 1,000 yards. From that point, I could see the Germans rolling on with nothing to stop them. Indeed, 3 whole enemy regiments, the 165th Panzer Grenadier, the 1130th Volksgrenadier, and the 60th Panzer, including 18 Mark V Panthers, were on the attack, working their way through the considerable gaps in the American defenses. Corporal William Kelly, the artilleryman from Battery A, 229th Field Artillery, had the misfortune of running right into many of them. He and his buddy Pete were all that remained from their forward observation team. They had spent the night in Harsbelt and had endured the morning's artillery barrage. Rather than sit idle, they wanted to do something, anything. In hopes of finding a battery for their useless radio, they left Harsbelt and walked along a little road that led to Ural. The grind of heavy armor filled the air. The hope that it must be American renewed our energy. It was not American. They were unmistakably enemy tanks with their broad treads and huge muzzle brakes. Kelly and Pete took shelter 90 yards from the road in an old dugout. Two of the enemy monsters rolled by just below them. There were several running, shouting Panzer grenadiers scurrying to keep up. As the tanks approached us along the road, we were literally looking down their muzzles. Kelly thought that any minute now they would spot the dugout and put some shots in there. He noticed a stand of pines just along the drop of the road and felt it might make a good hiding place. He told Pete that he was going to make a dash for the pines. "I'm right behind you," Pete replied. Kelly made it to the pines, but Pete did not. Kelly had no idea what had happened to his friend. He lay there wondering if he had been seen. Were the Germans coming for him? I was as scared as it is humanly possible to be. He was actually closer to the road in this hiding place. I thought the rumble of the tanks would drive me mad. I heard the men's voices and their cocking of rifle bolts. I counted 11 tanks in all roll by. He kept as still and quiet as possible and waited and prayed, not necessarily in that order. Out there beyond Corporal Kelly's little hiding place, the race for the Huron bridges was on. Miles to the west, at the Clairvallée Hotel in Clairvaux, Colonel Fuller was putting the finishing touches on his counterattack plan. During the night, he had ordered a few ill-fated jabs for Marnock. Now, in the daylight, his plan called for a three-pronged assault on the Germans besieging the town. Companies E and F, safely out of Clairvaux now, would attack east along the Marnock Road. To the south, a platoon from C Company, supported by a platoon of Shermans from A Company, 707th Tank Battalion, would push north from Munshausen. In the north, D Company of the 707th, consisting of M5 Stuart light tanks, would attack south on the Skyline Drive. General Norman Dutch Coda had just given Fuller these light tanks, and the colonel was only too happy to make use of them. They had spent the previous day waiting uselessly in reserve, near Huron, in the 112th Infantry Sector. With his counterattack plan set, Fuller paused and puffed on his pipe. He was fighting exhaustion. He had been on his feet for nearly 24 hours now. Around him, the Clairvallée was a beehive of activity as staff officers absorbed reports and carried out myriad tasks. For the moment, Fuller knew he had done all he could do. He was throwing his last bit of strength into this fight. He hoped to hell it would be enough. A mile and a half to the east, the men of E and F companies were patrolling warily through the trees that lined either side of the Marnock Road. To their immense horror, they saw German tanks and infantry in the distance, heading right for them. The two attacking forces met head-on. It was like a Mack truck colliding with an economy car, with E and F companies being decidedly the latter. The Americans tried to call down artillery on the enemy, but there was little to be had. Two batteries of the supporting 109th Field Artillery, B and C, were displacing under duress. The other, Battery A, was in the process of disintegrating under German attack. The soldiers of F Company inflicted some serious casualties on a group of German infantry moving southwest in a draw, but overall, the Germans were simply too powerful. In a close-quarters brawl, the enemy steadily pushed the two companies back in disorganized pieces. Corporal Frank Stepnick, the mortarman, was peering through a pair of binoculars, watching the Germans close on his position from a quarter-mile away. He could see tanks, trucks, and soldiers. Stepnick and his crew found a snowdrift by the side of the road and hid. The German column passed by and disappeared in the direction of Roila. We got out of there and went up to this little farmhouse where a haymound was, and hid again. A few minutes later, the Germans found the hiding place and cornered them, forcing Stepnick and the others to surrender. The Germans took my rings, my wallet, and money, and a new pair of boots I had just received. Because the 2nd Battalion had run right into this large enemy formation, the main thrust of Fuller's counterattack was shattered before it even had much of a chance to unfold. Gradually, the American survivors retreated back to Roila, where the intensity of the fighting was growing. Somewhere near that town, Private Bob Phillips, a young medic, was helping evacuate the wounded, who were drifting back after the failed counterattack. A 20-year-old native of South Dakota, Phillips had fought with the 110th in Normandy, only to be wounded in the chest early in the fall. The only good thing about his wound was that it had kept him from experiencing the Hurtgen Forest. On December 15th, barely 48 hours earlier, Phillips had returned to his unit. Casualties had been so bad at Hurtgen that most of the faces were new. Now he was back in the vulgar world of combat. It was hard to face. I hadn't adjusted to this way of life. Coming back, it's grim. Streams of wounded men were coming back, gashed by shrapnel and with bones broken by bullets. Phillips helped put them on litters and carry them to safety on vehicles and on foot. He ended up in Clairvaux, along a cluster of wounded soldiers, doing whatever he could for them. 4 miles to the northeast, Captain Herbert Ellison's D Company, 707th Tank Battalion, was on the Skyline Drive, rolling south out of Heinerscheid. Behind Ellison's force of 18 tanks, Heinerscheid was still under the control of A Company, 110th Infantry. In front of him was no man's land. Lieutenant Thomas Brierly's 2nd Platoon led D Company's column. The terrain on either side of this stretch of the Skyline Drive sloped upward, forcing Captain Ellison to keep all of his M5 Stuarts on the road in a linear formation. On the outskirts of Fishback, Brierly's platoon was descending a hill. Marnock was a mere 2 miles away. Crack! The bullwhip sound of a German anti-tank gun knifed through the crisp morning air. A millisecond later, Brierly's lead tank exploded into a fireball. The Germans then proceeded to, methodically, pick off each tank in the stalled column which was unable to maneuver because of the steep shoulders of the road, an officer of the 707th later wrote. Company D was in an absolute kill stack. They were trapped, under direct observation from German tanks, anti-tank guns, and even Panzerfaust-toting infantrymen. The light armor of these little Stuart tanks could not ward off the enemy ordnance. One by one, the tanks got hit, their turrets were smashed, their treads were shot off, their hulls were penetrated by high-velocity shells that ricocheted around inside, shredding crewmen into dismembered pieces. Their gas tanks or engines caught fire, singeing skin, burning hair, asphyxiating the men, and consuming flesh and bones in avaricious flames. Surviving crewmen bailed out and found themselves under intense small arms and anti-tank fire. They scattered about, looking for cover. Lieutenant Orville Nicholas's tank took a direct hit in the tread. He and his crew evacuated the tank, grabbed the .50 caliber machine gun from the turret, and took shelter in a nearby house, only to find it occupied by the Germans. They quickly surrendered. As the enemy herded them east, Lieutenant Nicholas saw the smoldering remains of one of his platoon members lying in a ditch. Hoping to extinguish the flames, Nicholas took a step toward the body, only to be sharply prodded back into line by his captors. In a matter of 10 awful minutes, D Company was virtually destroyed. 2 tanks managed to take cover behind a church and then escape back to Heinerscheid. 5 more made it to Ersbelt and even got some payback against an exposed company of Panzer Grenadiers along the way, killing or wounding 50 of them. These 5 refugee tanks made common cause with Lieutenant Colonel Donald Paul's 1st Battalion, 110th Infantry Headquarters, near his chateau in Ersbelt. Company D, totally unsupported by any infantry, artillery, or heavier armor, had blundered into a much stronger enemy force and had paid a terrible price. It was criminal that they should have been sent on such a mission, Major R.S. Garner, the battalion executive officer, later commented. To the south, the lone platoon of tanks and infantry, 2nd Platoon, A Company, 707th Tank Battalion, with a platoon from C Company, 110th Infantry riding on its decks, sallied forth from Munshausen and made it to the edges of Marnock, but with little effect. Instead of turning around and going back to Munshausen, Fuller ordered them to Clairvaux. His counterattack had failed. Marnock was on its own. Inside that little town, the situation was growing increasingly desperate as B Company died a slow death. Private First Class Ed Uzmak, a bespectacled 29-year-old native of Chicago's South Side, was running ammo to the remaining company positions. His glasses were cracked, so he had trouble seeing more than a few feet away. He had once attended the Northwestern University School of Journalism and had even worked as a reporter. Now he was loaded down with bandoliers of .30 caliber machine gun ammo, zigzagging his way along an icy sidewalk. A German machine gun opened fire to my right as I slipped and fell on my back, sliding toward an open door. A couple of GIs grabbed my legs and dragged me inside. These men were manning a machine gun in a shattered house. In an adjacent room, the freshly killed body of an American, still warm, was lying in a grotesque heap. Outside, a wounded German soldier was crying for help, imploring his buddies to come get him. The cries would fade and then return, louder than ever. For several minutes, Uzmak and the others sat and listened to the pitiful moaning of the wounded man until they could stand it no longer. "Why don't we put the bastard out of his misery?" one of them blurted. He and a couple of others went outside. Uzmak heard several bursts of fire, and then no more cries from the wounded man. Scared, numb, and fatigued, Uzmak's groups held on and waited for help. In the small house that overlooked the Roda intersection, Private Whitey Schaller's group of 5 men had spent a hellish night hiding in the hayloft while 34 German vehicles bivouacked outside and enemy soldiers walked around downstairs. Now a new group of enemy soldiers entered the house, scavenging for food or valuables. One of the Germans walked right up on Schaller's group and saw them trying to hide. "Why, good morning, gentlemen," he said to the Americans. Schaller and the others glumly raised their hands over their heads. They were POWs. Half a mile to the east, at Roda, Private Joe Norris, still in the same fighting position where he'd been since the battle began, heard the sound of a tank engine behind him. He turned around and saw a German tank no more than 30 feet away. The sight of this armored monster, a damned metal garage, as Norris called it, was overwhelming. The tank clanked to a halt and loomed over Norris and the men of his squad. Rifles and burp guns at the ready, German soldiers cautiously moved next to the tank, approaching the Americans. "These guys looked like they were 15 or 16 years old," Norris said. The Americans dropped their weapons and reached for the sky. The teenage Germans descended on them and just grabbed everything in sight, strip-searched us, took watches, money, cigarettes, anything they could get their hands on. When they finished, they marched Norris and his friends east toward the Uhr River. Bit by bit, the Germans were cleaning out Marnock and its environs. 2. Back at Clairvaux, T. Sergeant James Pelletier, a wireman with Headquarters Company, 110th Infantry, was at a .50 caliber machine gun in the shadow of the old castle. Since the previous evening, he and 3 other men had been at this gun, blocking the main road through Clairvaux. Now, in the morning light, Sergeant Pelletier looked to the east, towards the hairpin turn of the road that led into the town from Roila and Marnock. Not more than a quarter-mile away, he saw several Mark IVs, followed by half-trucks that were packed with Panzer Grenadiers. Pelletier estimated that there were at least 30 half-trucks and maybe 2 platoons of tanks. The enemy vehicles were near the sanatorium and the town cemetery, gingerly attempting to negotiate the sharp turns of the road into the southern part of town. "We went back into the castle and set up the .50 caliber machine gun to help defend the castle." As they did, they stopped to warn 2 American tanks that they encountered on the other side of the castle, out of the Germans' line of sight. These were the first 2 tanks of the 2nd Platoon, A Company, 707th Tank Battalion, Colonel Fuller's Armored Reserve. He had heard about the presence of the German armor. He knew that the enemy tanks and half-trucks on the Marnock Road had just overrun the scratch force of GI vacationers he had emplaced there the previous day. Now he was sending the tanks to intercept the intruding enemy armor. The tanks carefully edged past the castle and drove along the southern edge of town, paralleling the Clerf River. Tanks were not designed to fight in this kind of terrain. Lots of buildings, narrow streets, hairpin turns, and very little room to maneuver. 1 or 2 feet in the wrong direction could put a tank directly in the sights of an adversary. The Shermans made it around 3 hairpin turns on the Marnock Road, at a higher elevation than the town now, rather close to the cemetery, and screeched to a halt. There, not more than 70 yards distant, were the Mark IVs. This was point blank, the armored equivalent of hand-to-hand combat. Main guns boomed on both sides. High-velocity shells tore through turrets and treads. Tanks exploded. When the smoke of the battle cleared, a 707th historian wrote, the wrecks of 4 German and 3 American tanks littered the roadway battlefield. The remaining tanks of each side withdrew. The 2 surviving American tanks retreated from Clairvaux to Drofeld, ostensibly to replenish their ammo and medical supplies, but perhaps they had had enough of close armored combat for today. Down in beautiful little Clairvaux, near the Park Hotel, German soldiers were peppering the medieval castle with small arms fire and heavier munitions too. They set up an anti-tank gun behind the park and lobbed shells at the castle watchtowers, where they suspected that American snipers were holed up. The shells bounced off the thick walls of the venerable castle. Every time there was an impact, lots of stones and dust came down, but the building stood firm, one Clairvaux resident recalled. A mile away, at the Clairvaux Hotel, Colonel Fuller was pacing around the second floor, wondering if he could hold off the German armor. He knew that the 2 surviving tanks of the 2nd Platoon, A Company, 707th Tank Battalion, had left town, so he ordered another platoon of the company, the 1st, into Clairvaux. This was the same one he had earlier ordered to support his counterattack at Marnock. The abrupt change of mission was a prime example of just how overextended the 110th Infantry was at this point. Right now, the 1st Platoon, plus a platoon from C Company, 110th Infantry, riding on the tanks, were out there roaming around the Ardennes roads, looking for a safe route into Clairvaux. Obviously, they would not be there for a while. In the meantime, Fuller needed more armor to deal with the German tanks around Clairvaux. Earlier that morning, General Troy Middleton had ordered Combat Command Reserve, CCR, of the 9th Armored Division to set up roadblock positions west of Clairvaux. CCR was a regiment-sized blend of tanks, self-propelled guns, tank destroyers, and armored infantry, riding in half-tracks. It consisted of portions of the 2nd Tank Battalion, the 73rd Armored Field Artillery, the 811th Tank Destroyer Battalion, and almost all of the 52nd Armored Infantry Battalion. For several days now, CCR had been at Trois Vierges, backing up the 28th Division front. In fact, just the day before, CCR's commander, Colonel Joseph Duke Gilbreth, had offered to help Colonel Guston Nelson's 112th Infantry, but Nelson had been able to stabilize his front without Gilbreth's assistance. Now, the increasing intensity of the German offensive created plenty of jobs for CCR. Realizing this, General Middleton, in consultation with General Coda, placed CCR in the center of the 28th Division front, right behind the hard-pressed 110th Infantry Regiment. Colonel Fuller had been in communication with Coda for much of the morning, asking for help. In response, Coda now sent him B Company of the 2nd Tank Battalion, CCR. The company consisted of 17 Sherman tanks, most or all of which were equipped with 76mm guns. For several hours, they had been at Donnage, manning a roadblock with the C Company of the 52nd Armored Infantry. Now, they rolled into Clairvaux just when Fuller needed them. Inside the Clairvaux, the colonel met with B Company's commander, Captain Roger Liebarker. Fuller, with crises to deal with all over his front, ordered Liebarker to send his 1st platoon to Heinerscheid, his 2nd platoon to Roiler, and his 3rd platoon into Clairvaux. Captain Liebarker left, disseminated the orders, and sent his Shermans on their way. Minutes later, the 5 Shermans that made up the 3rd platoon were creeping along a narrow street near the castle. In the 4th tank, Sergeant Donald Fink was standing in the turret, warily scanning ahead for signs of the German armor he knew was nearby. The gassy exhaust fumes of the tanks ahead of him were blowing in his face, but he was used to them. They even warmed this raw winter day a bit. Just ahead, the lead tank stopped and took up position adjacent to the castle's main entrance. Fink glanced at the building next to his own and noticed a sign advertising the town post office. In the next instant, he heard the supersonic sound of a high-velocity shell whizzing just past his tank. Then there was another shot. The last 5th tank was hit. Of the 5 men in that tank, 1 was killed. Almost immediately, the tank burst into flames. 4 men got out and took cover in a nearby building. The body of the dead man, the bow gunner, cooked inside. Soon the Germans drew a bead on the lead tank and blasted it. The 2nd tank bravely dashed forward, exposing itself, and pumped several rounds into the German anti-tank gun behind the Park Hotel. A couple of well-aimed shots crashed into the park, and the German cannon got quiet, an observer related. The American tank was frantically trying to maneuver west of the castle, closer to Fink's tank, but it got hit and started burning. Another shell hit the 3rd tank in line, just in front of Fink's. The shell bounced off the armor, but the crew had had enough. They bailed out of the tank and left it in the middle of the street. An artillery round whistled in and exploded in a building to the right of Fink's Sherman, collapsing the building into jumbled rubble, much of it cascading onto the Sherman. Fink swung his head back and forth. Behind him, the 5th tank was burning in the narrow street. In front of him, 2 more were destroyed, and the 3rd was abandoned. Rubble was hemmed against his Sherman, making it difficult to move the tank without damaging the treads. The Germans, shooting from heights at the crest of the Marnock Road overlooking Clairvaux, obviously had this street zeroed in. With the tank in the middle of the street and on fire, we could not get back out. Nor could they go forward. If they stayed in the tank, Fink knew they would eventually die inside it. He ordered his crew to abandon the tank. They ran into a nearby stone building and only came out to fire on what a member of the infantry asked us to. Someone got on the radio to Colonel Gilbreth and told him, "We're surrounded and can't get out. They're closing in and we're fighting like hell. Guess this is it." Fink's platoon had sacrificed itself to buy more time for the garrison of Clairvaux. The Germans, wary of more American armor, were content for the moment to keep their tanks perched on the heights above the town and shoot anything that moved, while their infantry slowly infiltrated the buildings around the castle. Several miles to the northeast, German tanks from the 116th Panzer Division were racing for the Ourons bridges. They had overrun many frontline positions, crushing men in their foxholes or blowing them to bits, and were moving steadily along the Ourons road. "We saw 18 tanks in column coming down the road," Captain Guy Piercy, the commander of M Company, reported. Behind the tanks were deployed infantry. There were 4 personnel carriers in with the infantry. There were also 3 or 4 motorcycles amongst them. We dropped mortar and artillery fire on this column, and the infantry dispersed into the woods, and the personnel carriers pulled into the woods. Even without their infantry support, the tanks kept going west, getting closer to the bridges by the minute. The irony of this situation was that the day before, Colonel Nelson had had Colonel Gilbreth's CCR available, but the Germans had employed very little armor. Now, when the enemy was attacking with multiple tanks, CCR was no longer available to Nelson. To counter the attack, Nelson had a platoon of self-propelled guns from the 811th Tank Destroyer Battalion, some towed 3-inch guns from C Company, 630th Tank Destroyer Battalion, and more towed 105mm guns from his cannon company. The platoon from the 811th was east of the Our, right in the path of the Germans. Nelson's other guns were deployed west of the river, on the heights overlooking the bridges. He also had bazooka men. These brave men generally operated in two-man teams, one to load the ponderous 5-foot-long anti-tank weapon and another to fire it. In order to have any real chance of destroying a tank, they had to be within 50 yards of their target, way too close for comfort. Now, as rays of late-morning sunshine attempted to penetrate leaden clouds, the enemy tanks shredded 3 of the tank destroyers from the 811th with absurd ease. The 4th one fled west out of danger. The German tanks kept moving, over the last ridge before Ural, within sight of the bridges. On a hillside overlooking the river, Sergeant Murray Shapiro, the M Company machine gunner who had made such a harrowing escape the day before, was now in control of a small rearguard section. He and this group were ensconced in foxholes. Only a few minutes earlier, they had gorged themselves on French toast and bacon that the cooks had left behind when they retreated that morning. They had also found several Christmas packages, cracked them open, and enjoyed fruitcakes, candy, soda, and beer. For a brief moment, everyone actually felt good. But now, they looked down into the valley and saw the enemy tanks. We more or less froze, not knowing what to do with the tanks. At this point, the men I was given to command suddenly broke out of their holes and hightailed it down the slope to the valley floor. Sergeant Shapiro believed that they were running away, and he was outraged. He yelled at them, called them cowards, and told them to come back, but to no avail. I was quickly to regret those harsh words of condemnation. These were anti-tank men, and they were running to a concealed 3-inch anti-tank gun camouflaged on the valley floor. Shapiro could only support them with ineffectual rifle fire. Shapiro's anti-tank crew and several others fired at the lead enemy tanks. The German tanks, road-bound at the moment, fired back. As Shapiro watched in horror, an enemy tank fired a shell that tore through the camouflage netting of his anti-tank crew, ripping through them. To the sergeant, it looked like they had all been killed. The tank's turret turned in Shapiro's direction. He froze like a deer in headlights. Then, out of his peripheral vision, he saw one anti-tank man back on the gun. He was mounting the gun and turning the barrel toward the tank. The German tank noticed it too and began turning its turret back in the direction of the American gun. By now, Sergeant Shapiro was shouting at the top of his lungs, urging the anti-tank man to fire. He got off one shot, hitting a gas can on the side of the tank. The tank exploded in flame. Quickly, the crew began to exit. Shapiro howled in delight and shot at the retreating crew, but it was hard to see them through all the smoke and flame. The next tank in the line backed up, out of range of the anti-tank gun. Shapiro had just witnessed an incredible act of bravery from the surviving anti-tank crewman, and he did not even know his name. As this was happening, the self-propelled guns of Cannon Company hurled their 105mm shells at the German tanks. Cannon Company's guns were actually howitzers, designed to fire their shells in a parabola at distant targets, not at visible tanks at such short range. But the crews were resourceful. They depressed their barrels almost as low as they could go and bore-sighted on the tanks. In other words, they looked down the bore, sighted on the target, and fired, just like a man would do with a rifle. In order to achieve maximum muzzle velocity and a flat trajectory to the tanks, they loaded their shells with Charge 5 powder, usually reserved for long-range targets. This created a slingshot effect. In the memory of one soldier, at 800 yards, Charge 5 gave the shells a terrific muzzle velocity and a very flat trajectory. The result was devastating. 2 shots took out the leading German tank. It exploded, sending flames licking into the air. Several more enemy tanks were hit. Captain Charles Crane, the CO of H Company, was watching from somewhere east of the Our and called this the prettiest sight I had ever seen. The burning lead tank blocked any further advance for the enemy. They maneuvered their tanks off the road, dispersed as best they could, and returned fire. Private First Class Clarence Blakesley, the M Company mortarman, was in a shallow foxhole so close to the tanks that spent howitzer shells were bouncing off them. The ricochets snarled by us and cut down large trees. Blakesley, having little else to do, was gawking at nearby bazooka teams, watching them snap off shots and displace. He was so transfixed that he stood up. I saw a tank turret revolving toward me. The muzzle flashed and there was a big explosion behind me. The turret revolved and flashed again. Once more he escaped injury, but the same could not be said for his lieutenant, who was disemboweled. On the other side of the river, one of the cannon company guns took a direct hit, killing and wounding the whole crew. A shell exploded near another gun, wounding and driving away most of the crew. Corporal Howard Menier, the gunner, stayed at the gun all by himself. He bore-sighted, loaded, and fired along for 8 or 10 rounds, another soldier recalled. Other fully crewed guns were firing with everything they had. One of them damaged a German tank on the road, close to Blakesley's foxhole. He saw the tank commander, clad in shiny black boots, an officer's cap, and a black uniform, dismount the tank. He started to walk back to a tank waiting for him. He walked straight, almost arrogantly, until the bullets began kicking up dust around him. He then started on a dead run, but too late. He went down and began dragging himself with his elbows. The tank that was waiting for the German officer now shielded him from the American fire, saving his life. All around them, the firing died down as the Germans began to withdraw out of range and into the woods. Cannon Company and the surviving guns of the 630th fired at their retreating shapes. Some crews even shot smoke shells when they ran out of armor-piercing ammo. 4 enemy tanks were now little more than burning metal. Many more were damaged. Colonel Nelson's 112th Infantry was chopped up and bloodied, but for the second straight day, it had stopped the Germans short of the Ural bridges. This was important for several reasons. First, it bought time for Nelson to withdraw his artillery support, the 229th Field Artillery Battalion, west of the Our. Second, it saved his regiment from being cut off east of the Our. Third, and most important, it denied a vital river crossing to the Germans. They were now forced to reroute the bulk of the 116th Panzer Division south to the Dassburg River crossing. This was no mere inconvenience. The failure to capture the Ural bridges during these first 2 days deprived Manteuffel of one of his key northern approaches to Bastogne and the Meuse River. In the south, at the opposite end of the 28th Division sector, the Germans were launching a brand new series of attacks on Colonel James Earl Rudder's 109th Infantry. At Walsdorf, Private Robert Jackson and the remnants of F Company were still in their holes, hoping to survive the day. A day and a half earlier, Private Jackson and his comrades had discovered the secret German bridge-building project at Gmünd. That now seemed like ages ago. Fog blanketed the entire area around F Company. Jackson was clutching his Browning automatic rifle, BAR, and peering into the fog. He and his foxhole buddy, Roger, heard unnatural swishing noises out there somewhere. Slowly, the fog rose a few feet, fully exposing 8 German soldiers right in front of their hole. They had been creeping up on our position and soon would have been in our foxholes. 2 GIs in the neighboring foxhole hurled grenades at the crawling Germans. 2 of them are hit, and now the air is filled with their screams. One of the unwounded enemy soldiers threw a concussion grenade at Private Jackson's foxhole. It exploded, momentarily stunning him. The enemy soldiers used this to get away, under the dip of a sunken road. The 2 sides now waited at a wary distance as a German medic appeared with a white flag. Company F held its fire as the Germans removed their shrieking wounded. When they were done, the battle resumed. A German tank was idling its engines, preparing to close in on F Company. As the enemy infantry soldiers fired from the cover of the road, the tank churned past them, throwing chunks of dirt into the air behind it. An American rifle grenade team fired at the tank and scored a lucky hit. The grenade penetrated the side armor and ricocheted around inside, killing the crew. The tank skidded to a halt and sat there, an eerie relic with its engine still running as it spat diesel fumes into the fog. Even without tank support, the enemy attacked again. They poured machine gun and rifle fire at Jackson's positions. They ducked and covered, zigzagged, and flanked the Americans. Jackson had only a few clips left on his BAR. Captain Ronnet, the company commander, was dead. So was Lieutenant Cummings, the only other officer. For some reason, though, the Germans were reluctant to home in for the kill. They surrounded the Americans and waited. Exhausted, Private Jackson slumped into his hole and wondered what would become of him and the 20 others who were still alive. What is left but death, retreat, or surrender, he wondered. There were no other options. Not long after this bleak thought flashed through Jackson's mind, the Germans came and captured them. For him, the fighting was over, but the ordeal of captivity was beginning. Thousands of other soldiers from the 109th Infantry were more fortunate. They were fighting a steady withdrawal. Rudder's regiment was paying a heavy price, but it was holding the Germans in place, bleeding them steadily, giving ground only grudgingly. 3. By early afternoon, the real crisis was developing to the north for Fuller and the 110th. The Germans had Heinerscheid and A Company surrounded. Now the enemy brought up 7 tanks, 6 75mm anti-tank PAK guns, plus plenty of supporting infantry, and went in for the kill. These Germans were from the 116th Panzer Division and had just crossed the Our at Dasburg rather than Ural, as they originally planned. Presently, they were rumbling north on the Skyline Drive. Just outside of town, at a foxhole near the Skyline Drive, Private First Class Walter Willie Dayhoff heard the menacing sound of the German armor. Dayhoff came from Beecher City, Illinois, and had once worked for the Peevely Dairy in St. Louis. He was in his mid-30s, an unlikely age for a rifleman. I was on lookout. It was raining by that time. I heard the tanks coming down the road. I could hear the cleats. Dayhoff scrambled back into Heinerscheid to warn his company commander, Captain Laveau Reinhardt. At almost the same time, the leading Shermans of the 1st Platoon, B Company, 2nd Tank Battalion, the CCR tanks recently dispatched by Colonel Fuller, arrived in Heinerscheid. Immediately, the Germans opened up on them, destroying the lead tank and wounding the platoon leader. For several minutes, the shots flew back and forth. A German Mark IV got hit and blew up. So did another Sherman. German PAK gunners battered American foxholes beneath the town water tower. Captain Reinhardt knew that he was hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned. He ordered the surviving tanks to join their 2nd Platoon comrades at Roila. He also told his men to break into small groups and infiltrate west. At Heinerscheid, the Germans captured 38 Americans and claimed to have destroyed 3 tanks, but they did not eliminate all of A Company. A mile to the east, at the Colborne Crossroads, Corporal Cecil Hannaford was listening as the firefight at Heinerscheid petered out. Amazingly, since coming to this OP almost 48 hours earlier, Hannaford and the 3rd Platoon of A Company had been unmolested. When he and the others had arrived on the evening of December 15th, they had cursed their bad fortune. But now, it seemed they were the lucky ones from A Company. From the vantage point of his foxhole, Hannaford could observe the Skyline Drive and did not like what he saw. German vehicles, dozens of them, were rolling north and south. We just sat there and watched them go by. We had no idea of the significance of what was going on, none whatsoever. Hannaford and the other 3rd Platoon soldiers only knew that, for them, everything was still quiet. They resolved to stay there, out of sight, and wait. 20 miles to the south, at Holstham, Lieutenant Bert Seaman's L Company was clinging to the western edge of town. Seaman's company had been so badly shot up that it was down to platoon size, roughly 40 men. This morning, 2 Mark V Panthers had closed in on his schoolhouse CP. A bazooka team had driven them back with near misses. Later, 2 Shermans from B Company, 707th Tank Battalion, had appeared as if out of nowhere. Reluctantly, they had engaged the Panthers. One of the Panthers fired a flanking shot at the leading Sherman and destroyed it. Now Seaman was getting civilian reports that the Germans were massing their forces for a major assault on the remnants of L Company. As if on cue, the volume of enemy mortar and small arms fire increased. Lieutenant Seaman knew it was time to get out. Earlier, Major Harold Milton had told him to defend Holstham as long as possible and then fall back to Constham, a mile and a half to the west. Seaman and his soldiers destroyed anything of value, left the schoolhouse, and retreated to Constham, where Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Strickler, Major Milton, and a hodgepodge force were still holding out against repeated attacks. Holstham was gone. Constham was hanging in the balance. So was Osingen. The Americans were still holding the town, and the Germans could not allow this to continue. As long as the Americans controlled Osingen, Manteuffel's mobility and supply lines were in jeopardy. Without Osingen, the 26th Volksgrenadier, Panzer Lehr, and the 2nd Panzer Divisions would have difficulty massing their formations and moving freely on the west side of the Uhe. Frustrated at the stubbornness of the American garrison at Osingen, the Germans planned a major attack with elements of all 3 of those divisions. Early this morning, the enemy had pummeled the town with artillery, including 150mm shells that turned several buildings into dusty rubble and wounded Captain William Jarrett, the engineer commander, in the foot. They followed up the barrage with a furious attack that failed. Now, at 1300, they came again. 2 Panthers took up position north of Osingen and hurled high-explosive shells at the water tower. German officers had offered the tank crews some sort of reward if they could destroy the tower and, more important, the American observers inside it. Several times, the tankers scored direct hits, only to see the tower remain intact. The outside walls were of thick concrete, and a steel shaft enclosing a circular steel stairway supported in the center, an American soldier recalled. The steelwork deflected shrapnel from the hits, which penetrated the concrete walls. 6 more German tanks, from the 2nd Panzer, joined in the shooting, but to no avail. As they fired away, waves of German soldiers moved in on Osingen from the north and the west. American machine gunners and riflemen opened fire from the cover of buildings, rubble, or foxholes. Mortar shells, still directed by observers in the tower, exploded among the Germans. Flying rocks and masonry added to the killing power of the mortars. The Wehrmacht soldiers were taking terrible casualties, but they kept attacking. The battle was a slow, cumbersome slugging match. Enemy Panzerschreck teams, or tanks, blasted holes in the walls of buildings. Riflemen, snipers, and burp gunners then assaulted the buildings. Our troops remained in firing positions in the houses as long as possible, and then left the back doors to set ambushes for the Germans advancing in front of the buildings, Lieutenant Thomas Flynn remembered. Often they left booby traps behind. In this costly manner, the Germans took some of the northern buildings of Osingen and began to put serious pressure on Jarrett's engineers along the western perimeter. This put the opposing forces in close proximity to one another. Not far from the water tower, in one farmhouse, Private Edward Gasper, the 19-year-old rifleman, cornered an attacking German with the help of a couple of his buddies. He didn't have his helmet on. He had a pistol. I think he was an officer or non-commissioned officer. We all had our rifles on him. Fingers on triggers, Gasper's group tensely stared at the enemy soldier. With wide eyes, he put one hand in the air and reached for his pistol with the other hand. Now that was the dumbest thing I ever saw in my life. I guess he was going to give us the pistol. But no one could be sure if he wanted to do that or to shoot at them. Gasper stood frozen in horrified fascination as the German's hand moved for his pistol. The whole incident took no more than a few seconds. When the man's hand was about halfway to the pistol, one of the other Americans shot him right in the chest. As blood spurted from his chest, the German soldier fell backward into a hedge. No one even bothered to search his lifeless body for valuables. In the wake of this incident, Gasper's squad, for fear of being cut off, withdrew into the interior of Osingen under small arms fire. Their fears were valid because even now, some of the engineers and a few soldiers from the 1st and 2nd platoons of K Company were isolated in various sections of town. Like Gasper's squad, much of the American garrison was steadily being forced into a shrinking perimeter in the middle of Osingen. This included Lieutenant Richard Payne's tanks, which were largely restricted to Osingen's main street, around Captain Frederick Fiker's command post. Fiker now took stock of his situation. His ammo was running low. 3 of his machine gun nests were gone, as was one of his 60mm mortars. The cooks were running out of food. The power was out in Osingen, and there was no running water. His thirsty soldiers had taken to melting snow for drinking or cooking water. He had no artillery support. No relief force was on the way. He suspected that he and his men would die together in this little Luxembourg town. Yet, for now, his surrounded force was hanging on to battered Osingen, costing the Germans precious time and manpower. As ordered, they were holding at all costs. 5 miles to the northwest, at Munshausen, Lieutenant John Marr was looking to his left, gaping in amazement at what he saw. Marr's C Company rifle platoon was deployed at the northeastern edges of this little town. To his left, howitzer crewmen from Cannon Company were at their 105mm guns, warding off a close-range enemy attack, something they were not trained to do. Munshausen was little more than a few blocks of stone barns and farmhouses with a small church in the middle. As Marr watched, the howitzer crewmen loaded their pieces and fired high-explosive rounds at charging waves of German infantrymen. The shells exploded and tore gaps in the German host, but still they kept coming. Marr and his men opened up with their rifles and machine guns. In the distance, several German vehicles, probably tanks and scout cars, were raking over Munshausen. Despite their superiority in arms and personnel, the Germans failed to make maximum use of their advantages. Enemy casualties seemed to have been high against the stubborn defenses. Stubborn was the right word. Munshausen was under attack from the north, south, and east. The Germans were throwing the better part of the 2nd Panzer's Abteilung II, a mixed reconnaissance-oriented force of infantry, tanks, scout cars, anti-tank guns, and half-trucks, at the town. The American defenders, mindful of their sobering orders to fight to the end, did just that. In one howitzer position, the Germans overran the gun, killing some crewmen and capturing others. Near the gun, Captain Irving Worden, Cannon Company's CO, lay motionless, feigning death. He heard the German soldiers talking and moving around him. One of them stopped, bent over, and took his pistol. Leveling his weapon at Worden's head, he kicked the captain's body. Worden's heart was racing, but somehow he remained completely still. The Germans moved on. When they were gone, Worden slowly got up and made his way back to the American-held section of Munshausen. All around him, buildings were burning. As the German infantry approached the houses of Munshausen, they came under intense sniper fire. American riflemen were concealed expertly at windows, in attics, in the church steeple, or anywhere else that afforded a nice field of fire. One after the other, M1s barked single kill shots. Seemingly each time an M1 fired, a German soldier went down in a heap, dead by the time he hit the ground, blood spurting from head or throat wounds. One enemy assault group tried to sneak into town from the north. All of them perished or were soon found dead with fatal head wounds, a German officer recalled. The dead included their commander, Lieutenant Gelinek, who was a reservist and professor at the University of Vienna. Close by, 2 Mark V's edged carefully through an open farmyard, scanning for targets. One of them fired several shells into the church steeple, sending it crashing down in a mix of cobbled masonry. It was hard for the German tank commanders to see through the smoke from all the fires, so they had their hatches open and were standing in their turrets. In a house somewhere nearby, an American sniper was looking down the sights of his M1, zeroing in on one of the tank commanders, waiting for the right moment to take the shot. He exhaled and squeezed the trigger. An instant later, the .30-06 caliber bullet smashed into the tank commander's head, spraying pink and gray shards of skull in a halo around what remained of his head. The commander slumped back a bit and then went straight down. The Mark V's backed up and contented themselves with firing from a safe distance. The German commander at Munshausen, Captain Heinz Novak, was impatient for more progress. Novak was popular with his men, but perhaps a bit impulsive. He foolishly decided to dismount from his vehicle and recon the town by himself. He walked along a seemingly deserted street within sight of the damaged church. A few feet away from Novak, an American soldier was hiding behind the town water basin, bayonet in hand, waiting to strike. In civilian life, the American soldier had been a butcher in Chicago. He knew knives, and he knew how to kill the old-fashioned way. He had sharpened his bayonet to a fine edge. When Novak reached the water basin, the American leapt from cover, grabbed him, cut his throat from ear to ear, and plunged the bayonet into his chest. Warm, bright red arterial blood gushed from Novak's throat all over his chest. He fell to the ground. The butcher finished him off with blows to the head and then left quickly. Novak lay dead in the street, the bayonet stuck in his chest. Not long after, Lieutenant Rudolf Siebert, one of Novak's platoon leaders, found the captain's body. His throat was cut, his jaw and skull were smashed, and his binoculars were gone. Civilians had taken them. Later, when German soldiers found Novak's body, they wanted to exact reprisals on some Americans whom they had captured. Their first sergeant put an end to any such thoughts. A few miles to the north, the American defenders of Clairvaux were also holding on as best they could. At the southern end of town, there was a tense standoff. Scores of German tanks and half-tracks were on the Marnock Road, overlooking Clairvaux, firing at American-held buildings, especially the castle. By the hour, the American armored strength grew as more of the 2nd Panzer Division arrived. And yet, though, they had no orders to push down the road, past the cemetery, and into the town. Plus, the hulks of several Mark IVs that had been destroyed during the morning battle were blocking parts of the road. One German tank did make a dash into Clairvaux, though. It rumbled across the Clerf River Bridge and past the Park Hotel, stopped at a curve near one of the castle's watchtowers, and hid below the gable roof of a nearby house. 100 meters away, there was a Sherman tank, possibly from Sergeant Fink's platoon, adjacent to the post office. Inside the Sherman, the crewman could hear but not see the enemy tank. They snapped off several shots that hit in and around the roof, wounding a civilian inside the house, but missing the German tank. When the American crew paused to reload, the German edged from cover, aimed at the Sherman, and fired. The 75mm armor-piercing shell smashed into the U.S. tank, destroying it at once. The main road through town was now free of functioning American tanks, but the Germans were not yet ready to exploit this. Their other tanks were still on the ridge overlooking Clairvaux, and the crewmen were in rest mode. They hopped out of their vehicles, brewed coffee, and relaxed. Inside the castle, the small American garrison, consisting of 102 soldiers from Headquarters Company 110th Infantry, enjoyed an excellent view of the enemy tankers. The castle had multiple stories, with several watchtowers and a solid stone facade that curved around the whole structure. The facade was honeycombed with apertures that made ideal firing slits. At one aperture, Sergeant Frank Kushner, the experienced intelligence and reconnaissance man, who had several days earlier sensed that the Germans were planning something big, could hardly believe the enemy Panzertruppen were this foolish. What the hell's going on? He wondered. He poked his rifle through the aperture. These German tankers started smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. He fired a clip and hit several enemy soldiers. Others around him did the same. We started picking them off one by one. It was like ducks on a pond. After several of them got hit, then they all scampered back into their tanks. They shot at the castle, but with little effect, except to chip away at the stone walls. There were still plenty of targets for the Americans. At another aperture, not far from Sergeant Kushner, an American sniper calmly took aim and fired. Somewhere out there, a German soldier went down. The American had a sniper scope on his rifle and a cigarette dangling from his lips. As calmly as if he were at a shooting range, he aimed and fired several more times, scoring hit after hit. Jean Servet, a 16-year-old local kid, was standing next to the sniper, picking up empty casings as they ejected from the sniper's rifle. As Servet watched, the sniper's bullets ripped into at least 4 Germans. One of them got hit and rolled down the hill behind the Park Hotel, coming to a lifeless stop at the bottom. The boy was squatting up and down, 1 minute gawking at the dead quarry, another minute bending over to pick up the hot casings that jangled on the floor at the sniper's feet. Sedately, almost clinically, the GI scanned for targets, all the while absent-mindedly sucking on the cigarette that dangled out of his mouth. Servet left the sniper and walked around the castle. He was one of 75 civilians who had taken refuge there. This was a town tradition. Since the 12th century, the residents of Clairvaux had come to the castle in times of danger. Servet had come to the castle with his parents the day before, soon after the German attack began. His parents and most of the other civilians were in the basement, waiting apprehensively, some of them crying and hoping that the Germans would not take the town again. There were also 18 German prisoners down there. Most of them were quiet but smug, as if they knew their comrades would soon liberate them. A deep gloom settled over the civilians, some of whom were elderly or sick. For teenage Jean, though, this experience was an adventure, a lark. He wandered around the castle, taking in the sights, watching the Americans and helping them any way he could. In one room, he saw an American soldier at a piano. As the shells exploded outside, the soldier played the piano, banging out popular American tunes, seemingly oblivious to anything but his music. Jean stood and listened for a time, then continued his impromptu tour of the castle. Beyond the castle walls, small groups of German infantry soldiers were steadily capturing houses or shops that lined the streets of Clairvaux. Ever so slowly, they were cutting off the castle and southwestern part of the town. A mile away from the castle, at the Clairvaux, Colonel Fuller was in full crisis mode. His regiment needed help and needed it now. He knew that the Germans were steadily overwhelming the 110th. A few minutes ago, German soldiers had come within 200 yards of the Clairvaux, only to be driven back by some of the colonel's headquarters troops. Fuller was working the phone to division, begging for reinforcements. Our situation in Clairvaux was growing more desperate by the hour, he wrote. I asked for more artillery support, more tanks, and a battalion of armored infantry. He was hoping that Coda would send him elements of CCR, parts of which were even now setting up roadblocks west of Clairvaux, astride the Bastogne road. But CCR was not Coda's to give. It was under the control of General Middleton, and the situation was so critical now that Middleton needed CCR's tanks, half-trucks, and self-propelled artillery to defend the approaches to Bastogne. General Coda told Fuller that all he could send him right now from CCR was a platoon of M18 Hellcats from C Company, 811th Tank Destroyer Battalion, in Drofeld. Coda signed off with what had now become a monotonous, grim mantra for the 28th Division. Hold at all cost. Give up no ground. Fuller hung up the phone and strode out of his office into the hallway. His headquarters was like a recently disturbed anthill. Officers and NCOs were scrambling back and forth. Confused reports were streaming in from what was left of the frontline companies. Fuller looked in the direction of the lobby where the S2 desk was situated. Captain Rensmeyer, report to me immediately. Edwin Rensmeyer hustled up the stairs and into Fuller's office. On the evening of December 15th, the young captain had returned to the 110th and settled into his new job in the S2 section. Things were so quiet that night that he had spent most of his time writing letters home. Now he had no time for such things. As Rensmeyer listened, Fuller asked him if he knew where Drofeld was. I replied I did not know where it was, but that I was certain my driver would know it, the captain said. Fuller ordered him to take his driver, go to Drofeld, and find the tank destroyers, TDs, and guide them into Roila, where the American defenders were in real trouble. Rensmeyer grabbed his weapon and left. He and his driver easily found Drofeld and the TDs. Then they drove north through Clairvaux and over the ridge into the northern part of Roila. Just ahead, the Americans at Roila were engulfed in the desperation of a house-to-house fight. Powerful armor and infantry formations of the 2nd Panzer Division were pushing north into the town. The southern part of Roila was at the junction of the Marnock Road. A vehicle continuing west on that road would end up at the hairpin turns that led downward into Clairvaux. If the vehicle turned right at the junction, it would go north into the heart of Roila. The 2nd Panzer was doing both. Some of its tanks and half-tracks were going west to Clairvaux, chipping away at the castle, pushing for the Clairvallée, while others turned right into Roila. The Germans took the southern houses of Roila against little resistance. Now they were moving deeper into the village, which lay on a gradually sloping hill, straight into the heart of the American defenses of the town. The GI defenders were a mixed collection of troops. There were machine gunners and mortarmen from D Company, riflemen from E and F companies who had retreated into Roila that morning, and some officers from both the 1st and 2nd battalions. For armor support, they had the TDs, 5 tanks from the 2nd Platoon, B Company, 2nd Tank Battalion, plus a few more B Company tanks that had retreated from Heinescheid. Some of the infantrymen were lying behind hedges or in ditches. Others were in houses. German soldiers, clad in the distinctive gray uniforms of their army, were on either side of the road that bisected the town. Many of them were on their bellies, crawling while others covered them. Hollering back and forth, they went into a couple of farmhouses, rounded up the owners, herded them into cellars, and told them that they would be shot. The Germans approached a house that almost hung over the road, with windows facing right down on their advancing troops. In that house, an American soldier was crouched against a wall, listening to the Germans, but unable to see them just yet. The window was open just enough for him to poke his rifle muzzle through it. Across the street was a ditch. Figuring that it would be a good hiding place for the enemy, the GI fixed his attention on it. He was right to do so. He saw a German helmet pop up. He aimed and squeezed the trigger. The bullet knifed through the helmet and struck home with an odd sound, like a mixture of a bell's quick ring with the clank of a hammer on a steel girder. The helmeted head disappeared, but the sniper kept aiming at the ditch. Another helmet popped up. The sniper squeezed the trigger again. Crack, clank. Another German soldier was dead. 2 more chanced to look, but did not live to tell of the experience. The rest clung to the ground. They had no idea of the sniper's whereabouts, and they did not wish to find out the hard way. The sniper leaned back and waited. From the foggy shrouds of the road, he heard the sound of tank engines. Several German Mark IVs were driving right up the main road, blasting suspicious buildings, setting them afire. At that same moment, American tanks were on the same road, approaching from the other direction. The 2 tank columns were face to face in the street, like gunfighters in a spaghetti western. In the narrow street, neither party could escape, one witness recalled. Whoever was quickest by a fraction of a second remained the victor. Both sides lost 2 tanks. Their remnants burned within a few meters of one another. Somehow, the surviving American tanks backed into the northern end of the village. German soldiers, worried about American snipers and Luxembourg partisans, raided the houses around the burning tanks, forcing more civilians outside. They lined up one group of men against a wall and threatened to shoot them if they moved. At almost the same time, Captain Rensmeyer and the Hellcats came into town from the north. Rensmeyer told the tank destroyer commander which direction he was supposed to take and watched as they rolled over the dip of a small hill. A heavy firefight and tank battle was in progress. One of the German tanks put a round squarely in one of the TDs. It appeared to be a case of almost outright slaughter. They were so clearly outgunned. Rensmeyer did not linger. His orders were to go back to Clairvaux and report to Fuller, and he did so, even capturing a German prisoner on the way. The TDs did not stay in Roila much longer either. Under intense artillery fire, they bugged out of Roila and back into Clairvaux, and then points beyond. I saw them withdrawing from Clairvaux at a high rate of speed, Fuller related. In fact, so great was their haste to withdraw that one gun was overturned and abandoned on the curve while coming down the ridge. In the meantime, German tanks kept rolling through Roila. Lieutenant Venata, the D Company officer who had seen German soldiers infiltrating the town that morning, was still in the company CP, observing the action. From his vantage point, he saw dozens of German half-tracks, trucks, vans, and tanks lined up in the distance on the Marnock Road. Now, as he watched in awestruck horror, 2 German tanks were approaching the CP, blasting any buildings in their way. He, Captain Carter, and their radio man, Corporal Ameluxon, fled the house and took shelter in a nearby pigsty. While Captain Carter worked the radio, trying to get information, Lieutenant Venata kept a sharp watch on what was happening around them. 50 or 60 meters away, at the edge of a courtyard, a shell scored a direct hit on D Company's kitchen truck, setting it on fire. Carter looked at Venata and said in his New Orleans accent, "There goes our bed and chow." Venata nodded absently. The din of battle was deafening. The sound of machine gun fire was almost continuous, Venata said. Both American and German, easily distinguishable. Venata saw a German tank about a block away. The Panzer rolled on, knocking out buildings. German infantry with machine pistols followed on each side, spraying everything in sight. The street was a steady stream of bullets and flying shrapnel. The tank was getting closer. Captain Carter peeked around the corner of their pigsty, right into the ugly barrel of the tank's main gun. "Let's get out of here, Van," he shouted. Carter, Venata, and Ameluxon rose as one and dashed for safety. They ran across the courtyard and made it to the temporary shelter of a little schoolhouse that the medics had turned into an aid station. They smiled at Captain Lawrence Woodley, the 1st Battalion surgeon, and with a wan smile, he looked up from the wounded man he was working on. The moment passed quickly. Woodley turned his attention to the wounded soldier. Venata, Carter, and Ameluxon exited through a rear window and kept retreating north. Not far away, T. Sergeant Stanley Showman, the Virginia farm boy, and 3 other men were 50 feet away from another German tank, preparing to fire a bazooka. Showman and these other men from B Company had gotten away from Marnock the previous evening. They had spent the night in the woods, huddled together for warmth in the snow. They nearly froze, but managed to make it through the night. This morning, they had worked their way west into Roila. Among them, they had about a dozen shells and 1 bazooka. Now, one of the other men loaded the shell into the rear of the bazooka and wired it up. Sergeant Showman stepped out from the cover of a house, aimed at the tank, and fired. The rocket streaked from the front end of the bazooka and hit the tank, but did no damage. Showman ducked back behind the building. Again and again, they loaded and fired. We just jumped back, put one in, jumped out, and hit her again. Each time, the shell glanced harmlessly off the tank's frontal armor. Frustrated and frightened, Sergeant Showman and his 3 men ducked back behind the building and tried to decide what to do. They had no small arms ammo and no more bazooka shells. There was no way to get out of there. The German tank had them cornered. For some reason, it did not shoot at them. Perhaps they were too close for the main gun, and its machine gun was jammed. Instead, the enemy tank commander yelled, "Come out of there, or we are going to blow the building down." Showman knew that he had no choice but to comply. He walked into the street, his hands held high. Behind him, the 3 others did the same. Many grim months of captivity lay ahead for all of them. Inside the schoolhouse aid station, Captain Woodley was still trying to save lives, even as the Germans edged closer by the minute. He was working on wounded men from both sides. Some of them had shrapnel wounds from grenades, mortars, and tank shells. Others had bullet wounds, usually from close range, high-velocity shots. Elsewhere in the aid station, Corporal Carl Montgomery, a chaplain's assistant from Washington, Pennsylvania, was taking care of a wounded German officer. Montgomery's boss, Captain Roland Kooskamp, a Dutch Reformed minister, was circulating around the schoolhouse, doing what he could for the wounded men. Montgomery functioned as Kooskamp's jeep driver and personal assistant. Montgomery was a thoughtful, literate 23-year-old. He was an amateur photographer and an inveterate letter writer and record keeper who had been with the 110th since 1940. He tagged along with Kooskamp wherever he went, and today the minister wanted to be here, right on the front lines, in the middle of the enemy attack. They dispensed water, gave out cigarettes, and generally did whatever they could to make the wounded soldiers comfortable. Corporal Montgomery, like so many other men in Roila, had seen an armada of German vehicles in the distance, cruising along the Marnock Road. At first, he had been unconcerned. He figured that American tanks, planes, and artillery would stop them in their tracks. They always had before, and I had no reason to think they wouldn't this time, too. As the hours in Roila wore on and the situation grew more desperate, Montgomery's attitude changed. He knew now that they were in trouble, and for at least 2 hours he'd been trying to convince Captain Kooskamp to leave. Kooskamp would not hear of it. These days, he was a little impatient with Montgomery anyway. Several weeks before, Kooskamp had chastised his assistant for stealing bedsheets from a German home. Since then, their relationship had been a bit strained. Montgomery and everyone else skittered away and took cover. To make matters worse, a German tank was firing direct fire into the building, too. The tank pumped round after round into the schoolhouse. Each shell ricocheted around the building and exploded, adding to the swelling number of casualties. A strange calmness came over Corporal Montgomery. He was too disgusted to care much about what happened next. He was very angry at Kooskamp for not heeding his warnings. I just sat there, disgustedly not giving a damn. Montgomery and his buddy could still, at that point, have made a run for it, probably in the same direction that Lieutenant Venata's group had gone. But Corporal Montgomery could not do it. Somehow, I couldn't summon up enough energy to do anything. He sat complacently as Kooskamp left the building, waving a Red Cross flag. In a few minutes, German soldiers poured into the schoolhouse and took them prisoner. By now, the Americans controlled only the northern edges of Roila. Since leaving the raid station, Lieutenant Venata, Captain Carter, and Corporal Ameluxon had made it to the 2nd Battalion CR. The entire way, machine gun bullets stalked them. They had even kicked up dirt at Venata's heels as he ran for the CR. The situation inside the house was hardly relaxed. It seemed like bedlam, Venata wrote. The officers were trying to issue orders, but no one was functioning very well, it seemed to me. Stragglers from every unit in the area were collecting in the house or the adjacent barn. An excited bazooka team burst inside and said that they had just bounced 2 shells off a Tiger tank without destroying it. Like almost all American soldiers in Europe, they thought of every German tank as a Tiger. In fact, the 110th Infantry did not face any bona fide Mark IV Tigers, the 60-ton monsters with 88mm cannons. They did face plenty of Mark V and Mark IV tanks, which were dangerous enough. The bazooka team went upstairs and tried to line up another shot at the enemy tank. Outside, the Panzer pointed its turret at the house and fired. Luckily, the round was armor-piercing, so it sailed right through the CP and did little damage. Tired of being stalked by tanks, Captain Carter told Venata to take a few men, go over the next hill to Erspelt, and make contact with Lieutenant Colonel Paul. "I'll follow you with the others as soon as I can," Carter promised. Venata hated to leave his captain, but orders were orders. He and 2 other men took off running across an open area of about 200 yards. This was not the place to be. Venata quickly realized that they were right between a Sherman and an enemy tank. I dashed between the Sherman and the Panzer just before the latter fired. The shell was high and passed over my left shoulder and over the Sherman turret. My heart stopped momentarily, but I kept running. The American tank then fired, and an exchange of tank fire at close range ensued. Lieutenant Venata and the other soldiers made it over the hill, encountered some American soldiers digging in, and paused to talk with them. As they did so, Venata cast an apprehensive glance back over the hill at Roila. Plumes of smoke were rising from the burning town. What a pity it was to see this beautiful, peaceful little farm town reduced to a smoking ruin. He wondered if Captain Carter was on his way. 4. If Lieutenant Venata had known what was happening in Urspelt at that moment, he would not have been in such a hurry to get there. For much of the day, Germans had been launching probing infantry attacks, but with no success. Lieutenant Colonel Paul's 1st Battalion headquarters personnel fended off these attacks with small arms fire and artillery support. The eastward section to his Chateau CP was mostly open, rolling terrain, some of which was soggy from melted snow. At 1600, just before sunset, the Germans brought up tanks and self-propelled guns. Lieutenant Colonel Paul had little with which to fight them, other than a few 3-inch guns from the 630th Tank Destroyer Battalion that were deployed on a hill west of the chateau. Outside the chateau, in the yard, an M5 Stuart was standing watch. A couple more were scattered around the area. The Germans deployed their guns and tanks about 1,400 meters away on a leeward side of a hill and carefully scouted the American positions. They unleashed a hellish barrage, pounding the tank destroyer positions. The crews responded with several shots, scoring 5 hits on German tanks before their guns were obliterated, not to mention many of the crewmen, too. A 75mm round from a Mark IV zipped through the turret of the Stuart that was posted outside the chateau. A crewman was standing in the turret. The shell sliced him in 2 pieces before exiting through the rear of the turret and going into the stone barn adjacent to the chateau. Another quick shot hit the tank's engine, immediately setting it on fire. The severed remains of the crewmen burned into a melted lump. With this favorable exchange of fire, the Germans now went into motion. Their tanks and self-propelled guns rolled across the field, closing in on the chateau. Infantry soldiers scuttled forward, all around the tanks and along the road leading into town. The Americans shot at them with whatever they had. The tanks reached a mined creek, crossing 200 meters to the east of town. A German officer, 1st Lieutenant Noth, dismounted and blew the roadblock up, all under fire. Inside the chateau, Lieutenant Frank Richwine, the battalion communications officer, was standing near Lieutenant Colonel Paul. Outside, the volume of small arms fire was reaching a crescendo. Richwine could hear the distinctive tearing sound of German MG-42 machine guns. They sprayed everything with machine guns, as well as a few 75 rounds. One of the machine gun bursts broke some windows out in our place. Lieutenant Colonel Paul was holding a coffee mug in his hand, gesturing with it. A machine gun round crashed through a nearby window and hit Paul's mug. For one shocked moment, he stared at it. Then he looked at the headquarters men around him and hollered, "Let's get the hell out of here!" Paul ordered all of them to get to Clairvaux as best they could. He left the CP, jumped into his jeep, and took off. "That's the last I saw or heard of him," Richwine said. Paul had actually anticipated the vulnerability of his command post and had worked out an evacuation plan with his officers. Half of the headquarters men were to go with Lieutenant Raymond Bokar and the other half with Richwine. Bokar's group left at once, and some of them did make it to Clairvaux. Richwine's left a bit later. I was supposed to lead the procession, which would be through a barn behind us and up over a hill. Richwine had even reconnoitered this route, as had his friend Bokar. Lieutenant Richwine ordered the message center and switchboard soldiers to burn or destroy everything. They set off on foot with only their personal weapons. The little group, including crewmen from the tanks, made their way west, across the frigid Clerf River, and kept moving. At an intersection, they met up with Bokar, who still had most of his group together. Behind them, to the east, the Germans were moving into Urspelt. The 1st Battalion of the 110th Infantry had ceased to function as an organized combat unit. Throughout the chilly Ardennes, shadows lengthened into darkness. At Roila, Lieutenant Venata and a small group of soldiers were still a couple of 100 yards outside of town, next to the Urspelt Road, contemplating what to do next. Crackling fires were consuming many farmhouses in Roila. The fires lit up the night and shot eerie, flickering shadows in every direction. There were about a dozen jeeps and a few trucks on the road. The lieutenant was considering whether or not to drive these vehicles to Lieutenant Colonel Paul at Urspelt. Now Venata heard a jeep approaching from the north. The jeep braked to a halt, and out jumped Lieutenant Colonel Paul. Lieutenant Venata filled him in on the serious situation in Roila and ventured the opinion that Captain Carter and the rest of D Company had all been killed or taken prisoner. Paul said that Urspelt had been captured and that only a few of the HQ staff had escaped. With a short farewell, Paul got back in his jeep and continued to the 2nd Battalion CP at the northern end of Roila, the only part of town still under American control. Venata decided to take a small group and go back into Roila in hopes of finding more D Company survivors. As they approached the town, they came under fire from German machine guns to their left, east. We could see about a squad of Germans bearing down on us from the left flank. A soldier next to me was hit through the stomach, and 2 of his buddies tried to carry him a few yards down to a jeep. The volume of fire grew more intense. Bullets were snapping through tree branches around them. The wounded soldier vomited blood as he was lifted to the jeep trailer. All thoughts of going back into Roila were gone now. Venata's men scrambled for the jeeps, under fire all the way. The lieutenant got up and dashed for a jeep trailer and dived aboard just as the driver of the jeep gunned the engine. Groggy from the concussion of being under close-range shell fire all day, and exhausted in general, Lieutenant Venata passed out. The small convoy pressed on, into the night, west and south, all the way to Wiltz. At the 2nd Battalion CP in Roila, Lieutenant Colonel Paul placed a harried phone call to Colonel Fuller. He reported what had happened to his headquarters at Urspelt and said he had only a few men with him. Fuller knew that if the remnants of his 1st and 2nd Battalions could not hold on to the crucial northern road junction at Roila, German armor would come charging into the northern reaches of Clairvaux, just opposite the Clairvallée. He told Paul and the 2nd Battalion officers to hold fast. This was easier said than done. Only the survivors of E and F companies, a few leaderless D Company soldiers, a 57mm anti-tank gun, a 50 caliber machine gun, and some bazooka teams were available to defend the junction. The Germans had been staggered by the bitter fight in Roila today, but now they had regrouped. A freshly organized combined force of tanks, half-tracks, and dismounted infantry pushed past the 2nd Battalion CP and approached the road junction. In a foxhole just off the road, Sergeant Bob Bradikich heard them. Just 2 nights before, he had spent a pleasant evening dancing with several Clairvaux residents. A young girl had given him a card with a soldier's prayer printed on it. The card was still tucked into one of Bradikich's pockets, but it offered small comfort now. An American guard shouted for the lead tank to halt. The tank's commander, in a muffled voice, said, "The Krauts came through, and we're going back to get more gas." Satisfied with this explanation, the guard let it pass. The tank kept coming, closer to Bradikich's foxhole. It was very dark, but he could see infantry riding on the tanks. In a neighboring foxhole, Bradikich's commanding officer, Captain William Dobbs, was suspicious. When the tank was no more than 50 feet away, he halted it again and asked for the password. This time, the response was not as benign as before. The infantry jumped off the tank and opened fire. The tank's machine gun chattered. Sergeant Bradikich tried to shoot at enemy infantry soldiers, but the German fire was devastating. We were no match against the infantry, and the tank was blasting away at us from point-blank range. Rather than be killed in his hole, Bradikich retreated. He managed to link up with Captain Dobbs and a few other men, and they headed for Clairvaux. Having smashed through the forward American positions at the road junction, the enemy force picked up momentum. Private Bob Pocklington, a soldier from Headquarters Company of the 2nd Battalion, peeked over the edge of his foxhole and saw them coming. He actually thought the tanks might be American. He saw soldiers on the tank decks. They were laughing and joking. Some were smoking cigarettes. Pocklington sat down in his hole. A tank stopped 5 yards away. Infantry soldiers jumped off and began running from hole to hole in the area where Pocklington's buddies were taking refuge. They went down the row and machine-gunned those guys. They had hand-to-hand combat. I heard a lot of moanings and groanings. Pocklington was frozen with fear. A couple of foxholes away, one of his NCOs, Sergeant Walker, crawled to the .50 caliber machine gun and unloosed a volley point-blank against the tank. The tank responded with a shot that blew up somewhere near Walker, and he fell to the ground. Scared into action now, Pocklington left his hole and crawled alongside the tank, all the way to some bushes just behind the 57mm gun position. As far as he could tell, no one was on the gun. He paused to gather himself. I tried to calm myself down. My heart was pounding so hard, all I could hear was the pounding in my ears. He nearly jumped out of his skin when something, or someone, fell heavily beside him. He was relieved to see that it was Lieutenant Dana Spear, one of the company officers. They talked in low whispers, trying to decide what to do. As Spear covered, Pocklington crawled up to the foxholes behind the 57mm, looking for anyone who might still be there. He found First Sergeant Bill Court, but no one else. There was still some small arms fire going on. The Germans were hollering like they were high, gung-ho. Enemy tanks and other vehicles were slowly moving west beyond the gun, toward Clairvaux. Pocklington and Court made their way back to Lieutenant Spear. The 3 men, plus some other survivors, retreated west down a hill, across the freezing cold Clerf River, and into Clairvaux. Back at the Royla CP, Lieutenant Colonel James Hugh, the executive officer of the 2nd Battalion, placed a quick call to Colonel Fuller and reported that 6 tanks had just passed the CP and the road junction and were on their way to Clairvaux. Hugh, Lieutenant Colonel Paul, and the others in the CP then made their escape as best they could. Organized resistance at Royla was at an end. 5. In Clairvaux, the Germans were in control of most of the town. They had surged past the castle, cutting it off, and were steadily fighting their way from house to house. Their vehicles were moving with impunity around the town. Private Jack Chavez, the artilleryman who was technically still on R&R, had been guarding or fighting most of the day. Now he and a scratch group of 6 soldiers were fighting north of the castle, from the cover of a building that overlooked Clairvaux's main street. Chavez had only his M1 carbine and 3 clips left to fight with. German tanks and infantry were plowing down the street outside. A tank turned its turret in the direction of the building and fired. A shell crashed into the facade of the building, and a piece of hot shrapnel gashed Chavez's right leg. Alongside him, his buddy Waits blazed away with his carbine and saw a German go down. He was so proud he put a notch on the stock of his carbine. Enemy machine guns hosed the street, sending shards and splinters flying through the air. Chavez and Waits ducked. Chavez felt warm blood trickling down his leg. The wound, more than anything else, made him angry. He was really hoping to see a Jerry poke his head up so he could shoot it off. It was the first time that he really wanted to kill the enemy. A white phosphorus shell burst 20 yards away, but did no damage. The Germans were attempting to set fire to the roofs of Clairvaux, and they were having some success, judging by the smoke that was hanging over the whole area. Chavez, Waits, and several others got out of the building and retreated north, in the direction of the Clairvalet Hotel. They found a vehicle and hitched a ride to Wiltz. Just across from the hotel were the railroad station and a bridge over the Clerf River. This bridge was the entryway for anyone coming into Clairvaux from Royla. Now, a long column of German armor descended the ridge and closed in on the bridge. Ahead of the armor, enemy reconnaissance troops were crawling or running for the bridge. At the bridge, a lone 57mm gun stood in their way. Lieutenant Kenneth Maddox, an officer from Headquarters Company, 2nd Battalion, was pointing out targets to the gun crew. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an enemy soldier drawing a bead on the gun crew with his burp gun. Maddox tried to shout a warning, but loading and firing as they were, they could not hear him. Maddox ran between the crew and the German, whose name was Sergeant Schultz, and shot the enemy soldier. At the same moment, Sergeant Schultz unleashed a burst from his submachine gun into Maddox's chest. Both men were mortally wounded. Moments later, the Germans blasted the 57mm position, knocking out the gun and killing or wounding the crewmen. Enemy vehicles now rolled unopposed across the bridge, past the railroad station, and onto the street outside the Clairvallée. Inside the hotel, Captain Rensmeyer, the S2 officer, was on the 2nd floor, trying to decide whether he should destroy a trash can full of sensitive intelligence documents. The trash can was outside, just below the fire escape. When he heard the tanks outside, he had his answer. Captain Rensmeyer hopped out of a 2nd-floor window and dropped to the ground next to the trash can. He tossed an incendiary grenade into it and saw the papers catch fire. As he watched, they burned and crackled for a few furious seconds before disintegrating into little more than black embers. Then, Captain Rensmeyer began the arduous climb, straight up the cliff behind the Clairvallée, into a little forest and to the west, toward freedom. Elsewhere in the hotel, on the 1st floor, Sergeant Clarence Johnson, a Galesburg, Illinois native who worked in the regimental S1 section, was standing at a window, gazing into the street. There were at least 6 German tanks out there, gradually rolling along the street, guns oriented in several directions. Some guys down the street were surrendering, and they'd shoot 'em. Enemy infantrymen were running back and forth like chickens with their heads cut off. We figured the Germans had been pretty well doped up or were under the influence of drugs because they were hollering and screaming and carrying on. Sergeant Johnson backed away from the window before they could see him. His heart was racing. He knew that he had to either escape or die. It was the scariest thing in my life. Upstairs in his office, Colonel Fuller knew the game was up. He was on the phone, arguing with Colonel Jesse Gibney. Soon after, a German tank pumped several shells into the 1st floor. Fuller left his office and circulated a withdrawal order. Everyone was supposed to go to Esselborn, where Fuller hoped they could hook up with G Company and set up a new defensive line. Downstairs, Chief Warrant Officer Ralph Johnson, no relation to Clarence, had just settled into his bedroll for some much-needed rest when the shells exploded. To Johnson, it seemed as though the entire hotel was about to collapse. He scrambled out of his bedroll and heard someone say, "There's a Kraut tank out there!" Captain Gerald Harwell, the regimental adjutant, stepped outside of the hotel and fired several carbine shots at the tank. He had no sooner ducked back inside when the tank unleashed a new volley of main gun and machine gun fire. The power went out in the hotel. Outside, enemy soldiers were driving around in captured U.S. Jeeps, shooting flares, illuminating the area and parts of the Clairvallée. Shortly after this, German infantry entered the building. Johnson heard them somewhere down the hall. The enemy soldiers seemed to be drunk as they were yelling and screaming like mad. In the half-light, they played a deadly cat-and-mouse game with the American headquarters troops. Throughout the Clairvallée, the GIs were doing anything they could to get out. Colonel Fuller went back to his room to get his carbine and his overcoat. With the power out, the room was quite dark, but he could see 10 men in there. I found my carbine and trench coat and was asking questions to learn who was in the room when a projectile of some kind came through a window and exploded, wounding 5 of those in the room. The projectile was either a Panzerfaust or a bazooka shell misfired by a nearby American. One of the wounded men was Lieutenant Jack Hazley, a C Company platoon leader who had, hours earlier, fought his way into Clairvaux with part of his platoon and a couple of Shermans from the 707th Tank Battalion. Since then, he and his men had functioned as an impromptu CP guard. Now he was lying on the floor, his lifeblood draining into the carpet. Fuller covered him with blankets and tried to stop the bleeding, but there was little more he could do. Someone took Hazley down to the cellar, where other wounded men had gathered. Fuller turned his attention to another wounded man who had been blinded by the explosion, either because of tiny fragments or flash burns. It was too dark to see his wounds, but I bandaged his eyes with my first aid bandage. Others in the room gave first aid to the rest of the wounded. A military policeman came into the room and indicated that he had found a way out of the hotel if Colonel Fuller wanted to take a chance. Fuller and the others had no choice. They followed the MP to the fire escape on the 3rd floor. All the while, Fuller led the blind man by the hand. The hotel was built against the solid rock facade of a cliff, and the fire escape was nothing more than an iron ladder that spanned from the 3rd floor across a 15-foot gap to the cliff. Fuller waited for an enemy flare to die down, held the man's hand, and climbed across the ladder. Reaching the cliff, we found that steps had been cut in the earth, and we climbed to the top. I was very tired when I got to the top of the cliff, so I lay down there to rest. Several others from his group soon joined him. Fuller wandered the woods with this small group, hoping to reach Esselborn. He had effectively lost control of his shattered regiment. Back at the hotel, Chief Warrant Officer Ralph Johnson and other soldiers soon learned of the fire escape and ventured out onto the ladder. It was straight down 50 feet. It was pitch black, except when the flares went off, and then the entire building was lit up like day. Behind Johnson, others were waiting their turn. One of them was Sergeant Clarence Johnson. He was at the window, watching others cross. He glanced down and saw jeeps parked 3 stories below. Clarence Johnson's friend, Staff Sergeant Bob Miller, was on the ladder. Suddenly, Miller lost his grip. I fell and knew I wouldn't get far with my side hurting as it did, so I went down to the cellar with the other wounded. Meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson crossed the ladder and began climbing the cliff. You had to grab a hold of tree roots and everything you could hang on to and get up the steep part. He and dozens of others got to the top, dodged German flares, and made their way west to Esselborn. By that time, the Germans had finally secured the Clairvallée. A Mark IV tank from directly outside on the sidewalk was raking the 1st floor, Sergeant Miller wrote. Finally, it stopped firing, and the Krauts came in from all doors, even the 3rd floor exit. They searched us and stripped us of our weapons and valuables. Then we were marched up the street a few doors to their CP. Sergeant Jerry DeMaria, a communications specialist, was wandering around outside, trying to find a safe exit route. He went into the hotel and somehow got to the regimental switchboard unmolested. He placed a call to division and got Colonel Gibney. "I'm Sergeant DeMaria from the 28th Signal Company," he said. "This town's all kaput. There's Tiger tanks outside the door, ready to blow us apart, so I gotta get the hell out of here." "All right, try to get back to me," Gibney replied. "Report to me." "I'll try," DeMaria said. He signed off, dragged the switchboard upstairs to the 3rd floor, and escaped across the ladder. Throughout Clairvaux, the Germans were on a rampage. Only the castle remained in American hands. Before bugging out of the Clairvallée, Fuller had told the castle defenders to retreat to Esselborn, but this was not possible. The castle was an American island in a German sea. All over town, the enemy soldiers looted everything they could carry. Dressed in long leather coats, they smashed in doors with their rifle butts or shot through locks. They stole from private homes, loaded their booty aboard trucks, and sent them east across the Our, back to Germany. Some of the Germans were dressed in American uniforms, a common enemy tactic during the Battle of the Bulge. In one instance, a group of Germans clad in American uniforms entered the rectory of the local priest. "Are you really Germans?" the priest asked them 3 times. "Yes, we are Germans," they answered proudly in perfect German. Armored vehicles poured into and through Clairvaux. The main avenue through town was packed with them. 2 columns were rolling side by side along the road, bruising stairways, balustrades, gables, and ornament, an eyewitness later wrote. All troops were very excited. All had the order to use every hour, every minute, every second moving forward. 3 miles to the east, at Marnock, Sergeant J.J. Kuhn knew the end was near. He and a few others were still holed up in the hotel that had served as B Company CP back when it was an intact combat unit. Now it was shattered, on the brink of annihilation. Kuhn was on the second floor with a box of grenades, watching enemy half-trucks pass by in the street below. He tossed grenades into 4 different half-trucks, heard explosions, and went downstairs to the basement, where 8 wounded men were suffering in varying degrees of pain. Kuhn checked on them, explained that they could not be evacuated, and went back to the first floor. As he stood there, a German tank smashed through the front door, sending masonry and wood crashing all over the place. German soldiers charged in, pointing their weapons at Kuhn and shouting, "Raus! Raus! Get out!" Kuhn grimaced and put his hands up. Marnock had fallen at last. To the south, at Munshausen, Cannon Company and C Company had fought house to house all day. Having battled like demons, the survivors prepared to escape west out of town. They left their wounded in the priest's house, organized themselves, and set off. The remnants of 2 companies, over 200 men, moved out of a surrounded town single file in a southwesterly direction, Lieutenant Marr, the C Company rifle platoon leader, wrote. Visibility was 0 in the darkness, and each man kept one hand on the rifle belt of the man ahead. Now, only Hosingen and Constham remained under the control of the 110th. Ever so surely, the regiment was dying. But the Germans were paying a heavy price for destroying the 110th. That price was time.